Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku become captain of Navy submarine? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now, let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction.
Chapter 1: A New Journey. The rain fell on Mustafa not with violence, but with a heavy, weary finality. It was the kind of rain that soaked into the fabric of your soul, cold and persistent. Izuku Midoriya stood at the large window of the administrative building, watching the city lights blur and smear through the rivulets on the glass. He was no longer the freckled, white-eyed boy who used to fill notebooks on this very street corner. His frame had filled out, the shoulders broader beneath the simple navy blue peacoat he wore. The weight he carried, however, wasn't just muscle. It was the echo of 100 battles, the ghost of a power passed down, and the quiet, ever-present hum of one for all, now fully and truly his own. He let out a slow breath, fogging the glass for a moment. The steam from the paper cup of lukewarm coffee in his hand curled upwards, a tiny, fleeting ghost in the sterile hallway. Behind him, the door to the conference room slid open with a soft, hydraulic hiss. He didn't turn. "They're ready for you, young Midoriya." That voice. It still sent a ripple through him, a Pavlovian response of hope and respect. He turned to see Toshinori Yagi, gaunt and sunken in his deflated form, but with eyes that held the same undying flame. He wore a simple suit, damp at the shoulders from his own journey through the rain. "All might," Izuku said, a small, genuine smile touching his lips. "You didn't have to come." "Nonsense," Toshinori wheezed, walking up to stand beside him. He looked out at the city they had both sworn to protect. "A pivotal moment like this. I wouldn't miss it for the world. The symbol of peace is retiring, you know. I have time." He gave a weak, good-natured chuckle that turned into a cough into his handkerchief. "How are you feeling?" Izuku looked down at his coffee. "Nervous," he admitted, the word so simple, so human. It was a relief to say it out loud. This isn't a villain attack. There's no clear enemy, no one to punch. It's a different kind of battlefield. Toshinori nodded, his gaze distant. "Leadership. It's the heaviest weight of all, my boy. Heavier than any physical power. It's not about being the strongest, it's about being the anchor when the storm hits." He placed a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. "They're not offering you this because you can smash a building. They're offering it because of what's in here." He tapped Izuku's chest, right over his heart, and in here, he then tapped his own temple. "Your mind has always been your greatest quirk, Izuku. Don't forget that." Izuku took a deep breath, the knot in his stomach loosening, just a fraction. He placed his unfinished coffee on a nearby ledge and straightened his coat. He walked towards the conference room door, pausing with his hand on the cool metal handle. He looked back at his mentor, the man who had given him everything. "For the future," Izuku said. Toshinori gave him a smile, small but true. "For the future." The door closed behind him with a soft click. The room inside was a stark contrast to the gloomy hallway. It was a high-tech briefing room, bathed in the cool blue light of multiple holographic displays. Seated around a polished obsidian table were three high-ranking officials from the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, their uniforms crisp and adorned with medals. At the head of the table stood a woman Izuku didn't recognize. She was tall, with sharp, intelligent eyes and steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore a civilian suit, but her posture was pure military. "Mr. Midoriya," she said, her voice a clear, commanding alto. "Please, have a seat. I am Admiral Sato." Izuku bowed respectfully before taking the seat opposite her. The weight of their stares was palpable. "I'll be direct, Admiral," Sato began, folding her hands on the table. "The world is changing. The age of the single, dominant hero is evolving into an era of specialized, coordinated defense. Villains are no longer just operating in cities. They're exploiting the gaps in our global security. The oceans, specifically, are becoming a lawless frontier." A holographic globe flickered to life above the table, zooming in on the Pacific Ocean. Red dots pulsed in various locations, far from any landmass. Underwater shipping lanes are being hijacked. Deep-sea research facilities have been raided for experimental technology. We have credible intelligence pointing to a highly organized network, or perhaps a syndicate, establishing permanent, hidden bases on the ocean floor. They're using modified submarines, underwater drones, and villains with aquatic or pressure resistance quirks. Our conventional navy is ill-equipped to deal with this. It's a hero problem, but in an environment where no hero has ever operated on this scale. Izuku's mind, the analytical engine it was already racing. Water pressure, oxygen supply, communication blackouts, the cold, the darkness, 1,000 variables he'd never considered in a street fight clicked into place. To counter this, Sato continued, we have built the Ryujin. The first of its kind. A submarine not just for stealth and warfare, but a mobile command center and deep-sea operations platform, designed to house and support a team of professional heroes. The image on the hologram shifted to a wireframe model of a vessel that looked nothing like the bulky submarines in Izuku's history books. It was sleek, almost organic in its design, like a predatory fish. Its hull was a deep, light-absorbing black. The Ryujin needs a captain, Sato said, her eyes locking onto his. Not a naval officer, but a leader. Someone who understands combat, strategy, and the hearts of heroes. The interagency task force reviewed hundreds of candidates. Pro-heroes, tactical geniuses, decorated veterans. But we kept coming back to one name. She paused for effect. Izuku Midoriya, also known as Deku. Top of your class at UA, pivotal in the final war against All for One, and the inheritor of the One for All legacy. Your analytical skills are legendary. Your hero record speaks of a person who values life above all else, who can inspire loyalty and trust. She slid a tablet across the table towards him. On it was a formal letter of appointment, embossed with the seals of both the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Ministry of Defense. We are not ordering you, Mr. Midoriya. We are offering you command of the Ryujin and its crew. This is not a ceremonial role. It is a permanent, frontline assignment. You will be responsible for the lives of your crew, for the success of critical missions, and for spearheading the defense of our nation's newest frontier. The weight of this is immense. The pressure will be unlike anything you've faced. Izuku stared at the tablet. Captain of a Navy submarine. The words felt surreal, a plot from one of the old space operas he used to watch with his mom. He thought of Kachan, whose explosive power would be useless in a pressurized metal tube. He thought of Shoto, whose fire and ice would be a logistical nightmare. He thought of himself, of Blackwhip, Float, Smokescreen, Fa Jin, Gearshift, and the core of One for All. Could they be adapted, used in new, creative ways? His fingers itched for a notebook. But beneath the tactical buzz, a deeper current flowed. Fear, not of the villains, but of the responsibility. Of the isolation. Of being so far from everything he knew, from the sun and the sky, from the people he loved. He saw their faces, his mom, crying but proud, All Might, looking older than ever, his friends, off on their own heroic paths. To leave them, to descend into that crushing, silent darkness. He looked up from the tablet, his green eyes meeting the Admiral's gray ones. The room was silent except for the low hum of the holographic projector. Why me? He asked, his voice quiet but clear. You mentioned my record, my power. But a ship's captain, they're trained for years. They have experience. I'm a hero. I fight. Admiral Sato's expression softened, just for a second. It was a crack in the armor of authority, revealing a person beneath. Because, Mr. Midoriya, a naval captain commands. They follow procedure. They engage an enemy they can see on a screen. But you inspire. You adapt. You walk into the impossible and find a way. She leaned forward. The enemy we are facing, this syndicate, they are not a fleet we can outmaneuver. They are villains with quirks we can't predict, operating in an environment that is inherently hostile. We don't need a commander who will follow a manual. We need a hero who can write a new one, in real time, 300 meters below the surface, with the pressure of the ocean trying to crush his ship and the weight of his crews lives on his shoulders. The words hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. This wasn't about punching harder. This was about carrying a different kind of weight. A weight he understood. It was the same weight he felt when he saw a civilian in danger, the same desperate need to protect. It was just, bigger. And darker. He thought of the red dots on the map. The hidden lairs. The unknown villains exploiting the forgotten places of the world. He thought of All Might, alone at the top, bearing the burden of the entire world. This was his chance to protect on a different scale. To be a symbol not just on a street corner, but in the crushing, silent abyss. His hand, steady despite the storm inside him, reached out and picked up the tablet. He read the words again, slowly. Captain Izuku Midoriya. He placed it back down and looked at Admiral Sato. I have conditions, he said. A flicker of surprise, then respect, crossed her face. Name them. My crew, he said. I don't want just anyone. I need people I can trust, people whose quirks and minds I understand. I have a list. He didn't, but he was already compiling it in his head. A support specialist, a reconnaissance expert, a moral anchor, he was building a team. Within reason, the personnel assignments can be negotiated, Sato conceded. And I need time, Izuku continued. I need to understand this vessel. Every pipe, every wire, every emergency protocol. I won't command something I don't understand. A fair request. The Ryujin's chief engineer is expecting you. Izuku nodded, a new resolve settling into his bones. It was a strange feeling, like putting on a suit of armor that was still being forged, hot and uncomfortable, but strong. He stood up. The 3 officers and the admiral rose with him. Then, Izuku said, bowing formally, I accept. I will do everything in my power to be worthy of this trust, and to protect our shores, from the surface to the deepest trench. Admiral Sato returned the bow, a rare, small smile on her lips. Welcome to the fleet, Captain Midoriya. Dismissed. As Izuku left the room, the cool air of the hallway hit him. Toshinori was still there, leaning against the wall. He looked up, a question in his tired eyes. Izuku walked up to him. He didn't say anything. He just gave a single, firm nod. Toshinori's face broke into a wide, genuine smile, the kind that reached his eyes and made him, for a moment, look like the symbol of peace once more. He placed both hands on Izuku's shoulders, his grip surprisingly strong. The sea, then, he said, his voice thick with emotion. A new frontier for the 9th holder of One for All. He pulled him into a brief, tight hug. You'll be magnificent, my boy. Absolutely magnificent. They walked out of the building together, into the continuing rain. For Toshinori, it was just rain. But for Izuku, it felt different now. He could smell the salt in it, carried on the wind from a distant ocean. He could hear, in the rhythmic drumming on the pavement, the pulse of a vast, dark world he was about to enter. He looked up at the gray sky, letting the cold drops hit his face. The hero course at UA, the battles, the losses, the final, earth-shattering conflict, it had all been leading to this. Not to an end, but to a beginning. A new journey, not on the solid ground he knew, but into the unknown. He was scared. He was uncertain. But deep in his chest, the embers of One for All pulsed with a steady, unwavering rhythm, and for the first time that day, Izuku Midoriya felt ready. He pulled his coat tighter and walked towards the train station, his mind already a whirlwind of tactical diagrams, crew selections, and the haunting, beautiful call of the deep. The path of a hero had just taken him somewhere he never imagined. And the journey was only beginning. Chapter 2, Setting Sail. 3 weeks. That was all the time Izuku had between accepting command and the day he was supposed to stand on the bridge of the Ryujin as its captain. 3 weeks of cramming information like he was back in his first year at UA, staying up until his eyes burned and his handwriting blurred across the pages of a new, waterproof notebook he'd specifically purchased for this assignment. He filled 7 of them. The first week was pure theory. Submarine pressure hull thermodynamics, ballast tank mechanics, oxygen scrubber systems, sonar interpretation, emergency blow procedures, nuclear reactor basics. The Ryujin ran on a next-generation fusion core, a fact that made Izuku's scientific mind spin with excitement even as his tactical mind calculated the catastrophic implications of a breach. He sat in windowless classrooms at the JMSDF technical facility in Yokosuka, surrounded by young officers who looked at him with a mixture of awe and skepticism. The hero who punched villains was now going to drive their most advanced warship. He earned their respect the hard way. He asked questions. Not simple ones, but deep, penetrating questions that made even the instructors pause. If we lose primary cooling in Sector 7, what's the cascade timeline before automatic scram? How does pressure differential affect quirk usage in the forward torpedo room during emergency deep operations? What's the psychological failure rate for crew members during extended dark water silence protocols? By the end of the first week, the skepticism had faded into something like grudging admiration. The hero could think. The second week was practical. He was stuffed into a full-pressure dive suit, subjected to the crushing weight of the deep-sea training tank, forced to perform emergency repairs in near-zero visibility while his heart hammered against his ribs and his lungs screamed for air that wasn't there. He learned to breathe through the panic, to let his mind, that endlessly calculating, endlessly analyzing mind, take over while his body surrendered to the deep. One for all helped. Not the power itself, but the control. Years of learning to channel that devastating energy through his body had taught him to exist in a state of constant, precise tension. The pressure of the deep was just another force to be managed, another weight to be carried. Float, interestingly, worked in reverse down here, not lifting him, but providing a counterbalance to the crushing descent. He filed that information away carefully. The third week was about his crew. He stood now in a massive hangar at the JMSDF's covert operations base, the Ryujin looming before him like a sleeping leviathan. The holographic renderings hadn't done it justice. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, 300 feet of seamless black alloy, its hull curved in organic sweeps that defied traditional naval architecture. No periscope tower, no external protrusions. The entire vessel was designed to slide through water like a whisper through a crowded room. But it wasn't the submarine that made his stomach tighten. It was the 23 people standing at attention on the docking platform before it. His crew. His responsibility. Admiral Sato stood beside him, crisp in her formal uniform. She carried a tablet containing their personnel files, though Izuku had already memorized every detail during sleepless nights. He knew their quirks, their service records, their psychological evaluations, even their preferred emergency rations. "The moment is yours, Captain," Sato said quietly. "They're yours now. Lead them, or lose them." Izuku took a breath. The air tasted of salt and ozone and the peculiar metallic tang of the massive vessel behind him. He walked forward, his boots echoing on the metal grating, and stopped before the assembled crew. 23 faces turned toward him. Some curious, some wary, some openly doubtful. He saw a man with gills on his neck, a woman whose skin shimmered like polished abalone, a massive man whose arms ended in what looked like living cannon barrels. Heroes, yes, but also naval specialists, each chosen for their unique ability to function in the deep. He didn't shout. He never had. Instead, he let his voice carry naturally, the way All Might had taught him, not volume, but conviction. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. Most of you know me as Deku." A pause. He saw the recognition flicker in their eyes. "I'm not a naval officer. I've never served on a submarine. I've never even been on a boat larger than a fishing trawler." A ripple of uncertainty passed through the ranks. "Good. Honesty first. What I have done," he continued, "is fight. I've fought villains who could level city blocks. I've fought when I was outmatched, outnumbered, and out of options. I've lost people I loved, and I've carried that loss forward as fuel, not burden." His gaze moved across each face, making contact, however brief. "The ocean is a new battlefield for me. But battle I understand. And the one thing I've learned, the one truth that has never failed me, is that victory doesn't come from the strongest quirk or the smartest strategy. It comes from trust. From knowing, with absolute certainty, that the person beside you will not let you fall." He saw the guild man's posture shift, just slightly. The abalone-skinned woman's eyes softened a fraction. "I don't expect your trust today," Izuku said. "I haven't earned it. But I will. Day by day, dive by dive, I will earn it. And in return, I offer you mine, completely, unconditionally, from this moment forward. Because we're going into the dark together. And the only way we come back is together." Silence. Then, from somewhere in the back, a single pair of hands began to clap. The sound was swallowed by the vast hangar, but it was enough. Others joined, and soon the platform echoed with applause, not the polished, ceremonial kind, but something genuine, something earned in that single moment of vulnerability. Sato, behind him, allowed herself the faintest nod of approval. The next 2 days were a blur of briefings, equipment checks, and the thousand small details that preceded a maiden voyage. Izuku met with each crew member individually, learning not just their names and quirks, but their stories. The man with gills was Lieutenant Jiro Nakamura, a former search and rescue specialist whose quirk, abyssal gills, allowed him to extract oxygen directly from water for up to 6 hours. He'd lost his partner in a deep-sea rescue gone wrong 3 years ago and had requested this assignment specifically. "The ocean took someone from me," he'd said quietly, his voice carrying an odd harmonic resonance from his modified throat. "I want to make sure it doesn't take anyone else." The abalone-skinned woman was Ensign Kaio Hoshino, whose quirk, nacre shielding, allowed her to generate incredibly durable, translucent shells from her body's calcium stores. She was the submarine's emergency hull technician, capable of creating temporary patches from the inside if the unthinkable happened. She was also 22, fresh from the academy, and terrified. Izuku saw it in the way her hands trembled slightly during their conversation, the way her eyes darted to the Ryujin every few seconds. He didn't mention it. He simply told her about his own first battle, how his legs had shaken so badly he could barely stand, how All Might had told him that courage wasn't the absence of fear but the decision that something else was more important. She'd smiled then, small and uncertain, but real. The man with cannon arms was Chief Petty Officer Guro Onyx, a 20-year Navy veteran whose quirk, ballistic conversion, allowed him to transform his forearms into high-caliber projectile weapons using his own body mass as ammunition. He was the submarine's weapons master, and he was the most openly skeptical of Izuku's command. Their first meeting was tense, held in the cramped confines of the forward torpedo room. "Respectfully, Captain," Onyx had said, his voice a low rumble, "I've served under 12 commanding officers. Some good, some bad, some who got men killed because they couldn't make a decision when it mattered. What makes you different?" Izuku had looked at the massive weapons array before answering. "I've had people die because of my decisions too," he'd said quietly. "I carry every one of them. And I will carry every member of this crew the same way. Not as names on a roster, but as people I failed to protect." He'd turned to face Onyx directly. "I will make mistakes. I will hesitate when I shouldn't, and I'll act when I should wait. But I will never, ever stop fighting for you. For all of you. That's what makes me different." Onyx had studied him for a long moment, his cannon arms shifting slightly with some internal adjustment. Then he'd nodded, once. "We'll see, Captain. We'll see. The morning of departure arrived wrapped in gray mist, the kind that clung to the harbor like a held breath. Izuku stood on the bridge of the Ryujin for the first time as its commander, the gentle sway of the vessel unfamiliar beneath his feet. The bridge was nothing like the cramped, instrument-packed spaces he'd seen in old submarine movies. It was sleek, almost organic, with curved display surfaces that responded to gesture and thought, holographic readouts floating in the air like silent ghosts. The captain's chair was positioned centrally, slightly elevated, giving him a panoramic view of the operations around him. Lieutenant Commander Akio Tanaka, the executive officer, stood beside him. Tanaka was a quiet, efficient man in his 40s, his quirk, echolocation, granting him a passive awareness of his surroundings that bordered on precognition. He'd been hand-picked by Admiral Sato to serve as Izuku's second, and in the past 2 days, he'd proven invaluable, translating naval procedure into language Izuku could understand without ever making him feel foolish for not knowing. "All pre-dive checks complete, Captain," Tanaka reported, his voice calm and even. "Reactor online, ballast systems green, crew at stations. Awaiting your order." Izuku looked at the displays showing the faces of his crew, Nakamura in engineering, Hoshino in damage control, Onyx in weapons, and 20 others scattered throughout the vessel. They were watching him, waiting. He thought of UA, of the first time he'd stood in the battle trials, terrified and exhilarated. He thought of All Might, of the weight of one for all settling into his bones. He thought of his mother, waving goodbye at the train station with tears in her eyes but pride in her smile. He activated the ship-wide comm, his voice steady. "This is the captain. For some of you, this is your first deep deployment. For others, it's another mission in a long career. But for all of us, it's the beginning of something new. We're going into the dark together. We're going to face things no hero has faced before. And we're going to come back together. That's a promise. Secure for dive. Lieutenant Commander Tanaka, take us out." "Aye, Captain," Tanaka acknowledged. His voice carried through the ship. "All hands, dive stations. Prepare to submerge." The Ryujin hummed around them, a deep vibration that Izuku felt in his chest rather than heard. The ballast tanks began to flood, a sound like distant thunder, and through the external cameras, he watched the gray surface of the harbor rise toward them. Then, with a gentle lurch that was more sensation than movement, the world changed. The light faded, the surface disappeared, and they were under. For a long moment, no one spoke. The displays showed the water outside, pale green at first, then deepening to blue, then to a rich, endless indigo. Small fish darted past the hull, startled by the massive presence descending into their world. The hum of the reactor, the whisper of the propulsion system, the soft beep of monitoring equipment, these were the only sounds in a universe of silence. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. They were moving. They were under. And he was in command. Course set for the Curl Trench, Captain, Tanaka reported. Transit time at cruising depth, approximately 36 hours. All systems nominal. Thank you, XO. Izuku allowed himself a small smile. Maintain course and depth. I'm going to make a tour of the ship. He moved through the Ryujin like a student on his first day at a new school, but the crew's reactions had shifted since the morning. They nodded as he passed, some offering quiet words of acknowledgement. In the galley, the cook, a cheerful woman whose quirk, flavor enhancement, could make military rations taste like five-star cuisine, insisted he try her special departure stew. It was delicious, and he told her so, making her beam with pride. In engineering, he found Nakamura monitoring the fusion core with an intensity that bordered on reverence. The reactor was beautiful in its complexity, a sphere of contained plasma that pulsed with the heartbeat of a star. She's stable, Captain, Nakamura reported without looking up. This core could power a city for a decade. We'll never push her past 20% of capacity. And if we need more? Izuku asked. Nakamura finally turned, his gills fluttering slightly. Then we're in a situation where more won't matter. But if it comes to that, she'll give us everything she has. These cores are designed to fail safe, but safe is relative at the bottom of the ocean. Izuku nodded, filing the information away. Thank you, Lieutenant. Keep her singing. In the forward observation deck, a small, pressurized chamber with a massive transparent hull section that looked out into the deep, he found Ensign Hoshino alone, staring into the darkness. She, startled when he entered, wiping hastily at her eyes. Ensign, Izuku said gently, you don't have to be alone if you don't want to be. She shook her head, not meeting his gaze. I'm fine, Captain. Just adjusting. It's darker than I expected. He moved to stand beside her, looking out at the nothing. It is, he agreed. But the dark isn't empty. There's life out there. Pressure, currents, the whole world moving around us. We're just guests here. She looked at him then, really looked. Were you scared? Your first time. I read about your battles, the war against All for One. You seemed unstoppable. Izuku almost laughed. I was terrified. Every single time. The day I stopped being scared was the day I stopped caring, and that's the day I would have failed. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Fear isn't weakness, Ensign. It's awareness. It's your body telling you that what you're doing matters. The trick isn't to stop being afraid. It's to keep moving anyway. She was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Thank you, Captain. I think I needed to hear that. He left her there, staring into the dark, but when he glanced back from the doorway, her shoulders had straightened, just slightly. It was enough. 18 hours into their transit, Tanaka called him to the bridge. Captain, you'll want to see this. The main display showed a three-dimensional sonar rendering of the ocean ahead. Among the familiar contours of the seafloor, something was wrong, a series of regular, geometric shapes that nature never created. What am I looking at, XO? Tanaka's voice was tight. Anomalies, sir. These depressions are too regular to be natural. And this. He highlighted a section of the rendering. This is a thermal signature. Something down there is generating heat. A lot of it. Izuku leaned forward, his mind racing through possibilities. Hydrothermal vents, certainly, but the geometry was wrong. A crashed vessel. Possible, but the depth was extreme, nearly 4,000 meters. The pressure would have crushed any conventional submarine like an egg. Or something else. Can we get optical? Attempting now, sir. But at this depth, light is scarce. The optical feed flickered to life, grainy and dark. For long seconds, there was nothing but the endless void. Then, a shape began to emerge from the darkness. It was massive, easily twice the Ryujin's size, and it wasn't natural. It was constructed, a lattice of metal and composite materials, anchored to the seafloor, with lights glowing from within like malevolent stars. Izuku's blood ran cold. "Record everything," he ordered, his voice steady despite the ice in his veins. "Full passive scans only. No active systems. I want to know everything about that structure before we're within 50 kilometers of it." Tanaka was already working, his hands moving across the holographic displays. "Aye, Captain. But sir, that's not on any chart. That's not supposed to exist." Izuku stared at the image, at the impossible structure in the crushing dark. The villains, Network Admiral Sato had warned about, it wasn't a theory. It wasn't a possibility. It was real. And they had just found it. His first command. His first mission. And already, the ocean was revealing its secrets. He thought of his crew, sleeping in their bunks, unaware of what lurked in the darkness ahead. He thought of the promise he'd made, to bring them back together. "Navigation," he said quietly, "adjust course. I want a wide arc around that structure. Maximum stealth protocols. We're not ready for this. Not yet." "Aye, Captain," the navigation officer acknowledged. But as the Ryujin began its slow turn, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't the hunters anymore. Out there, in the crushing dark, something had just become aware of them. Something that shouldn't exist. And somewhere deep in the abyss, lights were turning on. Chapter 3, The Call of the Ocean. 3 days had passed since they spotted the structure. 3 days of silent running, of passive observation, of Izuku lying awake in his cramped captain's quarters while the weight of the ocean pressed down on everything he thought he knew about heroism. The Ryujin glided through the darkness like a ghost, her systems barely whispering, her crew moving with the quiet efficiency of people who understood that sound carried in ways light never could down here. The structure haunted him. He'd studied every frame of the optical footage until the images were burned into his memory. The latticework of metal, the soft glow of internal lights, the way it seemed to breathe with the currents. It was too large to be a simple outpost. Too organized to be a temporary shelter. This was a base, a permanent installation, and someone had built it in one of the most inaccessible places on Earth. His notebook, the 8th one now, was filled with diagrams, theories, questions without answers. Who were they? What were they building? How long had they been there? The thermal signature suggested industrial activity, maybe manufacturing or resource extraction. But of what? The deep ocean was rich with rare earth minerals, methane hydrates, elements that could fuel technologies the surface world had barely dreamed of. He closed the notebook and rubbed his eyes. The chronometer on his wall showed 0347 ship's time. He should sleep. They had a mission, monitoring underwater criminal activity, Admiral Sato had said. Not engaging. Not yet. Just watching, learning, building intelligence. But watching felt like cowardice when there was something down here that shouldn't exist. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts. The ship-wide comm, but directed to his quarters specifically. Tanaka's voice, calm but carrying an edge that made Izuku's spine straighten. "Captain to the bridge. We have a situation. The bridge was dim when he arrived, lit only by the soft blue glow of holographic displays. Tanaka stood at the central console, his echolocation quirk likely painting a picture of the surrounding ocean that none of the instruments could match. Ensign Hoshino was there too, her shift rotation apparently coinciding with the alert. She looked pale but focused. "Report," Izuku said, sliding into his command chair. Tanaka didn't turn. Passive sonar picked up distress signals approximately 20 kilometers to our port side. Civilian frequency. Automated emergency beacon from a research vessel, the Kaiko. She's a deep-sea geology platform, operated out of Hokkaido University. Izuku's mind immediately shifted into tactical analysis. What's her position relative to the structure we observed? 12 kilometers due west, Captain. Tanaka finally turned, his expression grim. They're too close. Either they found something, or something found them. The implications hit like a physical blow. If the villains, whoever they were, had detected the Kaiko, if they'd decided to eliminate a potential witness. Izuku was already standing, moving toward the tactical display. Communications. Can we raise them? Ensign Yuki Mori, the communications officer, shook her head. The beacon is automated, sir. No voice or data traffic in the last 6 hours. I've been scanning all frequencies. Nothing. 6 hours. The beacon could have been triggered by any number of emergencies, a hull breach, a fire, a catastrophic systems failure. But the timing, the proximity to the unknown structure. Izuku's gut told him this wasn't an accident. He looked at the tactical display, at the two icons separated by 20 kilometers of crushing darkness. The Ryujin was the only vessel within range. The only hope anyone down here had. XO, what's our current mission parameter? Tanaka's voice was careful. Primary mission, surveillance and intelligence gathering on underwater criminal networks. Secondary, monitoring of deep-sea shipping lanes for illegal activity. Search and rescue is not in our current mandate, Captain. I know what the mandate says. Izuku's voice was quiet, but something in it made the bridge crew still. I'm asking what you think we should do. The silence stretched. On the display, the Kaiko's beacon pulsed steadily, a desperate cry in the darkness. Tanaka met his eyes. Sir, if we break stealth, if we approach that location, we risk exposing the Ryujin in this mission. We don't know what's out there. We don't know if this is a trap. The smart play, the tactical play, is to record the beacon's location, continue our mission, and report it to Surface Command for a follow-up operation. And by the time Surface Command mobilizes, Izuku said slowly, any survivors would be dead. If there are survivors. Yes, sir. That's the calculation. Izuku looked at Hoshino. The young ensign was staring at the display, her hands clenched at her sides. He saw the conflict in her face, the naval training telling her to follow orders, the hero's heart telling her that people were dying. Ensign, he said gently. What do you think? She startled, clearly not expecting to be asked. Captain, She took a breath, steadied herself. Sir, my father was a fisherman. He went out one night and didn't come back. They found his boat 3 days later, drifting. No distress call. No nothing. They said he must have gone overboard in the dark, that there was nothing anyone could have done. Her voice cracked slightly. But I always wondered, what if someone had heard something? What if someone had been close enough to help? What if they'd chosen to come, instead of calculating? The bridge was silent. Even the ever-present hum of the reactor seemed to fade. Izuku nodded slowly. He thought of All Might, of the countless times the symbol of peace had chosen to help when calculation said retreat. He thought of the boy he used to be, the quirkless dreamer who'd run toward danger when everyone else ran away, not because it was smart, but because it was right. XO, he said, and his voice was Captain's now, carrying the weight of command. Set an intercept course for the Kaiko's last known position. Maximum silent speed. I want us there yesterday. Tanaka's expression flickered, concern, respect, resignation, before settling into professional acceptance. Captain. Navigation, you heard him. Plot the course. All hands, prepare for emergency response operations. The bridge came alive around him, the quiet urgency of trained professionals shifting into action. Izuku moved to the communications station. Mori, I want a continuous passive scan of the area. Any active sonar, any engine noise, anything that doesn't belong, I want to know about it before it knows about us. We're going in dark. Yes, Captain. He turned to tactical. Onyx, status on forward weapons. The weapons master's voice came through the calm and ready. All systems green, Captain. Torpedoes armed, countermeasures ready. Just say the word. Word isn't given yet, but stay sharp. He moved to the central display, watching the distance to the Kaiko shrink kilometer by kilometer. The beacon pulsed on the screen, closer now, closer. 20 kilometers became 15, became 10. At this depth, at this speed, they'd be on site in less than 30 minutes. Hoshino, he said quietly, get to damage control. Suit up. If there's a hull breach on that vessel, you're our best hope for getting anyone out alive. She snapped a salute, her earlier uncertainty replaced by focused determination. Yes, Captain. I won't let you down. As she left the bridge, Tanaka moved to stand beside Izuku. Sir, he said quietly, I want the record to show that I advised against this course of action. I know, XO. But I also want you to know that I'm glad you didn't listen. Izuku looked at him, surprised. Tanaka's expression was unreadable, but something in his eyes spoke of old regrets, old choices that still haunted. I've served under captains who always made the smart choice, Tanaka continued. They're still alive. Their crews are still alive. But sometimes I wonder what they left behind in the dark. He paused. You're not that kind of captain. I think that's going to cost us someday. But I also think it's going to save us. Before Izuku could respond, Mori's voice cut through the quiet. Captain, I'm picking up something on passive. Engine noise, approximately 5 kilometers from the Kaiko's position. Bearing, it's moving. Izuku was at her station in 3 strides. What kind of engine? She worked the controls, her brow furrowed. Unfamiliar configuration, sir. Not in our database. But it's small. Submersible sized. And it's heading directly away from the Kaiko. A hit and run. Someone had attacked the research vessel and was now withdrawing. Which meant, active scans, Izuku ordered. Full spectrum. I want to know the status of that ship now. But sir, active scanning will. I know what it will do. Do it. The sonar pulse went out, invisible and silent to human ears, but echoing through the deep like a shout in a cathedral. Seconds passed. The returns came back. The Kaiko was listing heavily to port, her hull breached in at least 3 places. Emergency lights flickered weakly from her forward section. And on the seafloor around her, a debris field was slowly settling into the sediment. But there was something else. Life signs. Faint, but present. At least 4, maybe 5, clustered in what appeared to be an intact compartment near the stern. They're alive, Mori breathed. Captain, they're still alive. Izuku didn't hesitate. Onyx, I want a firing solution on that retreating submersible. Don't engage unless they turn back, but make sure they know we're here. Active ping, full power, directed at their position. Let them feel us watching. The pulse went out, focused and aggressive. On the display, the small contact hesitated for a moment, then accelerated away, its engine note fading into the background noise of the deep. They're running, Tanaka observed. Whoever they are, they don't want to fight. Or they're going to get reinforcements. Izuku turned away from the display. But that's a problem for later. Right now, we have people to save. XO, bring us alongside the Kaiko as close as you can manage. Hoshino, Nakamura, Onyx, I want a rescue party assembled at the forward airlock in 10 minutes. Full dive suits, cutting equipment, medical supplies. We're going in. The rescue operation was chaos disguised as procedure. The Ryujin eased within 50 meters of the crippled research vessel, her maneuvering thrusters firing in precisely calculated bursts to hold position against the deep currents. Through the external cameras, Izuku watched the Kaiko's dying lights flicker and fade. Time was running out. He led the rescue party himself. Nakamura, with his abyssal gills, would handle any unexpected water incursions. Hoshino, her nacre armor already forming across her shoulders and arms, would patch any breaches they encountered. Onyx brought his cannon arms and his 20 years of experience, a quiet wall of lethality at Izuku's back. 3 other crew members completed the team: medical specialists, engineers, people trained to save lives in the most hostile environment on Earth. The forward airlock cycled, and they stepped into the deep. The cold hit first, a biting, all-encompassing cold that no dive suit could fully insulate against. Then the pressure, a constant, squeezing presence that made every movement feel sluggish, waited. Their suit lights cut through the darkness, revealing the Kaiko ahead of them, a twisted ruin of metal and composite, her hull torn open like paper. Nakamura's voice came through the calm and professional. Multiple breach points, Captain. The forward section is completely flooded. But the stern compartment where we detected life signs, it's still intact. Emergency bulkheads held. Then that's where we go. Izuku kicked toward the vessel, his movements awkward in the unfamiliar suit. One for all pulsed beneath his skin, a reminder that even here, in this crushing darkness, he wasn't powerless. Float could work, even underwater, he'd tested it in the training tank. Not flight, exactly, but a kind of controlled drift, a resistance to the pressure that wanted to pull him down. They reached the hull and began to work. Hoshino's nacre formed temporary seals around their entry point, creating a dry bubble where they could cut through. Onyx's cannon arms transformed into cutting torches, their plasma beams hissing against the metal. Nakamura monitored the structural integrity, his gills fluttering as he sensed the water around them, the currents, the subtle shifts that preceded collapse. The compartment was dark when they broke through. Emergency lights had failed. Their suit beams swept across the interior, revealing bodies, 4 of them, huddled together in the corner, their faces pale and terrified in the sudden light. JMSDF. Izuku called out, the words strange in his mouth but necessary. We're here to help. Is anyone injured? A woman, the captain, judging by her insignia, struggled to her feet. We didn't think anyone heard. The attack, it came so fast. They didn't even give us a chance to surrender. Who attacked you? Onyx's voice was hard. I don't know. A submersible, unlike anything I've ever seen. It just opened fire. No warning, no communication. They targeted our propulsion and life support first. They wanted us dead, but they wanted us to die slowly. Izuku's jaw tightened. This wasn't simple piracy or territorial aggression. This was something else. Something colder. Get them to the Ryujin, he ordered. Nakamura, Hoshino, you're on extraction duty. Onyx, with me. I want to see what they were protecting. The captain grabbed his arm. The core samples. They took them. Before they attacked, they docked with us. Said they were conducting a safety inspection. We let them aboard, they had proper credentials, everything. Then they took our sample storage and left. 10 minutes later, they started shooting. What kind of samples? Deep sediment cores from the Coral Trench. We were mapping methane hydrate deposits for a university consortium. But there was something else, something we weren't supposed to find. Her voice dropped. Artifacts. Man-made artifacts, buried under 3 meters of sediment at a depth of 4,000 meters. They can't be more than 50 years old, but the sedimentation rate doesn't make sense. Someone put them there recently, but they look ancient. We were bringing them up for analysis when the submersible arrived. Artifacts. At the bottom of the ocean. Near a hidden villain base. Izuku's mind raced through the implications, connecting dots that shouldn't connect. The artifacts, he said urgently. Did you get any readings? Any data? At all? The captain nodded weakly. It's in our systems. If they're still functioning. Onyx was already moving toward the ship's computer core, his cannon arms retracting into something approximating human hands. I'll get what I can, Captain. But we need to move. That submersible that ran, it could be back with friends. He was right. Every second they stayed was a risk. But the data, if it could tell them what the villains were after, what they were willing to kill for. 5 minutes, Izuku decided. Then we're gone, with or without the files. They made it in 4. Onyx emerged from the wreckage with a data drive clutched in his massive hand, just as Nakamura's voice crackled through the comm. Captain, multiple contacts on passive. Bearing 270, range increasing but they're heading this way. At least 3 vessels, possibly more. Military configuration. The reinforcements had arrived. Everyone back to the Ryujin. Now. They moved, dragging the rescued researchers through the water, Hoshino's nacre forming protective bubbles around the ones who couldn't swim. The Ryujin's airlock opened before them, and they tumbled inside, shedding water and pressure suits in a chaos of relief and urgency. Izuku was the last one through. As the inner door sealed and the chamber began to pressurize, he felt the vibration through the hull. Active sonar, searching, finding. Tanaka, he said into his comm, they know we're here. Get us out. Emergency deep, maximum silent speed. I want us in the trench shadows before they can get a firing solution. Captain. Hold on. The Ryujin lurched as her propulsion systems kicked in, the fusion core surging to life. Through the hull, Izuku felt the deep groan of the vessel protesting the sudden acceleration, the shift in pressure as they dove deeper, seeking the safety of the abyssal plains. On the bridge, the tactical display showed the 3 contacts spreading out, searching. Torpedoes, if they had them, would be armed and ready. One wrong move, one acoustic signature that stood out from the background noise, and they'd be fighting for their lives in a place where fighting meant dying. Stealth systems at maximum, Tanaka reported. They're painting us with active sonar, but we're absorbing most of it. If we can reach the thermal layer ahead, we'll lose them. How long? 3 minutes at current speed. Assuming they don't get lucky. 3 minutes. 180 seconds. An eternity in the deep. Izuku watched the display, his hands gripping the arms of his chair hard enough to leave marks. The researchers were being tended to in the medical bay. The data drive was safe in Onyx's custody. They had what they came for. All they had to do now was survive. The first torpedo launch showed on the display as a streak of heat, a sudden bloom of energy from one of the pursuing vessels. Izuku's heart stopped. Countermeasures, he ordered, his voice impossibly calm. Decoys, full spread. And give me evasive, Tanaka. Everything we have. The Ryujin twisted in the water, her organic hull flexing in ways that no conventional submarine could match. Decoys streamed from her launchers, creating phantom targets for the torpedo-seeking systems. The weapon hesitated, confused, then committed to one of the fakes. The explosion was distant but unmistakable, a rumble through the water that shook the Ryujin like a passing storm. They bought it, Mori breathed. Captain, they bought it. But on the display, the other two vessels were still searching, still hunting. And the thermal layer was still a minute away. Another torpedo launch. Then another. Two streaks of death, converging on their position. Evasive isn't enough, Tanaka said, his voice tight. Captain, they've bracketed us. If we don't do something, one of those is going to find us. Izuku's mind was a blur of calculations, possibilities, options. Fight, but they were outnumbered and outgunned in an environment that favored the hunters. Run, but there was nowhere to run fast enough. Hide. The thermal layer, he said suddenly. It's not just a shield. It's a weapon. Onyx, can you target that layer? Create a disturbance, something that will disrupt their sonar. A pause. Then Onyx's voice, grim and admiring. I can try, Captain. My cannon arms can generate a plasma pulse. If I aim it just right, it'll superheat a column of water, create a thermal barrier that'll blind them for seconds. Maybe minutes. Do it. The Ryujin shuddered as Onyx fired, not a torpedo, but something far stranger. A beam of superheated plasma lanced from the vessel's hull, striking the thermal layer ahead of them and creating an instant zone of turbulent, boiling water. The effect on the enemy sonar was immediate. Their active pings scattered, distorted, returned nothing but noise. Now, Tanaka. Full speed. Through the gap. The Ryujin shot forward, riding the edge of the thermal disturbance, slipping through a window of chaos that closed behind them like a door. On the display, the pursuing vessels hesitated, their sensors blind, their targets vanished into the abyss. 30 seconds passed. A minute. 2. They're breaking off, Mori reported, disbelief in her voice. They're heading back to the structure. They've lost us. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The bridge was silent, everyone processing what had just happened. They'd gone in against orders, rescued civilians, stolen enemy data, and escaped a superior force through sheer audacity. And somewhere in the darkness behind them, a villain organization now knew that someone was watching. Tanaka turned to face him, his expression unreadable. Captain, he said quietly, that was either the bravest thing I've ever seen, or the stupidest. I haven't decided which. Izuku managed a weak smile. Can it be both? It usually is. Tanaka's lips twitched. But for what it's worth, Captain. I'm glad we went in. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Izuku looked at the tactical display, at the empty water behind them, at the unknown darkness ahead. They'd saved lives today. They'd learned things they weren't supposed to know. And they'd made enemies they couldn't yet comprehend. The call of the ocean, he was learning, wasn't just a whisper of mystery and adventure. It was a demand, a challenge, a promise of dangers yet to come. He stood slowly, his body aching with exhaustion and adrenaline. Maintain course for our original patrol route, he ordered. I want a full analysis of that data drive within the hour. And someone get me a line to Admiral Sato. She needs to know what we found. As the bridge crew moved to comply, Izuku walked to the observation port, a small window in the captain's private quarters, looking out into the endless dark. The abyss stretched before him, cold and vast and full of secrets. Somewhere out there, the enemy was regrouping. Somewhere out there, answers waited. And somewhere in the depths of his own heart, Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, felt the call of the ocean more clearly than ever before. It was calling him deeper. Chapter 4, Bonds of the Crew. The data drive from the Kaiko yielded 47 gigabytes of information, and Izuku read every byte. He read it in his quarters, the soft blue light of his personal display casting shadows across his exhausted face. He read it in the galley, ignoring the concerned looks from crew members who watched their captain subsist on cold coffee and protein bars. He read it during off-watch hours when he should have been sleeping, his eyes burning, his mind racing through implications that grew more disturbing with each revelation. The artifacts were real. The core samples had contained fragments of worked metal, titanium alloys with molecular structures that shouldn't exist, circuitry patterns that predated human civilization by millennia according to initial dating, but showed signs of recent manufacture. It was impossible. It was contradictory. And it was exactly the kind of puzzle that had always consumed him, back in the days when he filled notebooks with hero analyses instead of tactical assessments of underwater threats. But now the puzzles had teeth. He was on his third cup of coffee at 0600 when a soft knock interrupted his reading. He looked up to find Lieutenant Nakamura in the doorway, his gills fluttering slightly, a sign of agitation Izuku had learned to recognize. "Captain, may I have a word?" "Of course. Come in." Nakamura stepped inside, his bulk somehow making the small quarters feel even smaller. He was a big man, built for the deep, with the kind of quiet intensity that came from years of working in environments where mistakes meant death. His eyes, pale gray, adapted for low-light conditions, studied Izuku with an expression that was difficult to read. "I've been watching you, Captain," Nakamura said. 3 days since the rescue. You've barely slept. You've barely eaten. The crew is starting to worry." Izuku blinked, genuinely surprised. "I'm fine, Lieutenant. There's just a lot to process." "There's always a lot to process." Nakamura's voice was calm but firm. "That's the nature of command. But a captain who doesn't take care of himself is a captain who makes mistakes. And down here, mistakes kill." The words were blunt, almost insubordinate. But there was no hostility in them, only concern, hard-earned and honestly offered. Izuku set down his tablet, really looking at the man before him for the first time in days. "You're right," he admitted. I've been running on adrenaline. Old habit from my hero days. There was always another fight, always another crisis. I forgot that down here, the crisis doesn't end when the fighting stops." Nakamura nodded slowly. "The ocean doesn't care about your habits, Captain. It cares about your focus. And right now, your focus is scattered across 47 gigabytes of data instead of on the people who need you to be present." It was a rebuke, delivered gently. Izuku felt the truth of it settle into his bones like the pressure of the deep. "What do you suggest, Lieutenant?" A flicker of something, approval, maybe, crossed Nakamura's face. "Come to the galley. Eat a real meal. Talk to the crew. Let them see you as something other than the man in the captain's chair." He paused. "They need to know you're human, sir. They need to know that the weight you're carrying is the same weight they're carrying. Shared burden is the only kind that doesn't crush you down here." The galley was small by surface standards, a compact space with 2 long tables, a food service counter, and walls covered in soft, sound-absorbing material that made conversations feel intimate rather than cramped. When Izuku walked in with Nakamura, the low hum of talk faltered for a moment, then resumed, but differently. More careful, more aware. He saw Ensign Hoshino at one table, picking at a tray of food with the enthusiasm of someone eating because she had to, not because she wanted to. Chief Onyx sat alone at the far end, a massive mug of something steaming in his cannon hands, which had shifted into a configuration that allowed him to hold it without crushing it. Ensign Mori was deep in conversation with 2 other bridge crew, there. Voices hushed but animated. Izuku got a tray. Real food, not the emergency rations he'd been surviving on. Rice, fish, vegetables prepared by the galley's chef with her quirk-enhanced flavors. He sat down across from Hoshino without asking permission. "Ensign, mind if I join you?" She looked up, startled, then quickly shook her head. "No, Captain. Please. I mean, yes, please sit." He did, and for a moment they ate in awkward silence. Then he set down his chopsticks and looked at her directly. "How are you doing, really?" The question seemed to catch her off guard. She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. I don't know, sir. I thought I would feel different after the rescue. After saving people. But I just feel tired. And scared. And I don't know why." Izuku nodded slowly. "Fear doesn't go away just because you did something brave. Sometimes it gets worse. Because now you know what's at stake. Now you know what can happen." She looked at him with something like gratitude. "Is that how you feel? After all the battles you've been in?" He thought about it. Really thought about it. "Yes," he said finally. "Every time. The fear doesn't go away. But it changes. It becomes a companion. A reminder that what I'm doing matters. The day I stop being afraid is the day I stop caring about the people I'm trying to protect." Across the galley, he noticed Onyx watching them. The big man's expression was unreadable, but he hadn't looked away since Izuku sat down. Hoshino followed his gaze. Chief Onyx doesn't talk much, she said quietly. I've tried. He just looks at me. Like he's waiting for something. Maybe he is, Izuku said. Maybe we all are. He finished his meal, the first proper one in days, and stood. But instead of returning to his quarters, he walked to Onyx's table and sat down across from him without asking. The weapons master raised an eyebrow but said nothing. You've been watching me, Izuku said. Since the rescue. Since before the rescue. I'd like to know why. Onyx set down his mug. The sound was soft, but in the quiet galley, it carried. Because I'm trying to figure out if you're real. I'm not sure what that means. It means I've served under a lot of captains. Good ones, bad ones, ones who talked about honor and duty and then left men to die when the calculations said it was cheaper to cut losses. His voice was a low rumble, rough with years and something harder. You went back for those researchers. Risked the ship, the mission, everything. Not because it was smart. Because it was right. Yes. And you haven't once talked about it. Haven't held it over anyone's head. Haven't used it to justify your command. Onyx leaned forward slightly. That's not normal, Captain. That's not how most people in charge operate. Izuku met his gaze steadily. I'm not most people. I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to be the kind of leader I needed when I was starting out. The kind who sees you as a person, not a tool. Something shifted in Onyx's expression. It was small, a softening around the eyes, a slight relaxation in his massive shoulders, but Izuku caught it. I had a captain once, Onyx said quietly. Early in my career. Good man. Fair man. He went down with his ship during a training exercise gone wrong. Could have gotten out. Chose to stay behind to make sure the escape pods launched properly. He paused. I think about him a lot. Wondering what he'd think of me now. Wondering if I've become the kind of soldier he'd be proud of. What do you think he'd say? Onyx was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. It was a small thing, barely a curve of his lips, but it transformed his weathered face. I think he'd say I'm still trying. And that's enough. The next few days settled into a rhythm. Izuku made a point of being present, eating meals in the galley, walking through the engineering spaces, stopping to ask questions and actually listen to the answers. He learned that Ensign Mori had a younger sister who was training to be a hero, that Lieutenant Nakamura had once spent 72 hours trapped in an underwater cave and still had nightmares about it, that the ship's cook, a woman named Haruka Sato, no relation to the admiral, had a quirk that could make military rations taste like home but couldn't do anything about the loneliness of being weeks away from anyone she loved. He learned their stories, their fears, their hopes, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, they began to trust him. But trust wasn't the only thing growing in the depths. On the fourth day after the rescue, Tanaka called him to the bridge with an urgency that made Izuku's stomach clench. But when he arrived, the XO's expression wasn't alarm, it was something closer to wonder. Captain, you need to see this. The main display showed a sonar rendering of the ocean ahead. Among the familiar contours of the seafloor, something was moving. Not a vessel, too large, too organic. A school of whales, perhaps, or biosignatures, Tanaka said, answering his unspoken question. Dozens of them. But not whales, Captain. Look closer. The image sharpened, and Izuku's breath caught. They were creatures he'd never seen before, never imagined. Bioluminescent, their bodies trailing light like living comets. Massive, some as large as the Ryujin herself. And they were moving with purpose, with intelligence, their formations shifting in patterns that suggested communication, coordination. What are they? Tanaka shook his head slowly. Unknown, sir. No records of anything like this in any database. They're new. Or they've been hiding. Either way, we've found something that shouldn't exist. The words echoed Izuku's thoughts about the artifacts, about the villain base, about everything they'd encountered since descending into the deep. The ocean was full of secrets, and it was giving them up one by one. Maintain course, he ordered. Passive observation only. I want to know everything about these creatures, where they're going, what they're doing, how they're communicating. For hours, the Ryujin shadowed the bioluminescent migration, her systems running silent, her crew watching with a mixture of scientific wonder and primal awe. The creatures paid them no attention, or if they did, they showed no sign. They swam with a grace that no human vessel could match, their lights pulsing in rhythms that felt almost like language. Nakamura joined Izuku at the observation port, his gills fluttering with excitement. "Captain, if we could understand them, if we could learn to communicate." "I know." Izuku's voice was soft. "It would change everything. Not just for us, but for humanity's understanding of this world." But even as he spoke, a darker thought surfaced. If these creatures existed, if they were intelligent, what did the villain organization know about them? Had they encountered them, studied them, hunted them? The questions had no answers. Not yet. That night, if night meant anything at this depth, at this distance from the sun, Izuku found himself unable to sleep. He wandered the ship, his footsteps silent on the deck plates, until he reached the forward observation deck. The same place where he'd found Hoshino on their first day. She was there again. But this time, she wasn't alone. Nakamura stood beside her, his bulk a comforting presence in the dim light. Onyx was there too, leaning against the bulkhead, his cannon arms relaxed at his sides. And Mori. And 3 others from the bridge crew. They were all staring out at the darkness, at the faint trails of light still visible from the passing migration. Hoshino turned as he entered. "Captain. We couldn't sleep either." He moved to join them, finding a space at the transparent hull. The view was mesmerizing, an endless expanse of black, punctuated by the occasional flicker of bioluminescence from creatures too small to see, too distant to identify. "It's beautiful," Mori whispered. "And terrifying. I keep thinking about how far down we are. How much pressure is out there. How easy it would be to just be crushed. But we're not," Nakamura said quietly. "We're here. We're together. And that matters." Onyx grunted. "Never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad I'm not alone down here. The deep does things to your head. Makes you think thoughts you don't want to think." He glanced at Izuku. "Makes you wonder if anyone would notice if you just stopped." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Izuku looked at his crew, at these people he'd known for less than a month, but who had already become something more than subordinates. They were his responsibility. His family, in a way he hadn't expected. "I would notice," he said simply. "Every single one of you. I would notice, and I would carry you with me for the rest of my life. That's not a burden, it's an honor." No one spoke. But in the dim light, Izuku saw Hoshino's eyes glisten. Saw Nakamura's gills flutter with something that might have been emotion. Saw Onyx look away, his jaw tight. They stood there for a long time, watching the darkness, sharing the weight of the deep. The next morning, Tanaka woke him with news. "Captain, we've received a priority message from Admiral Sato. Encrypted, highest classification. She wants a full briefing on the Kaiko incident and the artifact data. And she's sending reinforcements." Izuku sat up, instantly alert. "Reinforcements? A specialized maritime hero unit. They'll rendezvous with us in 3 days at coordinates she's provided. Apparently, Surface Command has decided that whatever we've found is worth committing serious resources to." It was good news, validation that their actions had been noticed, that the threat was being taken seriously. But something in Tanaka's tone made Izuku pause. "What aren't you telling me, XO?" Tanaka hesitated. "The hero unit, it's being led by someone you know, Captain. Someone from your UA days." A chill ran down Izuku's spine. "Who?" "Katsuki Bakugo." The name hit like a physical blow. "Kachan. Here. In the deep." Tanaka must have seen something in his expression, because he added quickly, "I can request a different assignment, Captain. If having him aboard would compromise your command." "No." Izuku cut him off, his voice firmer than he felt. "No, if Bakugo is coming, it's because he's the best person for the job. That's how he's always been. That's how he'll always be." He took a breath, steadying himself. "Prepare a full briefing package. I want to be ready when they arrive." Tanaka nodded and left. Izuku sat in the darkness of his quarters, his mind racing. Kachan. After everything, the rivalry, the reconciliation, the war, they had found their way to something like friendship. Something like respect. But that had been on the surface, under the sun, with solid ground beneath their feet. Down here, in the crushing dark, with lives depending on every decision. He didn't know if their bond would hold. He didn't know if it would break. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty: when Bakugo arrived, everything would change. 3 days passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Izuku threw himself into the work, analyzing the artifact data, refining tactical protocols, running drill after drill until his crew could respond to any emergency in their sleep. The routine kept him focused, kept him from dwelling on what was coming. But at night, alone in his quarters, the thoughts crept in. He remembered their first meeting, back when they were children. Bakugo's explosion, his own tears, the beginning of a dynamic that would define both their lives. He remembered the sports festival, the battle that had tested them both. He remembered Kamino, the desperation, the rescue. And he remembered the war, fighting side by side against all for one, trusting each other with their lives, their quirks, their futures. Bakugo had changed. They both had. But some things, Izuku suspected, would never change. The competitive fire. The refusal to back down. The way Bakugo looked at him, not with the old contempt, but with something sharper, more complicated. The day of the rendezvous arrived. The Ryujin rose from the depths, her ascent gradual, controlled. The surface, when it finally appeared on the external cameras, was blinding. Izuku had forgotten how bright the world could be. How warm. The support vessel was already there, a massive transport ship designed to carry hero teams and their equipment. As the Ryujin broke the surface, Izuku watched through the periscope feed as a small launch detached from the transport and sped toward them. 4 figures aboard. He recognized them all. Bakugo first, unmistakable even at this distance, his posture aggressive, his hair catching the wind. Behind him, a woman with deep blue skin and webbed hands, a maritime specialist, probably. A tall man with the look of a rescue hero, calm and capable. And finally, Izuku's breath caught. Shoto Todoroki. Half his face shaded by red hair, the other half white. Calm as always, but with a tension in his shoulders that Izuku recognized. He was here. They were both here. The launch docked with the Ryujin's exterior hatch. The airlock cycled. And then they were aboard, stepping into the submarine, into Izuku's world, trailing surface air and sunlight and memories. Bakugo was the first through the hatch. His crimson eyes swept the compartment, taking in everything, missing nothing. When they landed on Izuku, something flickered in them: recognition, assessment, and something softer that vanished almost instantly. Deku. His voice was the same, rough, aggressive, impossible to mistake. You look like shit. Izuku felt a smile tug at his lips despite everything. Kachan. You look like you haven't changed at all. TCH. Bakugo looked away, but not before Izuku caught the ghost of a smirk. Save the reunion crap for later. We've got work to do. Todoroki stepped forward then, his heterochromatic eyes warm. Izuku. It's good to see you. The simple words, the familiar voice, it broke something in Izuku's chest. He crossed the distance between them and pulled Shoto into a hug, surprising them both. For a moment, Shoto stood rigid. Then his arms came up, returning the embrace. It's good to see you too, Izuku murmured. Both of you. I didn't realize how much I needed. Yeah, emotional moment, very touching. Bakugo's voice was rough, but when Izuku looked, he saw the big man's jaw was tight. We're here now. So stop moping and start briefing us on whatever the hell you found down here. Izuku stepped back, composing himself. Around them, his crew watched with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. New people, new dynamics, new complications. Right, he said, his captain's voice settling into place. Follow me. There's a lot to cover, and not much time. As they walked through the Ryujin's corridors, Bakugo's eyes never stopped moving, analyzing, cataloging, preparing. Todoroki walked in silence, but Izuku felt his presence like a steady flame, warm and reassuring. They reached the briefing room. The data was ready. The maps were displayed. The enemy was waiting. And for the first time since descending into the deep, Izuku felt like he wasn't alone. The bonds of the crew had grown stronger. And now, new bonds were forming, bonds that would be tested in ways none of them could imagine. The ocean was calling. And this time, they would answer together. Chapter 5, Sudden Turbulence. The briefing room was cramped with 5 people in it, but no one complained. Izuku stood at the holographic display, the artifact data rotating slowly in blue-tinted light, While Bakugo leaned against the bulkhead with his arms crossed, Todoroki sat calmly in one of the few chairs, and the two new heroes, Blue Shift and Rescue, listened from the back. The artifacts don't make sense, Izuku admitted, tapping the display to cycle through images. The alloy composition is decades ahead of anything we can produce, but the sedimentation patterns suggest they've been on the ocean floor for at least 50 years. Either our dating methods are wrong, or someone built this technology in secret, decades ago, and then buried it. Bakugo snorted. Or the villains have been playing a long game. Building shit in the deep where no one could find it. That's the working theory. Izuku zoomed in on a fragment, a piece of circuitry that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. But it's not just technology. There's something else. The researchers who found these also detected energy readings. Residual, like echoes. Whatever these things are, they were powered by something we don't understand. Todoroki spoke for the first time. Could it be quirk-related? Someone with a creation quirk building things down here over decades. Possible. But the scale. Izuku shook his head. The structure we saw was massive. To build something like that in secret, with no surface support, no supply lines, it would require resources we can't explain. Blue Shift, her hero name was apt, her skin the color of deep ocean water, leaned forward. Captain, my quirk lets me sense pressure variations across vast distances. If there's activity down there, I can help track it. But I'll need to be in the water. Outside the sub, Izuku considered. That's risky. The pressure at those depths. I'm built for it. She smiled, revealing teeth that were slightly pointed, adapted. Literally. My body's been modified by my quirk over years of training. I can handle more than most submarines. Rescue, his actual name was Daiki Nakamura, no relation to Jiro, spoke quietly. I'm here for the survivors, Captain. If we go into combat, my quirk lets me create emergency shelters, stabilize injuries, buy time until extraction. I won't be on the front lines, but I'll be wherever people need me. Izuku nodded, filing the information away. 2 new assets. 2 new people to protect, to coordinate, to trust. Bakugo pushed off the bulkwall. Enough talk. When do we move? Not yet. Izuku's voice was firm. We have incomplete intelligence, unknown enemy capabilities, and a crew that's still integrating new members. We move when I'm certain we're ready. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Tanaka's voice crackled through the ship-wide comm. Captain to the bridge. Urgent. They moved. The bridge was tense when Izuku arrived, Tanaka standing at the tactical display with an expression that made Izuku's stomach drop. What is it? Sonar picked up something unusual, sir. At first we thought it was geological, a landslide, maybe, or a volcanic vent opening. But the pattern's wrong. He expanded the display. It's rhythmic, pulsing, like something is breathing. Izuku studied the readouts. The energy signatures were unlike anything in the databases, low-frequency oscillations that seemed to resonate through the water, through the hull, through his bones. Source. Approximately 40 kilometers east-southeast. Near the edge of the trench where we spotted the structure. Tanaka's voice was carefully controlled. Captain, if this is what I think it is. It's a weapon. Bakugo had followed them onto the bridge, Todoroki close behind. The crew stiffened at the unauthorized presence, but Izuku waved them down. Some kind of sonic weapon. They're testing it. How can you be sure? Izuku asked. I'm not. But it fits. Bakugo's jaw was tight. Villains with resources, building in secret, developing tech no one's seen. What's the first thing they do? Find a way to kill heroes before we can get close. Todoroki moved to another display, his quick flaring briefly as he generated a thermal reading. The water temperature near the source is elevated. Not much, but consistently. Whatever's making that pulse is generating heat. Izuku's mind raced through possibilities, tactics, responses. A sonic weapon at this depth would be devastating, capable of cracking hulls, disrupting quirk usage, killing crew members through resonance alone. If the villains had developed such a thing, the Ryujin was vulnerable. But if they were testing it, they might not be ready for a full-scale engagement. Might not expect anyone to respond. Helm, he said quietly, bring us to silent running. I want every non-essential system offline. We're going to get closer. Tanaka's head snapped toward him. Captain, if that is a weapon, approaching it directly. We're not approaching directly. We're approaching carefully. Izuku met his XO's eyes. We need to know what we're facing. If we run now, we're blind forever. If we get close, we learn. And knowledge is the only advantage we have. A long moment. Then Tanaka nodded. Aye, Captain. Silent running. All hands, brace for depth change. The Ryujin seemed to hold its breath around them. Lights dimmed. Systems powered down. The ever-present hum of the reactor faded to a whisper. They drifted through the darkness, a ghost carried by currents, leaving no trace of their passage. The approach took 3 hours. 3 hours of silence so complete that Izuku could hear his own heartbeat. 3 hours of watching the tactical display, the pulsing signature growing slowly closer, more defined. 3 hours of waiting for the moment when the enemy would detect them, when the weapon would turn in their direction, when everything would end. Bakugo stood beside him the entire time, saying nothing. His presence was strange, not comforting, exactly, but grounding. A reminder of surface things. Of battles won. At the 3-hour mark, the pulse stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. Izuku's hands gripped the arms of his chair, knuckles white. Report, he whispered. Tanaka's voice was equally quiet. Source has gone dark. No emissions, no thermal signature, nothing. It's like it vanished. Or like it's waiting. Bakugo's eyes were scanning the displays, missing nothing. They know we're here. How? We're running silent. They don't need sonar to know. Bakugo's voice was hard. If they built that thing, they built sensors to match. We're inside their net. Have been since we started moving. Izuku wanted to argue, but the logic was inescapable. The villains had been operating in the deep for years, maybe decades. They knew this environment better than any surface force ever could. If they had detection systems, the Ryujin would be visible the moment it entered their territory. Which meant, all hands, battle stations. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. Onyx, arm. All forward tubes. Blue shift, prepare for possible external deployment. Everyone else, brace for impact. The words were barely out of his mouth when the first wave hit. It wasn't an explosion. It wasn't a torpedo. It was sound, pure, focused, devastating sound that drove into the Ryujin like a physical force. Alarms screamed. Lights flickered. Izuku felt his teeth rattle in his skull, felt his vision blur, felt One for All surge instinctively in response to the assault. Evasive. He shouted over the chaos. Take us deep, now. The Ryujin dove, her hull groaning under the combined stress of pressure and attack. The sonic pulses came in waves, rhythmic, methodical, designed to find weaknesses and exploit them. On the damage control display, Izuku saw systems failing across the ship. Communications down. Navigation compromised. The port ballast tank was taking on water. Hoshino. He called into the comm. Get to the port ballast, now. Nakamura, support her. Everyone else, hold on. The ship shuddered again, harder this time. On the bridge, a console exploded in sparks, sending crew members diving for cover. Tanaka was thrown from his station, landing hard against the bulkhead. Bakugo caught him before he could fall further, setting him on his feet with a roughness that was almost gentle. We can't take much more of this, Bakugo growled. Deku, Captain, whatever you're going to do it now. Izuku's mind was a hurricane of calculations. The weapon was too far to engage directly. Their own weapons were useless against a sonic source they couldn't see. Running wasn't working, the pulses followed them, adjusted to their movements. Which meant they had to change the game. Blue shift, he called. Can you get to that source? Disable it from the outside. A pause. Then her voice, calm despite everything. I can try, Captain. But I'll need cover. Once I'm out there, I'm exposed. If they have point defense, they'll have point defense. Izuku was already turning to Onyx. Chief, I need you to make some noise. Draw their fire. Give her a window. Onyx's cannon arms shifted, primed, ready. How much noise, Captain? All of it. The next 30 seconds were chaos and courage intertwined. Blue shift cycled through the airlock, her body adapting instantly to the pressure, the cold, the crushing dark. Outside the Ryujin, she was a ghost, her blue skin blending with the water, her quirk allowing her to sense the pressure waves that guided the enemy's fire. Behind her, the Ryujin erupted. Onyx's cannons fired in sequence, sending a barrage of torpedoes not at the enemy, but into the water around them. Each detonation created a shockwave, a distortion, a chaos of sound and pressure that confused the enemy's targeting systems. The sonic pulses wavered, lost focus, searched blindly for a target that kept moving, kept shifting. Izuku watched from the bridge, his heart in his throat. On the display, Blue Shift's tiny signature moved through the chaos, impossibly small, impossibly vulnerable. Every second she was out there was a second she could die. "Come on," he whispered. "Come on." The enemy source was visible now, a massive structure anchored to the seafloor, bristling with emitters that pulsed with malevolent light. It was beautiful in its horror, a monument to hatred and ambition built in the one place no one thought to look. Blue Shift approached from below, using the structure's own bulk as cover. Her pressure sense guided her to the weakest point, a junction of power conduits, unprotected, exposed. She struck. Her quirk wasn't combat-oriented, but it didn't need to be. She simply concentrated, focusing the pressure around her into a single point, and released. The effect was catastrophic. The junction exploded, sending a cascade of failures through the structure. The sonic pulses cut off mid-wave, replaced by the deep rumble of implosions, of systems dying, of the abyss reclaiming its own. But even as the enemy weapon died, something else activated. A defense system. Automated, probably, triggered by the attack. Small drones, dozens of them, launched from the dying structure, their sensors locking onto the nearest target. Blue Shift. "Captain." Her voice was sharp with alarm. "They've got me. I can't outrun." "On your 6, Izuku cut in. "We're coming." The Ryujin surged forward, her systems still damaged, her crew still reeling, but her captain unhesitating. Onyx's cannons fired again, picking off drones with precision that bordered on supernatural. Nakamura, in damage control, worked miracles to keep the ship together. Hoshino, in the flooded ballast tank, used her Naker to seal breaches while fighting for breath. And Izuku sat in his chair, calm as still water, coordinating everything. Directing fire. Monitoring life support. Calculating trajectories. Being the anchor his crew needed. They reached Blue Shift just as the last drone detonated against the Ryujin's hull. The impact shook them, but held. The airlock opened. She tumbled inside, gasping, alive. "Get us out of here," Izuku ordered. "Maximum speed. Don't stop until we're clear." The Ryujin fled into the darkness, leaving the ruined weapon behind. But as they ran, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that they'd only won a battle, not the war. The structure was destroyed, but the villains who built it were still out there. Still watching. Still waiting. And they'd just proven that they could be hurt. The aftermath was quiet and exhausted. Medical bay treated minor injuries, cuts, bruises, one case of pressure-induced vertigo that would resolve with rest. Engineering worked around the clock to repair the damage, Nakamura driving his team with quiet intensity. Hoshino, soaked and shivering but alive, emerged from the ballast tank to find the entire bridge crew waiting to applaud. She burst into tears. Izuku found her later, alone in the forward observation deck, staring out at the darkness. He didn't speak, just stood beside her, letting the silence do its work. "I was so scared," she whispered finally. "In the tank, with the water rising, I thought I was going to die. I thought I'd never see the surface again. But you didn't die. No. Because you sent me there. Because you trusted me." She turned to look at him, her eyes red but steady. "Thank you, Captain, for believing I could do it." Izuku shook his head slowly. "I didn't believe because I had to, Ensign. I believed because I'd seen you. I know what you're capable of. You just needed to see it yourself." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, softly, "Is this what it's always like? Being a hero?" He thought about it. About UA, about the wars, about every battle that had carved pieces from his soul and left him changed. "No," he said finally. "Sometimes it's harder. Sometimes it's easier. But it's always worth it. Because of moments like this. Because of people like you." She smiled, small, tired, but real. "I think I understand now. Why you do what you do. Why you keep fighting." "Good." He returned the smile. "Because we're not done yet. Not even close." In his quarters that night, Izuku sat alone with his thoughts and his 7th notebook. The day's events were already transcribed in his careful handwriting, tactical assessments, crew performance notes, lessons learned. But there was one page left blank at the back, reserved for something else. He picked up his pen and wrote. Today, I learned that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision that something else is more important than fear. My crew taught me that. Ensign Hoshino, facing the flood. Blue Shift, volunteering to go into the dark alone. Onyx, fighting until his cannons ran dry. Nakamura, working miracles in engineering. Even Bakugo, standing beside me without hesitation when the world was shaking apart. Asterisk. They are why I fight. They are why I will keep fighting. Not for glory, not for recognition, but for them. For the chance to bring them home. Asterisk. The ocean is vast and dark and full of enemies. But it's also full of light. The light of people who refuse to give up. The light of bonds that grow stronger under pressure. Asterisk. I am their captain. And I will not let them down. Asterisk. He closed the notebook and lay back on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. The Ryujin hummed around him, her repairs ongoing, her crew resting, her mission far from complete. Somewhere in the darkness, the villains were regrouping. Somewhere, new threats were forming. But for now, for this moment, they were safe. They were together. They were alive. And that was enough. The call of the ocean had become a roar. But Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, was ready to answer. No matter what came next. Chapter 6, The Underwater Threat. The days following the sonic weapon attack were filled with repair work, analysis, and a growing sense of unease that Izuku couldn't quite shake. The Ryujin had survived, but the encounter had revealed something terrifying. The villains weren't just operating in the deep, they were actively developing weapons specifically designed to counter heroes. He stood in the briefing room, surrounded by his senior staff and the newly arrived hero team. The holographic display showed everything they knew about the enemy, which wasn't nearly enough. The structure we encountered was one of at least 3, Tanaka reported, his voice grim. Surface intelligence has been analyzing our data, and they've identified similar thermal signatures in 2 other locations. Both within the same trench system, both at extreme depths. Bakugo leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. So they've got a network. Multiple bases, multiple weapons. What else? We don't know. Izuku's admission hung heavy in the air. The sonic weapon was just one component. If they're building that, what else are they building? What other surprises are waiting? Todoroki spoke quietly. The artifacts from the Kaiko, they're connected to this, aren't they? The villains are looking for something. Maybe they already found it. It was the question that had been haunting Izuku since the rescue. The artifacts were old, impossibly old, but their technology was advanced. If the villains had access to that kind of knowledge, if they could replicate it, weaponize it. The researchers who found those artifacts, Izuku said slowly. They were targeted specifically. The villains didn't just attack them, they took the samples. Whatever those artifacts contain, it's valuable enough to kill for. Blue Shift, still recovering from her external mission, spoke from her seat against the wall. Captain, I felt something out there. When I was approaching the weapon. It wasn't just the structure, there was something else. Deeper. Older. Like a pressure shadow, but alive. The room went quiet. A pressure shadow. Nakamura, the rescue hero, leaned forward. That's not possible. Pressure doesn't cast shadows. Not normally. Blue Shift's blue skin seemed to darken with unease. But I've spent my whole life sensing pressure variations. This was different. It was like something was breathing. Moving. But not with mechanics. With intention. Izuku's mind raced through possibilities. A quirk. A creature. Something else entirely. The ocean was vast and mostly unexplored. If the villains had found something down here, something ancient, something powerful. We need more information, he decided. Before we engage anything else, we need to understand what we're facing. Tanaka, can we get satellite coverage of the trench system? Look for surface anomalies, supply routes, anything that might indicate external support. Already requested, Captain. The window is limited, satellite passes are infrequent at these coordinates, but we should have something within 48 hours. Good. In the meantime, I want passive observation of the other 2 sites. No approach, no engagement. Just watch and learn. Bakugo stood abruptly. And if they see us watching, then we adapt. Izuku met his gaze steadily. But we don't start a war we're not ready to finish. For a long moment, Bakugo stared at him. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. But when we do finish it, I'm on point. Wouldn't have it any other way. The next 2 days were the longest of Izuku's life. The Ryujin drifted in near silence at the edge of the trench, her systems running at minimal power, her crew moving like ghosts through her corridors. Every few hours, Tanaka would report new data from the passive scans, small submersibles moving between sites, energy fluctuations that suggested industrial activity, and always, that strange pressure shadow that Blue Shift had detected. It was there, at the edge of every reading. Present but not defined. Real but not explained. On the second night, Izuku found himself unable to sleep. He wandered to the observation deck, expecting to find it empty, and instead found Todoroki staring out at the darkness. Couldn't sleep either? Izuku asked, moving to stand beside him. Todoroki shook his head slightly. The cold down here, it's different from my ice. It's empty. Dead. My ice has life in it, somehow. Energy. This is just absence. Izuku considered that. I've been thinking about what Blue Shift said. About something alive down here. What if the cold isn't empty? What if we just can't see what's in it? Then we're blind. Todoroki's voice was quiet. Fighting an enemy we can't see, in an environment we don't understand. That's not a battle, it's a massacre waiting to happen. You don't have much faith in us. I have faith in you. Todoroki turned to look at him, his heterochromatic eyes serious. I always have. But faith doesn't stop torpedoes. Faith doesn't protect against weapons we've never seen. We need more than belief, Izuku. We need answers. Izuku nodded slowly. Then we get answers. Tomorrow, we move closer to the second site. We observe, we analyze, and we find out what we're dealing with. And if they detect us, then we hope faith is enough. The second site was different from the first. Where the sonic weapon structure had been aggressive, bristling with emitters and defenses, this one was subtle. It hugged the seafloor, its contours designed to blend with the natural geology, its emissions minimal. If the Ryujin hadn't known where to look, they would have passed within kilometers without noticing. It's a factory, Onyx breathed, studying the optical feed. Look at the thermal patterns, smelting, refining, assembly. They're building something down here. Lots of somethings. The display showed a sprawling complex of interconnected domes and tunnels, lit by the eerie glow of industrial processes. Submersibles moved between sections like worker bees, carrying materials, components, finished products. It was a city, hidden in the abyss. How many? Izuku asked. Tanaka's voice was tight. Based on the heat signatures and movement patterns, at least 200 individuals, Captain. Maybe more. This isn't an outpost, it's a full-scale operation. 200 villains. In a fortified base, at crushing depth, with unknown weapons and unknown capabilities. The Ryujin carried a crew of 23, plus the 4 heroes. The math was not encouraging. We need to know what they're building, Izuku said. Can we get closer? Optical only, no active scans. Risky, Captain. Their patrol patterns are irregular, we can't predict when a submersible might pass close enough to detect us. Then we wait. We watch. We learn their patterns, their weaknesses, their schedules. And when we have enough information, we report back to Surface Command and let them decide the next move. Bakugo made a sound of disgust. Report back, while they build whatever the hell they're building. That's not strategy, that's cowardice. It's called not getting our people killed. Izuku's voice was sharp. I know you're used to charging in, Kachan. I know you've won battles through sheer force. But down here, force isn't enough. Down here, we need to be smart. We need to be patient. And we need to be alive when the real fight starts. The words hung in the air. Bakugo's jaw worked, but he said nothing. Todoroki spoke into the silence. He's right, Katsuki. We can't win this by ourselves. But we can gather intelligence that lets the surface forces win. That's not cowardice, that's strategy. For a long moment, Bakugo stared at them both. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. But when the intel is gathered, I'm leading the assault. No arguments. Wouldn't dream of it. They watched for 16 hours. The patrol patterns emerged, regular circuits of the complex, submersibles moving in predictable routes with predictable intervals. The factory processes became clearer, assembly lines, quality control checks, finished products being moved to a storage area. And the products themselves. They're drones, Onyx said, his voice barely a whisper. Combat drones. Look at the configuration, weapons mounts, propulsion systems, armor plating. They're building an army. The display showed rows of completed units, lined up in the darkness like sleeping soldiers. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. When they finish, Izuku calculated, they'll have enough to overwhelm any surface response. These things can operate at any depth, can strike anywhere. Shipping lanes, coastal cities, underwater infrastructure, nothing will be safe. Tanaka's face was pale. Captain, we have to stop this. Now. Before they complete production. Stop them how? We're one submarine against a fortified base with unknown defenses. Even if we somehow succeeded, the cost would be catastrophic. Then what do we do? Izuku stared at the display, at the rows of drones, at the enemy preparing for a war the surface didn't even know was coming. And slowly, an idea began to form. We don't stop them, he said. We redirect them. Everyone turned to stare. Explain, Bakugo demanded. These drones, they're built for combat. Which means they need to be tested. Calibrated. Programmed with targeting data. And the best way to do that is with live exercises. Izuku's mind was racing now, connecting dots. What if we give them a target? Something that looks valuable, looks vulnerable, but is actually a trap. Todoroki understood first. A decoy. We lure them out, engage them on our terms, and destroy as many as possible before they can return to base. Exactly. We can't assault the factory, but we can thin their forces. Buy time for Surface Command to mobilize a real response. Onyx was already calculating. If we use the Ryujin as bait, we'd be exposed. Those drones will be armed, probably with the same sonic technology we already faced. One hit could cripple us. Then we don't use the Ryujin as bait. Izuku turned to Blue Shift. How many of those submersibles do you think you could disable? Quietly, without alerting the base. She considered. If I can get close enough, I could sabotage their propulsion systems. Maybe 5 or 6 before they notice something's wrong. Good. Do that. Create chaos. Make them send out drones to investigate. And when they do, he turned to Onyx. We're waiting. The plan was risky. Insanely risky. But it was also the only chance they had. Bakugo grinned, a predatory expression that Izuku remembered from 100 battles. Now you're talking, Deku. The operation began 6 hours later. Blue Shift slipped into the water like a ghost, her blue skin vanishing against the deep. The Ryujin hovered at the edge of the patrol zone, her systems cold, her crew holding their breath. On the display, they watched her tiny signature move through the darkness, approaching the first submersible. 30 seconds. A minute. Then, the submersible's lights flickered and died. Its propulsion system went silent. It drifted, dead in the water. One down, Blue Shift's voice whispered through the comm. Moving to Target 2. The pattern repeated. Target 2, dead. Target 3, dead. Target 4, an alarm. Faint, but unmistakable. The base had noticed. Multiple contacts launching, Tanaka reported. Drones, at least a dozen. They're moving to intercept. Blue Shift, get clear. Now. Izuku's voice was calm, controlled. Onyx, they're yours. The Ryujin came alive. Torpedoes launched in sequence, their paths calculated to intersect the drone swarm at multiple points. The first detonation took out 3 drones instantly, a catastrophic chain reaction as their internal munitions cooked off. The second wave scattered, trying to regroup, but Onyx was already firing again, his cannon arms sending plasma rounds through the darkness with inhuman precision. But the drones were learning. Their evasion patterns adjusted, their countermeasures deployed, and some of them, the ones at the rear, were turning back toward the base. They're retreating, Bakugo snarled. They're going to warn the others. Let them. Izuku's eyes were fixed on the display. We've done enough damage. Blue Shift, status. Clear, Captain. Returning to ship. But I picked up something else out there, that pressure shadow I mentioned. It's closer now. Much closer. A chill ran down Izuku's spine. What do you mean, closer? I mean it's moving, Captain. Toward the base. Toward us. Toward. The comm cut out. For one terrible second, there was silence. Then the Ryujin shuddered, not from an explosion, but from something deeper. Something that felt like the ocean itself turning over. On the display, a new signature appeared. Massive. Ancient. Alive. It rose from the trench like a mountain waking, its dimensions so vast that the Ryujin was a toy beside it. Bioluminescent patterns flickered across its surface, not decoration, but communication. Language. Intent. What? Bakugo breathed, the hell is that? No one answered. No one could. The creature, if it could be called that, moved toward the villain base with terrible purpose. Its passage displaced water in waves that rocked the Ryujin like a storm. The drones that had been retreating toward the base turned to face it, their weapons firing uselessly against a target too large, too ancient, too powerful to care. And then it struck. The base didn't stand a chance. The creature's attack wasn't energy or projectiles, it was presence. Pressure. The weight of the abyss made manifest. Domes imploded. Tunnels collapsed. The factory that had taken years to build was reduced to rubble in seconds. Through it all, the creature made no sound. No roar of triumph, no cry of battle. It simply destroyed, methodically, completely, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it began to descend, returning to the trench from which it came. The Ryujin drifted in the aftermath, her crew stunned into silence. Izuku stared at the display, at the wreckage where a villain base had been, at the fading signature of something that shouldn't exist. The pressure shadow, he whispered. It wasn't a weapon. It wasn't a structure. It was a guardian. Todoroki's voice was barely audible. Of what? The question hung in the water, unanswered. The deep had revealed another secret, more terrifying than any villain, more powerful than any weapon. And somewhere in the darkness, the creature that guarded the abyss was watching. Waiting. Wondering what the surface dwellers would do next. Izuku looked at his crew, at their pale faces, their trembling hands, their eyes full of questions he couldn't answer. He looked at Bakugo, for once speechless. At Todoroki, his flames extinguished by something colder than any ice. And he made a decision. We're leaving, he said quietly. Setting course for the surface. We have information that can't wait. We have warnings that need to be delivered. Tanaka found his voice. And the mission, Captain. The mission has changed. Izuku met his XO's eyes. We're not fighting villains anymore. We're fighting something much older. Much bigger. And we need to be ready. The Ryujin turned from the wreckage and began its ascent, leaving behind a battlefield it never chose, against an enemy it never knew existed. The underwater threat had been revealed. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 7, Secrets Beneath the Waves. The ascent to the surface took 18 hours, but it felt like years. Izuku didn't sleep. He sat in the observation deck, staring at the darkness outside, replaying the creature's appearance over and over in his mind. The way it had moved, not swimming, but flowing, like pressure made solid. The way it had destroyed the base, not with violence, but with simple, terrible purpose. And the way it had returned to the depths afterward, as if it had merely done its duty and retired. What was it? Where had it come from? And most terrifying of all, had it known they were there? The questions had no answers. Not yet. By the time the Ryujin broke the surface, Izuku had filled 12 new pages in his notebook with theories, observations, and questions. The sun, when it appeared on the external cameras, was blinding. He'd forgotten how bright the world could be. How warm. Admiral Sato was waiting for them at the covert operations base, her expression grim. She didn't speak as they docked, as the crew began the slow process of debriefing and resupply. She simply waited, her gray eyes fixed on Izuku as he stepped onto the platform. Captain Midoriya. Her voice was formal, but something in it, a tightness, a strain, suggested she already knew. My office. Now. The office was sparse, military efficiency at its most extreme. A desk, 2 chairs, a holographic display on the wall. Sato sat behind the desk and gestured for Izuku to take the other chair. Tell me everything, she said. Leave nothing out. He did. He told her about the sonic weapon, about the factory, about the drones. He told her about Blue Shift's pressure shadow, about the creature's appearance, about the destruction it had wrought. He told her about his theories, his fears, his desperate need to understand. When he finished, Sato was silent for a long moment. Then she stood and walked to the display, activating it with a touch. What I'm about to show you, she said quietly, is classified at a level you cannot imagine. If you speak of it to anyone without my express permission, I will deny it, and you will spend the rest of your life in a facility so deep. No one will ever find you. Izuku's blood ran cold. Understood, Admiral. The display flickered to life, showing footage, old, grainy, clearly captured by early deep-sea exploration equipment. A trench, similar to the one they'd been monitoring. And in it, a shape. Massive. Moving. This was recorded in 1978, Sato said. By a research vessel that was never supposed to be in that location. The crew thought they'd discovered a new species. They had no idea what they'd actually found. The footage continued. The shape grew closer, larger, until it filled the frame. It was the creature. The same creature. Or one of its kind. The vessel attempted to communicate, Sato continued. They sent sonar pulses, light signals, even a small submersible to approach. The creature responded. The footage showed the creature turning toward the submersible, its bioluminescent patterns flaring. Then, nothing. The screen went dark. What happened? Izuku whispered. The creature emitted a pulse. Not sonic, not visible. Something else. It disabled every electronic system on the vessel. They drifted for 3 days before a passing freighter found them. By then, half the crew had died of exposure. The rest were never the same. Sato turned to face him. The official report blamed equipment failure and human error. But those of us who know, we've been watching ever since. Izuku's mind reeled. You knew. You knew something was down there, and you sent us anyway. I sent you to investigate villain activity. Which was real, and which needed to be addressed. I did not send you to confront that. Sato's voice hardened. But now that you have, we have a problem. The creature's appearance suggests it was provoked. The villain base, the weapons, the activity, it disturbed something. And now that something is awake. Awake. Izuku seized on the word. You're saying it was dormant. Asleep. I'm saying we don't know what it is, where it came from, or what it wants. But we do know that it has existed in the deep for longer than humanity has recorded history. And we know that when disturbed, it destroys. The implications were staggering. The villains hadn't just been building weapons, they'd been poking something ancient and powerful, something that had now taken notice of the surface world. What do we do? Izuku asked. Sato was quiet for a moment. Then, you go back down. You find out what the villains were really after. The artifacts, the base, the creature, they're connected. Find the connection, and you find the answer. And if the creature appears again, then you pray it's still interested in the villains, and not in you. The return to the deep was different this time. The crew was quieter, more focused. They'd seen something that defied explanation, and it had changed them. Izuku called a meeting in the briefing room, his senior staff, plus Bakugo and Todoroki. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken questions. We're going back to the trench, he began. Not to engage, but to investigate. The creature appeared for a reason. The villains were doing something that provoked it. We need to know what. Bakugo leaned forward. And if we find it again, then we observe, we learn, we do not engage. Izuku met his eyes. I know that's not your style, Kachan. But this isn't a villain we can punch. This is something else entirely. For once, Bakugo didn't argue. He simply nodded, his expression unreadable. Todoroki spoke quietly. The artifacts from the Kaiko, they're the key, aren't they? The creature reacted to something the villains were doing. Maybe they found more artifacts. Maybe they were trying to use them. It was a good theory. The only theory they had. We need to examine the wreckage, Izuku decided. The base the creature destroyed, there might be evidence there. Something that survived the attack. Tanaka frowned. That's a recovery mission, Captain. In hostile territory, with unknown risks. If the creature is still in the area, then we're careful, we're quiet, and we're fast. Izuku turned to Blue Shift. Can you guide us? Your pressure sense might detect the creature before our instruments do. She nodded slowly. I can try, Captain. But if it's close, if it's watching, I don't know if sensing it will be enough. It'll have to be. The descent took 12 hours. The Ryujin moved through the darkness like a ghost, her systems silent, her crew holding their breath. Blue Shift stood at the observation deck, her eyes closed, her body tuned to the subtle variations in pressure that surrounded them. It's quiet, she murmured. The creature. I can feel it, but it's deep. Very deep. Below the trench floor, maybe. Dormant. Or waiting, Bakugo muttered. Either way, we have a window. Izuku studied the tactical display. The wreckage is approximately 15 kilometers ahead. We'll approach slowly, scan for survivors or evidence, and extract anything useful. Maximum time on site, 4 hours. Then we leave, regardless of what we've found. The bridge crew acknowledged the order. The Ryujin pressed on. The wreckage was worse than Izuku had imagined. The creature's attack had been thorough. The base was flattened, its domes collapsed, its tunnels filled with debris. Bodies, villains, presumably, drifted in the currents, their expressions frozen in final terror. The drones that had survived the initial assault lay scattered across the seafloor, their systems dark. "It's a graveyard," Hoshino whispered. She'd joined the bridge for this phase, her Naker abilities potentially useful for salvage. They didn't stand a chance. No, Izuku agreed quietly. They didn't. Onyx was already scanning. "I'm picking up energy signatures from the central structure. Faint, but consistent. Something down there is still powered. Survivors? Unlikely. The signatures are too regular. Emergency systems, maybe. Or something they were protecting." Izuku made a decision. "Onyx, Nakamura, Hoshino, you're with me. We're going in. Blue shift, monitor the creature. If it so much as twitches, you call us out immediately." "Yes, Captain." They suited up and cycled through the airlock. The water was cold, colder than before, as if the creature's passage had leached warmth from the abyss. Their suit lights cut through the darkness, revealing the full scope of the destruction. The central structure was a dome, partially collapsed but still intact at its core. A single emergency light pulsed within, casting eerie shadows through the debris. Onyx used his cannon arms to clear an entrance, the plasma beams cutting through twisted metal with surgical precision. They slipped inside, their movements careful, controlled. The interior was a laboratory. Workstations lined the walls, their screens dark. Specimens floated in containment tanks, fish, crustaceans, and something else. Something that made Izuku's stomach turn. Human remains. Modified. Experimented upon. What the hell were they doing down here? Nakamura breathed. Izuku couldn't answer. He moved through the lab, his eyes scanning, recording. At the far end, a secure vault stood open, its contents scattered across the floor. More artifacts. Dozens of them. He knelt, studying the objects with growing horror. They were similar to the ones from the Kaiko, advanced alloys, impossible circuitry, but these were different. Active. Humming with a faint energy that made his teeth ache. "Captain." Onyx's voice was tight. "You need to see this." He moved to join the weapons master, who was standing before a display that had somehow survived the attack. On it was a schematic, a map of the trench system, with multiple locations marked. And at the center, one location highlighted in pulsing red. The creature's resting place. They knew, Izuku whispered. They knew it was there. They were mapping it, studying it, trying to wake it up. Todoroki's voice came through the comm. He'd been monitoring from the Ryujin. "Izuku, they weren't just building weapons. They were trying to control it. Use it as a weapon." The pieces clicked into place. The artifacts weren't just technology, they were keys. Remains of an ancient civilization that had somehow interacted with the creature, or creatures like it. The villains had found those keys and were trying to replicate them. To command the abyss itself. "We have to destroy this," Izuku said. "All of it. The research, the artifacts, everything. If this knowledge gets back to the surface." "Too late." Blue Shift's voice cut through, sharp with alarm. "Captain, the creature, it's moving. Rising. Fast." The floor trembled beneath them. Everyone out. Now. They ran. The dome was collapsing around them as they fled, the creature's approach sending shockwaves through the seafloor. Onyx fired his cannons to clear their path, Hoshino used her Naker to shield them from falling debris. Nakamura dragged a stunned researcher, one of the few survivors they'd found, toward the exit. They burst from the dome just as it imploded behind them. The creature was visible now, rising from the trench like a waking god. Its bioluminescent patterns blazed with anger, with warning, with something that might have been recognition. It knew they were there. And it was not pleased. "Swim," Izuku shouted. "Back to the ship, now." They propelled themselves through the water, the Ryujin's airlock visible ahead, impossibly far. Behind them, the creature's presence grew, the pressure building, the darkness deepening. Hoshino was struggling, her Naker exhausted, her movements slowing. Izuku grabbed her arm, pulling her forward, one for all surging through his muscles in desperate bursts. The airlock. Almost there. The creature's bioluminescence flared, and Izuku felt something pass through him, not an attack, but an inquiry. A question. Who are you? What do you want? Why do you disturb my rest? He had no answer. Not one the creature would understand. They tumbled into the airlock, the door sealing behind them with terrible slowness. Through the viewport, Izuku watched the creature approach, its vast form filling the darkness. Then the inner door opened, and they were inside, gasping, shaking, alive. Get us out of here, Izuku ordered, his voice barely a whisper. Now. Maximum speed. Don't look back. The Ryujin fled into the darkness, leaving the creature behind. But as they ran, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching. Still waiting. Still wondering what these surface dwellers would do next. The aftermath was quiet, exhausted, and deeply shaken. In his quarters that night, Izuku sat with his notebook open, staring at the words he'd written. The creature. The artifacts. The villains, plans. It was all connected, but the connections were still hidden, still beyond his reach. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Todoroki stood in the doorway, his expression troubled. Can't sleep either? Izuku asked. Todoroki shook his head. I keep thinking about what we saw. The experiments. The remains. Those weren't just villains, they were monsters. Willing to do anything for power. They were afraid, Izuku said quietly. That's what I keep thinking. They were so afraid of the surface, of heroes, of being defeated, that they were willing to wake up something ancient and terrible just to survive. Fear made them monsters. Todoroki was silent for a moment. Then, do you think the creature knows the difference between them and us? I don't know. I hope so. But hope isn't a strategy. No, it's not. Todoroki moved to sit beside him. But it's something. It's what separates us from them. We hope. We try. We keep going even when we're afraid. Izuku looked at his friend, at the man who had once been so closed off, so damaged, and who had somehow found his way to hope. Thank you, he said. For being here. For reminding me why we fight. Todoroki's lips curved in a small smile. Someone has to. You're too busy being captain. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of the deep pressing down around them. But somehow, together, it felt lighter. The next morning, Tanaka brought troubling news. Captain, we've analyzed the data from the base. The villains weren't just studying the creature, they were communicating with it. Or trying to. And they weren't alone. Izuku's blood ran cold. What do you mean? There are others. Other groups, other organizations, all operating in the deep. Some are villains, some are something else. They've been down here for years, decades, building their own networks, pursuing their own goals. And they all have one thing in common. He pulled up a display showing a map of the ocean floor. Marked on it were dozens of locations, spread across the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean. They're all searching for the same thing, Tanaka continued. The artifacts. The creature. The power to control it. And they're getting closer. Izuku stared at the map, at the scope of the threat spreading before him. It wasn't just one villain organization. It wasn't even several. It was a global network, operating in secret, united by a single terrifying goal. And they had just announced their presence. Captain, Tanaka said quietly, what do we do? Izuku looked at the map, at the enemy he couldn't see, couldn't fight, couldn't even fully understand. Then he looked at his crew, his friends, his family in the deep. We prepare, he said. We learn. We build alliances. And when the time comes, we fight. Not because we're sure we'll win, but because if we don't, no one will. The secrets beneath the waves were deeper than he'd ever imagined. But so was his resolve. The ocean was calling again. And this time, Izuku Midoriya would answer. Chapter 8, The First Encounter. The data from the destroyed base painted a terrifying picture. Izuku spent 3 days analyzing it, cross-referencing with satellite intelligence, naval records, and hero databases. The result was a map of underwater activity that stretched across the entire Pacific Ocean, and beyond. 23 confirmed sites. At least a dozen more suspected. A network of villain operations so vast that the Ryujin's mission suddenly felt impossibly small. He stood in the briefing room, facing his senior staff and the hero team. Dark circles ringed everyone's eyes. Sleep had become a luxury none of them could afford. The good news, Izuku began, is that we now know the scope of the threat. The bad news is that we now know the scope of the threat. Bakugo snorted. Great. So we're outnumbered, outgunned, and out-deep. What else is new? There's more. Izuku tapped the display, zooming in on a location near the Mariana Trench. This site is different from the others. It's larger, more active, and protected by a fleet of combat submersibles. Intelligence suggests this is their headquarters. The central command for the entire network. Todoroki studied the display. If we can take that out, the rest might collapse. Without coordination, without leadership, they'd be vulnerable, Tanaka finished. But taking it out would require a full naval assault. Maybe hero support from the surface. We don't have that kind of firepower. No, Izuku agreed. But we don't need to destroy it. We just need to cripple it. Disrupt their command, destroy their leadership, and let the rest fall apart on their own. Onyx leaned forward. That's an assassination mission, Captain. Infiltration, precision strikes, extraction. Not exactly submarine warfare. Which is why we're not going in as a submarine. Izuku turned to Blue Shift. How many of us can you guide through their defenses? Quietly, without detection, she considered. 5, maybe 6. Any more than that, and the risk of someone making a mistake increases exponentially. But Captain, if we're caught down there, with no ship support, no extraction. We won't be caught. Izuku's voice was firm. Because we're not going to fight. We're going to observe, identify, and if the opportunity presents itself, eliminate key targets. This is reconnaissance, not assault. Bakugo stood abruptly. And if the opportunity doesn't present itself, if we go all that way and find nothing, then we learn, we adapt, we try again. Izuku met his eyes. This isn't a battle, Kachan. It's a campaign. And campaigns take time. For a long moment, Bakugo stared at him. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. But when the battle does come, I'm on point. Wouldn't have it any other way. The approach to the Mariana site took 2 days. The Ryujin moved at minimal power, her systems running on emergency backups, her crew speaking in whispers. Blue Shift stood at the observation deck constantly, her pressure sense extended to its maximum range, alert for any sign of detection. On the second day, she found something. Patrol, she reported quietly. 3 submersibles, moving in formation. They're sweeping the area, looking for intruders. If we continue on our current course, they'll detect us within the hour. Izuku studied the tactical display. The patrol's pattern was regular, predictable, a weakness they could exploit. Can we slip between them? Use the thermal layers for cover. Possible, but risky. One wrong move, and they'll have us. Then we don't make wrong moves. Izuku turned to the helm. Take us down, slow and steady. Match their sweep pattern. We're going to become part of their background noise. The Ryujin descended, her hull groaning softly under the increasing pressure. On the display, the patrol's signatures moved past them, closer, closer, and then away, their sensors finding nothing amiss. Clear, Blue Shift breathed. They didn't see us. Izuku allowed himself a small smile. Good work, everyone. Now let's not waste it. The base emerged from the darkness like a mechanical leviathan. It was massive, easily 10 times the size of the factory they'd encountered before. Domes and towers and docking bays sprawled across the seafloor, connected by illuminated tunnels that pulsed with the rhythm of industry. Submersibles moved through the water like worker bees, carrying supplies, personnel, weapons. And at the center, dominating the entire complex, was a structure unlike anything Izuku had ever seen. It was organic and mechanical simultaneously, a fusion of grown and built that shouldn't exist. Bioluminescent patterns crawled across its surface, identical to the patterns they'd seen on the creature. And emanating from it was a pressure shadow that made Blue Shift gasp. Captain, she whispered, that's not villain technology. That's from the creature. Or from whatever the creature came from. They've integrated it into their base. Izuku's mind raced through implications. The villains weren't just studying the artifacts, they were using them. Building with them. Becoming something new. We need to get inside, he said. Blue Shift, can you find us a way? She closed her eyes, extending her senses. Long seconds passed. Then, there. A maintenance tunnel, on the far side. It's not heavily guarded, probably considered low priority. If we can reach it without detection, we might be able to slip inside. How far? 500 meters. Through open water, past at least 2 patrol routes. It was insane. Suicidally insane. But it was also their only chance. Who's coming with me? Izuku asked. Bakugo stepped forward immediately. Todoroki followed. Onyx hefted his cannon arms. And Blue Shift, despite her exhaustion, nodded firmly. That's 5, Izuku said. Nakamura, rescue, you stay with the ship. If we don't come back, get word to the surface. Tell them everything we've learned. The rescue hero's face was pale, but he nodded. I won't fail you, Captain. I know you won't. The swim was the longest 500 meters of Izuku's life. They moved through the darkness like shadows, their suits rendering them nearly invisible, their movements synchronized to avoid creating currents that might alert the patrols. Blue Shift guided them, her pressure sense painting a picture of the enemy's positions that she relayed through subtle hand signals. A patrol passed within 20 meters. Izuku held his breath, one for all coiled and ready, but the submersible's sensors swept past them without pausing. Another patrol, closer this time. Bakugo's hand twitched toward his gauntlets, but Todoroki caught his arm, holding him still. The patrol passed. The maintenance tunnel loomed ahead, a dark opening in the base's hull, unguarded, unmonitored. They slipped inside one by one, the water closing behind them like a door. Inside, the tunnel was cramped, poorly lit, and utterly silent. They moved single file, their suit lights their only illumination, until they reached a pressure door. Onyx studied it, his cannon arms shifting. Standard military design. I can bypass it, but it'll take time. How much? 5 minutes. Maybe 10. Then get started. The rest of us will watch for company. The door opened onto a maintenance corridor, blessedly empty. They emerged into dim light and stale air. The base had atmosphere, which meant they could remove their helmets if necessary. Izuku decided against it. The suits offered protection, and protection was what they needed. Blue Shift's pressure sense expanded, mapping the base around them. The central structure is directly ahead. But there's something else, something big, deeper in the complex. A reactor, maybe. Or, her voice cut off. Her eyes went wide. Captain, the creature. It's here. Izuku's blood froze. What do you mean, here? I mean it's inside the base. Not the whole creature, a part of it. A fragment. They've grown it. Cultivated it. It's alive and aware and it knows we're here. As if in response, the corridor shuddered. Not an explosion, something deeper, more organic. A pulse, like a heartbeat, traveling through the base's structure. We have to move, Izuku said. Now, before it alerts the entire complex. They ran. The central structure was a cathedral of horror. The fragment of the creature filled the space like a tumor, massive, pulsing, alive. Bioluminescent patterns crawled across its surface, identical to those on the creature they'd encountered. And connected to it, feeding it, were dozens of villains, scientists, technicians, cultists, their bodies modified, integrated, becoming part of something larger. Bakugo stared, his expression caught between disgust and fury. They're not just studying it. They're worshipping it, merging with it. Todoroki's flames flickered, responding to his anger. We have to destroy it, now, before it fully awakens. But even as he spoke, the fragment stirred. Patterns flared. A presence pressed against Izuku's mind, not hostile, not yet, but curious. Questioning. Why are you here? It seemed to ask. What do you want? Izuku had no answer. He only knew that this, all of this, was wrong. The villains had taken something ancient and sacred and twisted it into a weapon. A god to be controlled. We need to withdraw, he said quietly. We've seen enough. We know what they're doing. Now we need to. Too late. Alarms blared. Lights flashed. And from every corridor, villains poured into the chamber, their weapons raised, their eyes filled with the same bioluminescent patterns as the fragment. They were surrounded. The battle that followed was chaos. Bakugo moved first, he always did. His explosions lit the chamber, sending villains flying, buying precious seconds for the others to react. Todoroki's ice followed, creating barriers, slowing the enemy's advance. Onyx's cannons roared, each shot precise, devastating. And Izuku, Izuku became the strategist, the coordinator, the center that held them together. Kacchan, left flank, 3 hostiles closing. Shoto, cover him. Onyx, the balcony, snipers. Blue shift, find us an exit. They moved as a unit, years of training and trust making them faster than any individual could be. Villains fell. Barriers held. And through it all, the fragment watched, its patterns pulsing with something that might have been amusement. Then the real enemy arrived. He emerged from the shadows behind the fragment, a tall man, his body more machine than flesh, his eyes glowing with the same bioluminescence as the creature. He moved with the confidence of absolute power, and when he spoke, his voice echoed through the chamber like thunder. Surface dwellers. Heroes. You've traveled far to die. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. This was him, the leader. The one behind everything. Who are you? He demanded. The man smiled, a cold, terrible expression. I am what humanity will become. I am the future. And you, he gestured, and the fragment pulsed, sending a wave of pressure through the chamber that drove them to their knees. Or the past. Bakugo struggled to rise, his explosions sputtering against the pressure. Shut up and fight, you bastard. Oh, I don't fight. The man's smile widened. I watch. And my children, behind him, the villains stirred, their eyes blazing, they play. The second wave was worse than the first. The villains moved with coordination that bordered on telepathy, their attacks synchronized, their defenses impenetrable. Bakugo's explosions found only shields. Todoroki's ice melted before it could form. Onyx's cannons ran dry. And Izuku fought with everything he had. One for all blazed through his body, Black Whip lashing out, float carrying him above the chaos. But for every villain he disabled, 2 more took their place. For every step forward, they were pushed 2 steps back. We can't win this, Blue Shift gasped, her pressure sense overwhelmed by the fragment's presence. Captain, we have to retreat. There's nowhere to retreat to. Bakugo roared. But Izuku's mind was racing, searching for an answer, a tactic, a miracle. And then he saw it. The fragment. Connected to everything. Powering everything. Controlling everything. If they could disrupt it, just for a moment, the coordination might fail. The villains might falter. They might have a chance. Kacchan. He shouted. The fragment. Hit it with everything you have. Bakugo's eyes widened, then narrowed in understanding. About damn time. He launched himself toward the fragment, explosions propelling him through the air like a missile. The villains tried to intercept, but Todoroki's ice caught them, held them, froze them in place. Onyx's last rounds cleared the path. And Bakugo struck. The explosion was blinding, a concentrated blast of everything he had, focused on a single point of the fragment's surface. The impact shook the entire chamber. The fragment screamed, a psychic wail that drove everyone to their knees. And for one glorious moment, the coordination failed. Now, Izuku shouted. Move. They ran. Through the chaos, past the stunned villains, toward the maintenance tunnel and freedom. Behind them, the fragment's scream faded into something else, a pulse, rhythmic, intentional. Calling for help. She's summoning the creature, Blue Shift realized, horror in her voice. The real one. Captain, if that thing arrives while we're still here. Then we don't be still here. Move. They reached the tunnel, burst through the pressure door, and plunged into the water. Behind them, the base was awakening, alarms, pursuit, and somewhere deep below, the stirring of something ancient and terrible. The swim back to the Ryujin was a blur of terror and adrenaline. Blue Shift guided them through the patrols, her pressure sense screaming warnings that they couldn't afford to ignore. Bakugo's explosions lit the water behind them, delaying pursuers. Todoroki's ice created barriers, bought seconds. And Izuku carried them all, his voice steady, his presence an anchor in the chaos. The Ryujin appeared ahead, her airlock open, her crew waiting. They tumbled inside, gasping, bleeding, alive. Go! Izuku shouted. Now! Maximum speed. The Ryujin fled into the darkness, leaving the base behind. But as they ran, a pressure wave passed through them, the creature, arriving. Responding to its fragment's call. On the display, they watched as the base's lights flickered and died. Watched as the structure they'd barely escaped was crushed by something they couldn't comprehend. And then, silence. The aftermath was quiet, exhausted, and deeply shaken. In the medical bay, Bakugo sat with his arms wrapped in bandages, his explosions having taken their toll. Todoroki rested beside him, ice and fire both depleted. Onyx's cannons were being recalibrated, their mechanisms strained past their limits. Blue Shift lay in a bed, her pressure sense overwhelmed, her body trembling with exhaustion. Izuku moved among them, checking injuries, offering quiet words of thanks. When he reached Bakugo, the explosive hero looked up at him with an expression he couldn't read. "That was insane," Bakugo said quietly. "Going in there. Taking that shot. It should have killed us. It almost did." "Yeah." Bakugo was silent for a moment. "But it didn't. Because you saw the opening. You called it. You kept us together." Izuku blinked, surprised. Bakugo didn't offer compliments. "Ever." "Kachan. Shut up. I'm not done." Bakugo's voice was rough. "I've always known you were strong. But down here, in this place, you're something else. You're a captain. A real one. And he stopped, struggling. "I'm glad you're in charge. That's all." He looked away, his jaw tight. Izuku felt something warm bloom in his chest, not one for all, but something older. Something like friendship, earned through fire and darkness and shared survival. "Thank you, Kachan," he said quietly. "That means more than you know." Bakugo grunted. "Don't get used to it." That night, alone in his quarters, Izuku sat with his notebook and wrote. "We faced the enemy today. We saw their leader, their base, their connection to the creature. We survived through skill and luck and the courage of my crew. But we also learned something. Zhang Zhang Yao, they are afraid. The fragment, the creature, the leader, they're all afraid of something. Of us. Of the surface. Of whatever awakened them in the first place. I don't know yet. But fear can be used. Fear can be turned against them. Asterisk. We have a long way to go. But for the first time, I think we might have a chance. Asterisk. He closed the notebook and lay back, staring at the ceiling. The Ryujin hummed around him, her systems recovering, her crew resting. Somewhere behind them, the creature had returned to its slumber, its fragment destroyed, its territory defended. But the villains were still out there. The leader was still out there. And the war was only beginning. The first encounter was over. But Izuku knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like the pressure of the deep, that it wouldn't be the last. The ocean was calling again. And this time, he would answer with fire. Chapter 9, Allies in the Deep. The Ryujin drifted in the darkness, her systems at minimal power, her crew caught in the strange limbo between missions. 3 days had passed since the escape from the Mariana base, and Izuku had spent every waking moment analyzing the data from their infiltration, searching for patterns, weaknesses, opportunities. He found none. The enemy was too strong, too entrenched, too connected to forces they didn't understand. The creature, or whatever it truly was, had become a wild card that could turn any engagement into annihilation. And the leader, that cold-eyed man with his vision of a transformed humanity, remained hidden behind layers of security and power. They needed help. And help, Izuku realized, might come from unexpected places. Tanaka found him in the observation deck, staring out at the darkness. "Captain, we've received a transmission. Encrypted, untraceable. It's unusual." "Unusual how?" "It's not from the surface. It's from somewhere in the deep. Someone down here wants to talk." Izuku's heart rate accelerated. "Put it through. Audio only." The transmission crackled to life, a voice, distorted by distance and encryption, but unmistakably human. "Or human enough. Ryujin Captain. We have been watching you. We know what you fight, and we know what you fear. We offer alliance. Respond if interested." Silence. Izuku looked at Tanaka. "Can we trace this?" "Negative. The encryption is beyond anything we've seen. Whoever sent this, they don't want to be found. Then we don't find them. We let them find us." Izuku made a decision. "Send a response, interested. Propose meeting coordinates." Tanaka's eyebrows rose. "Captain, this could be a trap. The villains. If it's a trap, we'll know. And we'll adapt." Izuku's voice was firm. "But if it's real, if there are others down here who oppose what the villains are doing, we need them. Send the message. The response came 6 hours later, a set of coordinates in a region of the Pacific so deep and remote that it wasn't even named on most maps. The accompanying message was simple: "Come alone. One vessel. No weapons. Trust must be earned. Asterisk. Bakugo was against it from the start. Absolutely not. You're not going down there without backup. It's suicide. It's diplomacy. Izuku stood in the briefing room, facing his senior staff and the hero team. If we want allies, we have to take risks. This is one of them. Then I'm coming with you. No. They said one vessel. That means the Ryujin, with minimal crew. You're too conspicuous, Kachan. Your quirk alone would be seen as a threat. Bakugo's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. He knew Izuku was right. Todoroki spoke quietly. Take me. My quirk can be subtle when necessary. And if things go wrong, you won't be able to save me. None of you will. Izuku met his friend's eyes. This is on me. I'm the captain. I'm the one they asked for. I'm the one who goes. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears. Finally, Tanaka nodded slowly. If you're not back in 24 hours, we're coming for you. Whatever it takes. Agreed. The descent to the meeting coordinates took 8 hours. Izuku spent them in the observation deck, watching the darkness deepen, his mind turning over possibilities. Who were these people? What did they want? Could they be trusted? The Ryujin arrived at the coordinates to find nothing. Empty water, empty sonar, empty everything. Then the ocean floor opened. A section of seabed slid aside, revealing a hidden cavern, massive, well-lit, and clearly inhabited. Structures lined its walls, built from the same organic mechanical fusion they'd seen in the villain base. But these felt different, older, more intentional. A voice echoed through the calm. Welcome, Ryujin. Enter and be welcome. You are among friends. Izuku ordered the ship forward. The cavern closed behind them, sealing them in. The beings who greeted them were human, mostly. But like the villains, they had been changed by the deep. Their skin bore bioluminescent patterns, their eyes had adapted to the darkness, and their movements carried the fluid grace of creatures born to water rather than air. Their leader was a woman who called herself Kai. She was ancient, centuries old, if Izuku's estimation was correct, and her presence radiated calm authority. You are the one they call Deku, she said, her voice carrying the same harmonic resonance as the creature's pulse. The captain who fights the abyssals. Abyssals. The ones who would wake the old ones. Use them. Become them. Kai's expression darkened. We have fought them for generations. Hidden from them. Died to them. And now you have come, from the surface, to challenge them directly. Izuku's mind raced. The old ones, you mean the creatures. The ones in the trench. Creatures. Kai almost smiled. A surface word for beings older than your world. They are not creatures. They are guardians. Sentinels. The last remnants of a civilization that rose and fell before your ancestors learned to walk. She led him through the cavern, showing him structures that predated human history, artifacts that hummed with the same energy as the fragments they'd encountered. And she told him the story. Millions of years ago, a civilization had flourished in the deep. They were not human, they were something else, something that had evolved in the pressure and darkness. They built cities, developed technology, reached for the stars. And when they left behind guardians. Beings designed to protect the remnants of their world from those who would exploit them. The Abyssals had found those remnants. Had learned to tap into their power. Had begun the slow process of waking the guardians, not to protect, but to control. They must be stopped, Kai said quietly. If the Abyssals succeed, if they bend a guardian to their will, they will become unstoppable. The surface will burn, the deep will rise, and everything you know will end. Izuku stared at her, at the weight of ages in her eyes. Why tell me this? Why now? Because you are the first surface dweller in millennia who has fought them and survived. Because you carry a power we do not understand, a light in the darkness that draws even the guardians' attention. She paused. Because we have waited so long for someone who might help us, and we are tired of waiting. The alliance was formed over the next 3 days. Kai's people, they called themselves the Deep Ones, a name they'd adopted from surface legends, shared everything they knew. The Abyssal's history, their structure, their weaknesses. The locations of their bases, their supply lines, their hidden laboratories. And most importantly, the nature of the Guardians. They are not evil, Kai explained. They are not good. They simply are. They protect what remains of their creator's legacy, and they react to threats. The Abyssals have learned to provoke those reactions, to channel them, to aim them at enemies. So if we can remove the Abyssal's influence, Izuku reasoned, the Guardians might return to dormancy. Perhaps. Or they might turn their attention to the surface. To you. The risk is real. It was a gamble. Everything was a gamble. But for the first time, Izuku felt like they had a chance. Returning to the Ryujin felt like coming home. His crew's faces, when they saw him, were a mixture of relief and curiosity. Bakugo's scowl was almost welcoming. You're alive. Good. Now tell us what the hell happened. Izuku told them. Everything. The Deep Ones, the Guardians, the Abyssal's true goal. When he finished, the silence was absolute. Tanaka spoke first. So we're not just fighting villains. We're fighting for the future of the planet. Essentially, yes. And we have allies. Actual allies who've been fighting this war for generations. Yes. Bakugo's laugh was sharp. Almost wild. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. And I love it. Todoroki allowed himself a small smile. For once, I agree with Katsuki. We have intelligence, allies, and a clear objective. That's more than we've had since this started. Onyx rumbled, so what's the plan, Captain? Izuku looked at them, his crew, his family, his hope in the darkness. And for the first time in weeks, he smiled. The plan is simple. We hit them where it hurts. We take away their ability to control the Guardians. We free the creatures they've enslaved. And we end this war before it truly begins. The first target was a laboratory complex in the Philippine Trench, a facility where the Abyssals were conducting experiments on Guardian tissue, trying to replicate its properties, create their own controlled versions. The Deep Ones provided infiltration routes, escape plans, and a strike team of their best warriors. The Ryujin provided firepower, coordination, and the element of surprise. The assault began at 0300 ship's time. Blue Shift guided them through the defenses, her pressure sense now augmented by Deep One techniques that made her almost invisible to enemy sensors. The strike team moved through the complex like ghosts, disabling guards, planting explosives, gathering intelligence. And in the central laboratory, they found the heart of the operation. A Guardian fragment, larger than the one they'd encountered before, more developed, more aware, floated in a containment tank, its bioluminescent patterns flickering weakly. Scientists worked around it, extracting samples, recording data, pushing it toward consciousness. It's suffering, Kai whispered, her voice filled with ancient grief. They've kept it awake for months. Tormented it. Used it. Izuku felt something cold settle in his chest. Can we free it? The tank is designed to contain its power. If we break it, the release could destroy this entire complex. Then we evacuate first. Get everyone out, then break the tank. It was risky. Insanely risky. But as Izuku looked at the fragment, at the pain in its patterns, he knew they couldn't leave it here. The evacuation took 20 minutes. Deep One warriors herded captured scientists. They would face justice, but not death. The Ryujin moved to a safe distance. And Kai, her hands pressed against the tank, began to sing. The song was ancient, wordless, filled with sorrow and hope and promise. The fragment stirred. Its patterns brightened. And when Kai stepped back, it spoke, not in words, but in meaning, pouring directly into their minds. Thank you. I have been alone so long. They took me from the deep, from my purpose, from my kin. Thank you for remembering. The tank exploded. Light and pressure and ancient power flooded the complex, destroying everything the Abyssals had built. But the fragment, the Guardian, did not attack. It simply left, rising through the water, returning to the deep, to its kin, to the purpose it had almost forgotten. Kai turned to Izuku, her eyes bright with tears. You have done what we could not. You have shown them mercy. They will remember. Izuku nodded slowly. That's all I ever wanted. To remind them that not all surface dwellers are enemies. The victory at the Philippine Trench was the first of many. Over the following weeks, the Alliance struck again and again. Laboratories fell. Supply convoys were intercepted. Abyssal bases crumbled under coordinated assaults from Deep Ones and surface heroes working together. The leader, that cold-eyed man, responded with fury. His forces became more aggressive, more desperate. But desperation led to mistakes, and mistakes led to opportunities. On the Ryujin, bonds deepened. Bakugo and Onyx developed a grudging respect, bonded by their shared love of explosions. Todoroki spent hours with Kai, learning about the deep, about the Guardians, about the ancient civilization that had left them behind. Blue Shift trained with Deep One warriors, her pressure sense evolving into something new, something more. And Izuku became something more than a captain. He became a symbol, a bridge between worlds, a hope that the surface and the deep could find common ground. But the war was far from over. One night, alone in the observation deck, Izuku found Kai waiting for him. "You carry a great weight," she said quietly. "More than most. More than you show." He didn't deny it. "I'm responsible for so many lives. My crew, your people, the surface. If I make a mistake, you will learn from it. As you have learned from every mistake before." She turned to face him, her ancient eyes seeing more than he wanted to show. "The Guardians watch you, Captain. They see your heart. They see your struggle. And they are curious. Curious. You are different from other surface dwellers. You carry power, yes, but you also carry compassion. You fight not for victory, but for protection. They do not understand this. But they are learning." Izuku stared at her. "Are you saying the Guardians are aware of me? Individually? I am saying that in the deep, nothing goes unnoticed. Not your actions, not your intentions, not your heart. The Guardians have existed for millions of years. They have learned to see what lies beneath." The weight of her words settled into him. He was being watched, judged, evaluated by beings older than humanity itself. And somehow, that was terrifying and hopeful in equal measure. "What do I do?" he asked. Kai smiled, a rare expression, filled with warmth. "You continue. You fight. You protect. And when the time comes, you trust that they will see the truth of you." She left him there, staring into the darkness, wondering what the Guardians saw when they looked at him. The next morning, Tanaka brought urgent news. "Captain, we've located the Abyssal Leader's main base. It's in the Mariana Trench, deeper than we've ever gone, more fortified than anything we've faced. And according to our intelligence, they're preparing for something big. A ritual, maybe. A final attempt to control the greatest of the Guardians." Izuku studied the display. The base was massive, a city, really, built into the trench wall, protected by weapons and forces that dwarfed anything they'd encountered. "How long until they complete the ritual?" "Days. Maybe less. If we're going to stop them, we have to move now." Izuku looked at his crew. At Bakugo and Todoroki. At Blue Shift and Onyx and Nakamura. At Kai and her Deep One warriors. They were ready. They were united. And they were running out of time. "Send the coordinates to all allied forces," he ordered. "We move at 0200. This is it, the final battle. We end this, together." The bridge erupted into activity. Plans were made, forces coordinated, prayers whispered to gods both surface and deep. And Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, stood at the center of it all, carrying the weight of two worlds on his shoulders. The allies in the deep had become family. And family fought together, no matter what came next. Chapter 10, Training Day. The 24 hours before the final assault were the most intense of Izuku's life. He stood in the Ryujin's cargo bay, which had been converted into a makeshift training arena. Around him, his crew and the Deep One warriors moved through combat drills, their movements sharp, their focus absolute. The air, what little of it there was in this converted space, hummed with tension and purpose. But it wasn't enough. Izuku could see it in their eyes, in the way their techniques faltered, in the hesitation that crept into even the most practiced movements. They were afraid, not of dying, they'd made peace with that possibility, but of failing. Of letting each other down when it mattered most. He called a halt. "Everyone, stop. Gather around." They came, forming a loose circle around him. Bakugo leaned against a bulkhead, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Todoroki stood beside Kai, their recent conversations about the deep clearly still resonating. Blue Shift and Onyx flanked the group, their quirks ready even in rest. Nakamura, rescue, hovered at the edges, his role different but no less vital. "I know what you're thinking," Izuku began. "You're thinking about tomorrow. About the base, the ritual, the Guardian. You're thinking about what happens if we fail." No one denied it. "I'm thinking about it too. I've been thinking about it since we first saw that structure in the trench. And I've realized something." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "Fear isn't our enemy. It's our ally. It keeps us sharp, keeps us focused, keeps us alive. The only thing that can defeat us is forgetting why we're here. Bakugo spoke, his voice rough. And why are we here, Deku? Because the Abyssals are wrong. Because what they're doing, twisting the Guardians, using them as weapons, it's not just evil. It's a betrayal of something ancient and sacred. And because if we don't stop them, no one will. He looked at each of them in turn. I'm not asking you to be unafraid. I'm asking you to be afraid and fight anyway. I'm asking you to trust each other, to trust yourselves, and to remember that we're not alone. We have each other. We have the Deep Ones. And we have something the Abyssals will never understand. What's that? Kai asked quietly. Hope. The training that followed was unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced. Bakugo went first, his explosions lighting the cargo bay as he demonstrated new techniques, ways to focus his blasts in water, to create shockwaves that could disable multiple targets, to use the pressure of the deep as a weapon rather than an obstacle. The Deep Ones watched with something like awe. They'd never seen surface quirk usage at this level. Todoroki followed, his ice and fire working in harmony that would have been impossible years ago. He'd adapted his techniques to the underwater environment, using the cold to create barriers that absorbed pressure, using his flames to generate temporary thermal layers that confused sensors. Kai approached him afterward, her ancient eyes bright with interest. You have mastered elements that should conflict, she observed. How? Todoroki considered the question. I had good teachers. And I learned that balance isn't about suppressing one part of yourself, it's about accepting all of it. The fire and the ice. The pain and the hope. They're all part of who I am. Kai nodded slowly. The Guardians would understand this. They too contain multitudes. Blue Shift's training was different, less about combat, more about awareness. She worked with the Deep Ones to expand her pressure sense, pushing its range and resolution far beyond previous limits. By the end of the session, she could detect individual heartbeats at distances that would have seemed impossible hours earlier. The Deep teaches, one of the Deep Ones murmured. If you are willing to learn. Onyx trained with his cannon arms, developing new firing patterns optimized for the tight quarters of the abyssal base. Nakamura practiced emergency extraction techniques, his quirk creating temporary shelters that could protect injured crew members in the most hostile environments. And Izuku trained with everything he had. One for all blazed through him as he moved through combat sequences, Black Whip lashing out at imaginary targets, Float carrying him through the water with impossible grace. The Deep Ones watched him with something approaching reverence. They'd never seen a surface dweller move like this, fight like this, be like this. But it wasn't enough. He could feel it, the limit of his power, the edge of his control. If tomorrow was going to work, he needed more. Kai approached him during a break. You push yourself too hard, Captain. I have too. If I'm not strong enough. Strength is not what you lack. Her ancient eyes met his. You carry the weight of your predecessors. Their power, their hopes, their failures. You have integrated this into yourself, but you have not yet understood it. What do you mean? She gestured for him to sit, then settled beside him. The Guardians are not born. They are made. Created by their civilization from the essence of their greatest warriors, their wisest leaders, their most compassionate healers. Each Guardian contains multitudes, the memories, the experiences, the souls of those who came before. Izuku's breath caught. Like one for all. Perhaps. I cannot know your power's origins. But I can see its nature. It is not simply strength passed down, it is them. The ones who carried it before you. They are part of you now. And if you would be truly strong, you must learn from them. Not just their power, but their wisdom. He sat with that for a long moment. All might. The previous users. Their hopes, their fears, their sacrifices. They weren't just echoes in his quirk, they were there, present, waiting to be heard. How? He asked. Kai smiled. The same way you learn anything. You listen. That night, alone in his quarters, Izuku closed his eyes and reached inward. It was strange, like dreaming while awake, like remembering things that hadn't happened to him. Faces emerged from the darkness, the second user, stern and determined. The third, fierce and quick to smile. The fourth, gentle but unbreakable. The sixth, always thinking, always planning. The seventh, Nana Shimura, whose sacrifice had shaped everything. And All Might. Always All Might. You've come far, my boy. The voice was warm, familiar, heartbreaking. Farther than I ever could have imagined. Asterisk. I need your help, Izuku whispered. All of you. Tomorrow, I have to be more than I am. I have to protect everyone, my crew, the deep ones, the guardians. I don't know if I'm strong enough. The second user stepped forward. Strength isn't about power. It's about purpose. Why do you fight? Asterisk. To protect. To save. To give others the chance I had. Then you are already strong. The third's voice was gentle. Purpose is the foundation. Everything else is just building on it. Asterisk. The fourth spoke, but purpose alone isn't enough. You need wisdom. You need to see the path when there is no path. Asterisk. How do I do that? The sixth answered, you trust your instincts. You trust your training. And you trust the people beside you. No one wins alone, Izuku. Remember that. Asterisk. Nana Shimura's presence enveloped him like a warm embrace. You carry us all, my boy. Not as a burden, but as a gift. Let us help. Let us fight beside you one last time. Asterisk. And All Might, gaunt, smiling, impossibly proud, placed a hand on his shoulder. You are the ninth holder of One for All. But more than that, you are Izuku Midoriya. The boy who ran toward danger when everyone else ran away. The hero who never gave up. Trust that boy. He's never let you down. Asterisk. Izuku opened his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling. Thank you, he whispered. All of you. I won't let you down. The final training session was different. Izuku moved through the cargo bay with a fluidity he'd never possessed, his techniques blending seamlessly, his power flowing without resistance. Blackwhip responded to thoughts rather than commands. Float carried him as if he weighed nothing. And at the core of it all, One for All pulsed with a warmth that felt like approval. The others noticed. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, then widened in understanding. Todoroki allowed himself a small smile. Kai simply nodded, as if she'd expected nothing less. When the session ended, Izuku called them together one last time. Tomorrow, we go into battle. Tomorrow, we face an enemy that has spent years preparing for this moment. They have weapons we've never seen, forces we can't imagine, and a leader who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. But they don't have what we have. He looked at Bakugo. They don't have someone who never backs down, who fights with everything he has, who turns explosions into art. He looked at Todoroki. They don't have someone who has mastered balance, who carries fire and ice in perfect harmony, who proves that our past doesn't define our future. He looked at Blue Shift. They don't have someone who can feel the deep itself, who senses danger before it arrives, who guides us through darkness. He looked at Onyx. They don't have someone who has spent decades perfecting his craft, who turns weapons into extensions of his will, who protects with every fiber of his being. He looked at Nakamura. They don't have someone who runs toward danger to save others, who builds shelter in the chaos, who reminds us that heroism isn't always about fighting. He looked at Kai and her warriors. They don't have allies who have waited generations for this moment, who carry the memory of their ancestors, who fight not for victory but for justice. And finally, he looked at all of them together. They don't have us. They don't have this bond, this trust, this family we've built in the darkness. And that's why we're going to win. The silence that followed was filled with something more powerful than words. It was belief. It was hope. It was the certainty that together, they could face anything. Bakugo broke the silence with a grin that was almost gentle. Damn, Deku. When did you get good at speeches? Izuku laughed, a real laugh, bright and warm in the cold metal space. I had good teachers. The hours before departure passed in quiet preparation. Weapons were checked one final time. Plans were reviewed, adjusted, memorized. Messages were sent to loved ones on the surface, not goodbyes, but promises. I'll be home soon. Wait for me. Asterisk. Izuku found a moment alone with Todoroki in the observation deck, staring out at the darkness that would soon become a battlefield. Are you scared? Todoroki asked. Terrified. Izuku's voice was honest. But that's okay. Fear means it matters. Todoroki nodded slowly. I used to think fear was weakness. My father taught me that. But you taught me different. You showed me that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's feeling it and moving forward anyway. I had good teachers for that too. Izuku smiled. You were one of them. They stood in silence for a while, the weight of tomorrow pressing down but not crushing. Then Todoroki spoke again. Whatever happens tomorrow, Izuku, I'm glad I'm here, with you, with all of them. He gestured at the darkness, at the ship, at everything. This matters. We matter. We do, Izuku agreed. And tomorrow, we prove it. The final call came at 0130. All hands to battle stations. Final preparations complete. The Ryujin hummed with power as her systems came fully online, her crew moving through their duties with practiced efficiency. Izuku stood on the bridge, surrounded by his command team. Tanaka at tactical, Blue Shift at sensing, Onyx at weapons, Nakamura at rescue coordination. Bakugo and Todoroki stood ready, their quirks primed, their focus absolute. And Kai's voice echoed through the comm, her Deep One warriors positioned at strategic points throughout the trench. We are ready, Captain. The Guardians are restless. They sense what is coming. They wait to see what we will do. Izuku took a deep breath. One for all pulsed within him, warm and strong, carrying the hopes of 9 generations. All forces, he said, his voice steady, move out. We end this tonight. The Ryujin descended into the darkness, toward the greatest battle of their lives. And Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, led them into the abyss, carrying the weight of 2 worlds on his shoulders, and the hope of everyone who had ever believed in him. The training was over. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 11, Legacies of the Past. The descent into the Mariana Trench took 3 hours, but for Izuku, it felt like traveling through time itself. The pressure outside the Ryujin mounted with every meter, the hull groaning in protest against forces that could crush most vessels like paper. But Izuku barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere, in the past, with the voices that had spoken to him during training, with the legacy he carried in every cell of his body. Tanaka's voice broke through his reverie. Captain, we're approaching the outer defense perimeter. Enemy sensors are active. If we go any further without countermeasures, they'll detect us. Izuku shook himself back to the present. Engage stealth systems. Blue Shift, can you guide us through? Her voice came through the calm and focused. Already on it, Captain. There's a thermal layer 50 meters below us. If we can reach it, their sensors will have difficulty tracking us through the temperature differential. Do it. The Ryujin angled downward, slipping into the thermal layer like a shadow merging with darkness. On the tactical display, enemy patrols moved past them, their sensors sweeping uselessly over the temperature-blurred water. They don't see us, Tanaka breathed. It's working. Izuku allowed himself a small nod. But his mind was already on what lay ahead, the base, the ritual, the guardian. And the leader, waiting in the darkness with his vision of a transformed world. As they descended, the memories came unbidden. UA. High school. The first day of class, when he'd been quirkless and hopeless and desperate. Aizawa-sensei's cold eyes assessing him, finding him. Wanting. And then the battle trials, when he'd first learned to use one for all, to channel that overwhelming power through a body that couldn't contain it. You can't save everyone, Aizawa had told him once. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. The words echoed in his mind as the Ryujin pressed deeper into the trench. How many people had he saved? How many had he lost? The numbers blurred together, but the faces, those never faded. Gran Torino's voice joined the chorus. Stop thinking so much. Your analysis is useless if you're dead. He'd been right. Thinking was important, but action was essential. Down here, in the crushing dark, thinking without acting would get everyone killed. The second user's presence flickered at the edge of his awareness. Purpose, the voice reminded him. Remember your purpose. I remember, Izuku whispered. I remember all of it. The base emerged from the darkness like a nightmare-given form. It was massive, larger than anything they'd encountered before, built into the trench wall like a parasitic growth. Lights pulsed from countless windows, and the water around it churned with the movement of patrol vessels and worker submersibles. At its center, dominating the entire structure, was a dome that glowed with the familiar bioluminescent patterns of the Guardians. That's where they're keeping it, Kai's voice came through the comm. The greatest of the Guardians. They've been feeding it power for months, preparing for the ritual that will bind it to their will. Izuku studied the tactical display. The base's defenses were overwhelming, dozens of gun emplacements, scores of patrol vessels, and thousands of abyssal soldiers. A direct assault would be suicide. But they weren't here for a direct assault. Blue Shift, can you find us a way in? Something that isn't heavily guarded. Her pressure sense extended, probing the base's structure. Long seconds passed. Then, there, on the lower level, a maintenance lock, near the waste processing systems. It's not guarded, but it's also not designed for human entry. We'll have to go through the filtration system. Onyx grunted. Waste processing. Great. I've always wanted to swim through villain sewage. Focus, Chief. Izuku's voice was calm. That's our way in. Blue Shift, can you guide a team through? Yes, Captain. But it'll be tight. Only 4 or 5 people maximum. Izuku made his decision instantly. Kachan, Shoto, Blue Shift, Onyx, you're with me. Kai, coordinate the deep ones for the diversion. When we're inside, create chaos. Draw their attention away from us. Kai's voice was steady. It will be done, Captain. The Guardians watch. They will remember. The approach to the maintenance lock was the most unpleasant experience of Izuku's life. The filtration system was exactly what Onyx had predicted, a maze of pipes and chambers filled with the byproducts of a massive villain base. Their suits protected them from contamination, but nothing could protect them from the smell, which somehow penetrated even the advanced filtration systems. Bakugo's commentary didn't help. If I die in here, I'm haunting you forever, Deku. Noted. Now focus. They moved through the darkness, Blue Shift guiding them with her pressure sense, Onyx ready to blast through any obstacles. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a maintenance corridor, clean, well lit, and blessedly empty. They were inside. The base was a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, each more disturbing than the last. They passed laboratories where abyssal scientists worked on guardian tissue, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow of bioluminescent samples. They passed barracks where soldiers slept, their bodies modified with the same patterns as the fragment they'd encountered. They passed armories filled with weapons designed to kill heroes, to destroy submarines, to wage war on the surface world. And everywhere, there were images of the leader, propaganda posters, holographic displays, murals painted in glowing colors. His face was everywhere, watching, judging, demanding. He's built a cult, Todoroki observed quietly. Not just an organization, a religion. They worship him. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Then we'll give them a new god to worship. One that explodes. They pressed on, following Blue Shift's guidance toward the central dome. The corridors grew wider, more ornate, as if they were approaching something sacred. And the pressure, not just water pressure, but something else, something psychic, grew with every step. The Guardian was close. Izuku could feel it. The dome was massive, a cathedral of light and shadow, built around the imprisoned Guardian. The creature floated in the center of the space, its body coiled in patterns that spoke of ancient power and current suffering. Chains of energy bound it to the structure, draining its essence, feeding it into machines that lined the walls. And at the base of those machines, scientists worked frantically, preparing for the final ritual. But it wasn't the Guardian that made Izuku's blood run cold. It was the figure standing before it, arms spread wide, face lifted in ecstasy. The leader. He turned as they entered, his smile widening. Ah, the surface dwellers. I wondered when you'd arrive. His voice echoed through the dome, amplified by some hidden technology. You've caused me considerable trouble. Destroyed my laboratories. Freed my specimens. Killed my followers. He tilted his head, studying them like specimens himself. I should thank you, really. You've culled the weak. Only the strong remain. Bakugo stepped forward, explosions crackling around his hands. Save the speech, bastard. We're here to end this. End it. The leader laughed, a cold, terrible sound. You can't end it. You can't even understand it. I am not a villain. I am a savior. I am the one who will lead humanity into its next evolution. He gestured at the Guardian. This creature, this Guardian, as your Deep One friends call it, is a relic. A remnant of a civilization that achieved what we can only dream of. They mastered life itself. They transcended their physical forms. And they left behind these tools. These keys to ascension. You're torturing it, Izuku said, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage. You're using it as a battery for your own ambition. Torture. No, I'm liberating it. From its purpose, its duty, its endless waiting. I'm giving it new meaning. New purpose. The leader's eyes blazed. And when the ritual is complete, I will have that purpose. I will become what the guardians, creators became. I will ascend. Todoroki's flames flickered. You're insane. Perhaps. But insanity and genius are often confused. The leader raised his hand, and the dome shuddered. Now, shall we begin? The battle erupted in chaos. Bakugo moved first, his explosions propelling him toward the leader with lethal intent. But the leader was ready, a barrier of energy snapped into place, deflecting the blast. Onyx's cannons followed, their rounds striking the barrier without effect. Todoroki's ice surged, only to melt against the barrier's heat. And the guardian stirred. Its patterns flared, responding to the battle, to the pain, to the ancient call of violence. The chains tightened, draining more energy, feeding the machines that lined the walls. The leader laughed. You see, even its pain serves me. Every moment of suffering is power. Every cry is fuel. Izuku's vision went red. One for all blazed through him as he launched himself at the barrier, Black Whip lashing out, float carrying him higher. He struck the barrier with everything he had, and it held. Again, and again, and again. The barrier flickered, but didn't break. You can't hurt me, surface dweller, the leader taunted. I have the power of ages behind me. I have the guardian's essence flowing through my veins. I am. He stopped. Because behind him, the guardian had opened its eyes. They were ancient eyes, filled with suffering and rage and something else, something that looked like hope. It was looking at Izuku. Through Izuku. Into Izuku. And it spoke. You carry them. The ones who came before. I can feel them, 9 souls, bound together, fighting as one. You are not like the others. Izuku's breath caught. You can see them. I see everything. I have existed for millions of years. I have watched civilizations rise and fall. I have seen the birth of stars and the death of worlds. But I have never seen anything quite like you. The leader's face twisted with fury. No, you will not speak to him. You will obey me. He raised his hand, and the chains tightened, sending waves of agony through the guardian. But the creature didn't cry out. It simply looked at Izuku with those ancient eyes and waited. Free me, it said. And I will give you what you need. Izuku didn't hesitate. How? The chains are powered by my own essence. If you can disrupt the flow, create a counter-current, they will weaken. Long enough for me to break free. Counter-current. How? Your power. The one you carry. It resonates with me, with all of us. If you pour it into the chains, you will create chaos in the flow. The machines will falter. And I will be free. The leader was screaming now, ordering his scientists to increase the power, to drain the guardian completely. But Izuku was already moving. He pressed his hands against the chains. One for all surged through him, not as destruction, but as offering. As gift. As hope. And the guardian responded. Their energies merged, creating a feedback loop that the machines couldn't handle. Sparks flew. Alarms blared. The chains flickered, weakened, died. The guardian was free. The creature rose from its prison with a grace that defied its massive size. Its patterns blazed with joy, with relief, with ancient power finally unleashed. The leader stumbled backward, his face a mask of horror. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to ascend. The guardian looked at him, this tiny creature who had caused so much pain, and made a decision. You sought to use me. To control me. To become like my creators. Its voice echoed through the dome, through the base, through the minds of everyone within range. You do not understand what they were. What they became. What they left behind. It raised itself to its full height, patterns blazing. But you will learn. The energy that flooded from the guardian was not destructive, it was transformative. It washed over the leader, over his scientists, over his soldiers, and it showed them. Showed them the truth of what they'd been trying to control. The ancient civilization, its beauty and its tragedy. The guardians, their purpose and their pain. The endless cycle of creation and destruction that had shaped the deep. When the energy faded, the leader was on his knees, tears streaming down his face. I didn't know, he whispered. I didn't understand. You didn't. But now you do. The Guardian's pattern softened, just slightly. Go. Leave this place. Tell others what you have learned. The deep is not for conquering, it is for respecting. Asterisk. The leader looked up at Izuku, his eyes filled with something that might have been gratitude. Then he stood, gathered his remaining followers, and walked away. The war was over. The aftermath was quiet, exhausted, and filled with a strange sense of peace. The Ryujin floated in the darkness, her crew safe, her mission complete. The Guardian had returned to the depths, but before it left, it had spoken to Izuku one last time. You are worthy of the power you carry. Worthy of the legacy that came before. Go back to your surface, Captain. Live your life. Protect your world. And know that the deep will always remember you. Asterisk. Izuku stood in the observation deck, watching the darkness where the Guardian had vanished. Beside him, Bakugo and Todoroki stood in companionable silence. So, Bakugo said finally, that was insane. Pretty much, Todoroki agreed. Izuku laughed, a real laugh, warm and free. Yeah, it was. They stood there for a long time, three friends who had traveled to the bottom of the world and found something more precious than victory. They'd found each other. And as the Ryujin began its slow ascent to the surface, Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, carried with him the legacies of the past and the hope of the future. The deep had tested him. And he had not been found wanting. Chapter 12, The Enemy Revealed. The ascent to the surface took 18 hours, but Izuku spent them in a state of restless anticipation. The leader's surrender had been unexpected, almost too easy. And the Guardian's words, go. Leave this place. Tell others what you have learned, echoed in his mind with an insistence he couldn't ignore. Something wasn't right. He stood in the observation deck, watching the darkness gradually lighten as they rose through the layers of the deep. Beside him, Todoroki studied his expression with quiet concern. You're thinking too much, Todoroki observed. You always do that when something's bothering you. Izuku managed a small smile. Old habit. Kachan used to yell at me for it. Kachan still yells at you for it. Todoroki's lips twitched. But he's usually right. What's wrong? Izuku considered how to phrase it. The leader. His surrender, it was too clean. Too complete. A man like that, who'd spent years building an empire, who'd tortured a guardian for months, he doesn't just give up because someone shows him the truth. People can change. You've proven that. Some people. Not him. Izuku shook his head. I felt something when the guardian released him. Not remorse, calculation. He was already planning his next move, even as he knelt there crying. Todoroki's expression darkened. You think it was an act? I think he's been playing a longer game than we realized. And I think we're about to find out what it is. The surface was blinding when they broke through. Izuku had forgotten how bright the sun could be, how warm the air, how vast the sky. The Ryujin surfaced in the middle of the Pacific, miles from any land, and waited for the extraction team that Admiral Sato had promised. But when the extraction team arrived, it wasn't in the form of a support vessel. It was a fleet. 3 massive warships surrounded them, their decks lined with armed personnel and hero units. Helicopters circled overhead, and from the largest ship, a launch sped toward them carrying not rescuers, but an arrest team. Tanaka's voice was tight. Captain, they're demanding we stand down and prepare to be boarded. They're saying we're under arrest. Izuku's blood ran cold. On what charges? Treason. Conspiracy with enemy forces. Unauthorized engagement in foreign territory. Tanaka's face was pale. Captain, these are Surface Command's ships. Admiral Sato's ships. But Izuku knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like the pressure of the deep, that Sato had nothing to do with this. Don't resist, he ordered. Let them board. But everyone stay alert. This isn't what it looks like. The arrest team was led by a man Izuku didn't recognize, a high-ranking official in a crisp white uniform, his face cold and professional. He stepped onto the Ryujin's deck with the confidence of someone who believed he was untouchable. Captain Midoriya, by order of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you and your crew are hereby detained pending investigation into charges of high treason. You will accompany us peacefully, or force will be used. Izuku met his eyes steadily. Who are you? Admiral Kuroda. And I ask the questions here. You're not Admiral Sato. Sato has been relieved of command pending her own investigation. She was far too trusting of your extracurricular activities. Kuroda's smile was thin and cold. Now, will you come peacefully? Izuku looked at his crew, at Bakugo's barely contained fury, at Todoroki's careful calm, at the fear in Hoshino's eyes, at the quiet readiness in Onyx's stance. He looked at Kai and her deep ones, who had surfaced with them and now stood surrounded by armed heroes. And he made a decision. We'll come peacefully. But my crew stays together. No separation, no isolation. We face this as a unit. Kuroda's smile widened. How touching. Very well. All of you, into the launch. Now. The surface world had changed while they were gone. The news feeds, when they finally accessed them, were filled with stories of hero corruption, of villains secretly allied with official forces, of a vast conspiracy reaching into the highest levels of government. And at the center of it all was a name Izuku knew all too well. All for One. But that was impossible. All for One was dead. Izuku had been there when he fell. Had felt the life leave that ancient, twisted body. Had watched as the greatest villain in history finally met his end. And yet, the evidence was undeniable. Attacks on hero agencies. Coordinated strikes by villains who should have been scattered and leaderless. And always, the shadow of a power that could only be All for One's. They were held in a detention facility on a remote island, their quirks suppressed by technology that shouldn't exist, their questions unanswered. Days passed in a blur of interrogations and isolation and the growing certainty that something terrible was happening. On the fourth day, Izuku received a visitor. Admiral Sato stood in the doorway of his cell, looking older and more tired than he'd ever seen her. But her eyes still held their familiar fire. Captain, I'm sorry it took so long to reach you. He stood, crossing to the bars. Admiral, what's happening out there? She glanced around, checking for listeners, then lowered her voice. What's happening is that we were played. From the beginning, the Abyssal Leader, he wasn't just a villain. He was a pawn, a distraction. While you were fighting in the deep, the real enemy was moving on the surface. All for One, Izuku whispered. Not all for one. Someone worse. Sato's face was grim. His successor. His true successor. The one he'd been grooming for decades, the one who inherited not just his power, but his vision. He's been operating in the shadows, building alliances, corrupting officials. Kuroda works for him. Half the Joint Chiefs work for him. The Hero Commission is compromised. Izuku's mind reeled. Who? A name you know. Someone who was there at the beginning, who watched All for One fall, who learned from his mistakes. Sato paused. Tamura Shigaraki. The name hit like a physical blow. But Shigaraki was dead, destroyed by his own power, consumed by the very decay he'd wielded. Izuku had seen it happen. No, that's impossible. I watched him die. Did you? Sato's voice was quiet. Or did you watch something else? Something designed to make you think he was gone. Izuku remembered, the final battle, the surge of power, the way Shigaraki's body had crumbled to dust. But there had been something else, hadn't there? A flicker of movement, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. He'd assumed it was the aftermath of the explosion, but he's been rebuilding, Sato continued. Using the chaos you uncovered in the deep as cover. The Abyssals were his creation. He found the artifacts years ago, learned to manipulate the Guardians, built an empire while everyone was watching the surface. And now he's ready to move. Ready to do what? To finish what All for One started. To reshape the world in his image. And he's using the Guardians to do it. That night, Izuku sat in his cell and reached inward. The vestiges came more easily now, their presence familiar and comforting. All Might was there, his gaunt form somehow reassuring. Nana Shimura stood beside him, her expression grave. The others gathered in the darkness of his mind, waiting. You've heard, Izuku said quietly. Shigaraki is alive. He's been planning this for years. The second user spoke. We know. We've always known, or suspected. All for One was never the type to leave his legacy to chance. He would have prepared contingencies. Asterisk. The third user nodded. Shigaraki was his masterpiece. The perfect vessel for his power and his hatred. If anyone could survive what happened, it would be him. Asterisk. But how? I saw him die. All Might's voice was gentle. Did you, my boy? Or did you see what you needed to see? Shigaraki's quirk, decay, it doesn't just destroy matter. It destroys the connection between things. Between a body and its pieces. between a person and their identity. If he learned to control that, to focus it inward, he could have created the illusion of death while preserving his core. Izuku's hands clenched. So he's been out there all this time. Watching, waiting, building. Yes. Nana Shimura's voice was heavy. And now he's ready. The deep provided the perfect cover, the abyssals, the guardians, the chaos. While you fought one war, he prepared another. Asterisk. What do I do? The vestiges exchanged glances. Then All Might stepped forward. You do what you've always done, Izuku. You fight. Not with rage, not with hatred, but with hope. You remind people what they're fighting for. You show them that even in the darkest moment, there's a reason to keep going. And if that's not enough, then you find another way. You always do. The breakout happened 3 days later. It wasn't planned, not by Izuku, anyway. But Bakugo, even with his quirk suppressed, was still Bakugo. He'd been studying the guards' patterns, the facility's weaknesses, the moments when security lapsed. And when the opportunity came, he took it. The explosion, small, but perfectly placed, blew the door off his cell and sent guards scrambling. In the chaos, he reached Izuku's cell, then Todoroki's, then the others. Within minutes, they were free, moving through the facility with the precision of people who'd trained together for years. Onyx found the armory. Blue Shift located the suppression technology's control room. Nakamura created diversions that sent guards running in the wrong directions. And Kai reached out to the deep, calling to the guardians, asking for their help. The response was immediate. A pressure wave shook the island, rattling windows and knocking guards off their feet. In the water surrounding the facility, bioluminescent patterns flickered to life, guardians, dozens of them, responding to Kai's call. Izuku stood on the facility's dock, watching the creatures rise from the depths. They were beautiful and terrible, ancient and powerful. And they had come to help. We remember, their song echoed in his mind. We remember what you did for our kin. We repay the debt. The escape was clean. Within hours, they were on a stolen vessel, heading for open water, leaving the facility and its compromised commanders behind. But as they fled, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that they were running towards something worse. Shigaraki's first message came that night. It wasn't a transmission, it was a broadcast, forced onto every screen, every device, every communication channel in the world. His face filled the frame, pale, scarred, with the same dead eyes Izuku remembered from their battles. But there was something new in them now. Something that looked like peace. People of the world, he began, his voice calm and measured. You have been lied to. For generations, heroes have told you that they protect you, that they fight for justice, that they are the light in the darkness. But the truth is far different. Images flashed across the screen, heroes accepting bribes, covering up crimes, abusing their power. Some were real, others, Izuku suspected, were fabricated. But in the chaos of the moment, truth and lies blurred together. I am not a villain, Shigaraki continued. I am a liberator. I am the one who will tear down the corrupt system that has enslaved you. I am the one who will give you true freedom, freedom from heroes, from governments, from the lies you've been fed. He smiled, a cold, terrible expression. And I have allies you cannot imagine. Forces that have slumbered for millions of years, waiting to be awakened. The deep will rise. The guardians will serve. And a new world will be born from the ashes of the old. The broadcast ended. Silence fell. Izuku stood on the vessel's deck, staring at the dark water. Around him, his crew processed what they'd just seen, their faces pale, their hands clenched. Bakugo was the first to speak. So that's it. That's the enemy. That's him, Izuku agreed quietly. Todoroki moved to stand beside him. He's stronger than before. You can see it in his eyes. Whatever happened to him in the years since we fought, it's made him complete. Kai's voice was soft. The guardians feel him. They sense his connection to the deep, to the artifacts, to the power he's been gathering. They are afraid. A guardian afraid. The thought was almost incomprehensible. Izuku looked at his crew, at the people who had followed him into the abyss and back, who had fought beside him, who had become his family in the darkness. They were exhausted, wounded, running on fumes and hope. And now they faced an enemy more powerful than any they'd ever encountered. But they were together. And together, they had overcome the impossible before. Set course for the nearest allied port, Izuku ordered. We need supplies, intelligence, and reinforcements. We need to warn the world what's coming. Tanaka nodded. And then, Captain. Izuku met his eyes. And then we end this. Once and for all. The vessel turned toward the horizon, leaving the facility behind. Behind them, the Guardians sank back into the deep, their patterns flickering with ancient concern. The enemy had been revealed. And the final battle was about to begin. Chapter 13, Navigating the Storm. The storm hit them 3 hours after Shigaraki's broadcast. It came from nowhere. One moment the sea was calm, the next the sky turned black and the wind began to scream. Izuku stood on the bridge of their stolen vessel, watching the waves build with a sickening familiarity. He'd faced storms before, on the surface and in the deep, but nothing like this. This was personal. Captain. Tanaka's voice was sharp with alarm. Barometric pressure is dropping faster than any natural storm. This isn't weather, it's an attack. Izuku's mind raced. Shigaraki's quirk was decay, destruction, not creation. He couldn't generate storms. But he could control people who could. Somewhere out there, a villain with weather manipulation was turning the ocean against them. Batten down everything, he ordered. Secure all non-essential personnel. Blue Shift, can you sense anything in the water? Her voice came through the calm, strained with effort. There's something out there, Captain. Multiple somethings. Not guardians, smaller, faster. They're circling us, waiting. Waiting for the storm to weaken them. Waiting for the moment of maximum chaos. Bakugo appeared at Izuku's side, his expression grim. We need to fight. Sitting here like this, we're sitting ducks. Fighting in this storm is suicide. One wrong move and we're in the water, and then we fight in the water. Bakugo's eyes blazed. I didn't survive the deep to drown in a surface storm. Give the order, Deku. Izuku looked at him, at the fierce determination in his face, at the trust that had grown between them over months of shared danger. And he made a decision. All hands to battle stations. We're not waiting for them to strike, we're striking first. Blue Shift, guide us to the nearest contact. Onyx, arm all weapons. Kachan, Shoto, you're with me on deck. Everyone else, hold the ship together. The vessel lurched as a massive wave struck, but the crew moved with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, they were ready. The first contact appeared on the tactical display, a small submersible, packed with explosives, heading straight for them. Onyx, take it out. The cannon arms fired, their plasma rounds slicing through the storm-tossed water. The submersible detonated in a ball of fire that was instantly swallowed by the waves. Good hit. Next. There, Blue Shift directed. And there. Captain, there are at least a dozen of them. They're coordinating, using the storm as cover. A dozen suicide submersibles, each capable of crippling or destroying their vessel. And somewhere out there, the villain controlling the storm was watching, waiting to see if they survived. We need to take out the source, Izuku decided. The weather controller. If we can find them and stop them, the storm dies with them. Finding them in this chaos, Tanaka began. Is impossible. Unless we have help. Izuku turned to Kai. Can the Guardians sense them? Track them through the deep. Kai closed her eyes, reaching out with her ancient connection. Long seconds passed. Then, yes, there is one, a small vessel, separate from the others. It's staying at the edge of the storm, maintaining distance. The Guardians can guide us to it. Then that's our target. Onyx, clear a path. Everyone else, hold on. The journey through the storm was the most terrifying experience of Izuku's life. Waves taller than buildings slammed into their vessel, threatening to capsize them with each impact. The wind screamed like a living thing, tearing at anything not bolted down. Rain fell so hard it was like being underwater, visibility reduced to meters. But the crew held. Tanaka navigated with skill born of decades at sea. Onyx fired again and again, picking off submersibles that came too close. Blue Shift guided them through the chaos, her pressure sense working even as the storm tried to blind her. And on deck, Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki prepared for the final approach. The weather controller's vessel appeared through the murk, a sleek, modern ship bristling with antennas and sensors. On its deck, a figure stood in the storm, arms spread wide, clearly the source of the chaos. That's our target, Izuku shouted over the wind. Kachan, can you get us close enough to board? Bakugo's grin was feral. Watch me. His explosions propelled them across the gap between vessels, Izuku and Todoroki clinging to him as they flew through the storm. They landed hard on the enemy deck, rolling with the impact, coming up ready to fight. The weather controller turned to face them, a woman with wild eyes and hair that moved independently of the wind. Her quirk, whatever it was, made the storm around her intensify as she focused on them. "Heroes," she spat. "Shigaraki said you'd come. He said you'd be stupid enough to try this." "Stupid." Bakugo laughed. "Maybe. But we're also still standing." He launched himself at her, explosions blazing. But the storm caught him, hurling him sideways with a force that would have killed a normal person. He crashed into the ship's superstructure and kept fighting. Todoroki's eyes surged, trying to create a barrier against the wind. But the storm shredded it, scattering frozen fragments across the deck. His fire was equally useless, the rain extinguished every flame before it could catch. Which left Izuku. He moved forward, one for all blazing, Blackwhip lashing out to anchor himself against the wind. The storm screamed at him, tried to tear him apart, but he kept coming. Step by step, inch by inch, the weather controller's eyes widened. What are you? I'm the person who's going to stop you." He reached her, grabbed her, and poured one for all into the connection. Not destruction, understanding. He'd learned from the Guardian that power could be shared, not just used. So he shared, showed her what he'd seen in the deep. The beauty of the Guardians. The tragedy of the abyssals. The hope that still existed, even in the darkest places. The storm died. The wind fell silent. The waves calmed. The rain stopped, as if someone had turned off a faucet. The weather controller stared at Izuku with eyes that were no longer wild. I didn't know," she whispered. "He told me, he said heroes were the enemy. He said they'd destroy everything. But you." "Shigaragi lies," Izuku said gently. "That's what he does. He uses people's pain, their fear, their anger. But you don't have to be used anymore." She collapsed, sobbing. Behind her, the storm vessel's crew emerged, hands raised in surrender. It was over. The return to their own vessel was quiet, exhausted, and filled with a strange sense of relief. The storm was gone, the attackers neutralized, and they had a new ally. The weather controller, whose name was Rina, had agreed to help them against Shigaraki. But as they sailed toward the allied port, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Shigaraki had tested them, had probed their weaknesses, their strengths, their ability to work together under pressure. And now he knew what they were capable of. The next attack would be worse. That night, Izuku stood on the deck, staring at the stars. They were so bright up here, so clear. Nothing like the darkness of the deep. Todoroki joined him, as he often did during these quiet moments. "You're thinking about him," Todoroki said. "Shigaraki." "Yes. About what he's become. About what he's planning." Izuku shook his head. "When we fought before, he was chaos. Destruction without purpose. But now he's focused. Calm. That's more terrifying than his rage ever was." Todoroki nodded slowly. "My father was like that. Always controlled, always calculating. It made him impossible to predict, impossible to defeat. Until I realized that his control was a weakness, not a strength." "How?" "Because control means you can't adapt. You can't change. You're locked into a single path, a single vision. And when something unexpected happens, you break." Todoroki met his eyes. "Shigaraki has spent years planning this. Years building his perfect scenario. But he didn't plan for you. For us. For the Guardians. We're the unexpected. We're what breaks him." Izuku considered this. It was true, Shigaraki's plans had already been disrupted multiple times. The abyssal network was in ruins. The Guardian he'd hoped to control was free. His weather attack had failed. But he was still out there. Still planning. Still waiting. "We need to find him," Izuku said. "Before he finds us again. And we will. But first, we need to rest. Recover. Prepare." Todoroki's voice was gentle. "Even you can't fight forever, Izuku." "I know." Izuku managed a small smile. "I just wish I didn't have to." The Allied port, when they reached it, was a revelation. It was hidden in a remote island chain, accessible only through a labyrinth of reefs and passages that no ordinary vessel could navigate. But Kai's guardians guided them through, their bioluminescent patterns lighting the way like underwater stars. Inside, the port was a bustling hub of activity, heroes, naval personnel, deep ones, and representatives from a dozen allied nations working together. Admiral Sato was there, her relief at seeing them visible even through her professional mask. Captain Midoriya, you've done the impossible. Again. Izuku shook his head. We just survived, Admiral. The real fight is still ahead. It is. And we're ready for it. She led them to a briefing room, where a holographic display showed the entire Pacific Theater. Red icons marked Shigaraki's known positions, dozens of them, spread across thousands of miles. He's been busy, Bakugo observed grimly. More than busy. He's been building a network that rivals anything All for One ever created. Bases, supply lines, recruitment centers. And at the center, Sato zoomed in on a location in the Philippine Sea, his headquarters. An island fortress, heavily defended, and connected to the deep through a series of tunnels that lead directly to Guardian territory. Izuku studied the display. The fortress was massive, a mountain of metal and concrete rising from the sea, bristling with weapons and surrounded by a fleet of warships. Taking it would be like invading a small country. But they had to try. What's our plan? He asked. Sato smiled, a rare expression, filled with grim satisfaction. We hit him everywhere at once. Simultaneous strikes on every base, every supply line, every recruitment center. We overwhelm his ability to respond, force him to consolidate, and then we take the fortress, Todoroki finished. Exactly. But it won't be easy. His forces are loyal, well-equipped, and prepared for a siege. And he has access to Guardian technology that we don't fully understand. Kai spoke for the first time. The Guardians will help. They have waited millions of years for this, a chance to protect their legacy, to honor their creators. They will fight beside us. The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over everyone. Guardians. Ancient beings of unimaginable power. Fighting beside humans against a common enemy. It was almost too much to comprehend. But Izuku understood. He'd felt their presence, their pain, their hope. They weren't just allies, they were family now, bound by shared struggle and shared purpose. Then we have a chance, he said quietly. A real chance. A better chance than we've ever had, Sato agreed. Now let's make it count. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Ships were repaired and refitted. Supplies were stockpiled. Strategies were debated and refined. Heroes from across the world arrived, their quirks as varied as their origins, all united by a common purpose. Izuku trained constantly, pushing one for all to new limits, integrating the lessons he'd learned from the Vestiges and the Guardians. Bakugo and Todoroki trained beside him, their rivalry transformed into something deeper, a partnership built on mutual respect and shared history. Blue Shift's pressure sense evolved until she could detect enemy movements from miles away. Onyx's cannon arms were upgraded with Guardian technology, their power multiplied beyond anything he'd imagined. Nakamura developed rescue protocols for every conceivable scenario, his quirk ready to create shelter wherever it was needed. And Kai and her Deep Ones communed with the Guardians, strengthening the bond between surface and deep, preparing for the battle to come. On the night before the assault, Izuku found himself alone on the beach, staring at the dark water. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the sea stretched into infinity, vast and unknowable. Footsteps in the sand behind him. He didn't turn, couldn't sleep either. Bakugo's voice, rough but somehow gentle. No, too much to think about. Bakugo moved to stand beside him, his eyes fixed on the same darkness. Yeah, same. They stood in silence for a long moment. Then Bakugo spoke again. I never thanked you. For back then. For always believing in me when I didn't deserve it. Izuku turned, surprised. Kachan. Shut up. I'm not good at this, so let me finish. Bakugo's jaw tightened. You were always the better hero. Even when we were kids, even when I had all the power and you had none, you were better. You saw people. Really saw them. I just saw targets. He paused, struggling. Down there, in the deep, I saw what that really means. You didn't just fight the abyssals, you understood them. You freed them. You gave them hope. That's not something I could ever do. Izuku shook his head. That's not true. You've changed so much, Kachan. You're not the same person you were. No, I'm not. Bakugo finally looked at him. Because of you. Because you never gave up on me. Because you kept reaching out, even when I tried to push you away. He took a breath. So, thanks. For everything. Izuku felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them back. Thank you too, Kachan. For being here. For fighting beside me. For being my friend. Bakugo looked away quickly, but not before Izuku saw the moisture in his own eyes. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. They stood there for a long time, two heroes who had traveled from rivalry to friendship, watching the darkness and waiting for the dawn. Tomorrow, they would fight the greatest battle of their lives. Tonight, they were just two people, sharing a moment of peace before the storm. The assault began at dawn. Ships filled the horizon, their decks crowded with heroes and soldiers. Aircraft streaked overhead, their engines screaming. And beneath the waves, guardians moved in formation, their bioluminescent patterns blazing with purpose. Izuku stood on the bridge of the flagship, watching the enemy fortress grow larger on the horizon. Beside him, Bakugo and Todoroki waited in silence. Around them, the crew moved with practiced efficiency, preparing for the moment of impact. All forces report ready, Tanaka announced. Awaiting your order, Captain. Izuku took a breath. One for all pulsed within him, warm and strong. The vestiges watched from the depths of his consciousness, their presence a comfort and a challenge. He thought of All Might, of Nana Shimura, of all the heroes who had come before. He thought of his mother, waiting at home, praying for his safety. He thought of his crew, his friends, his family in the darkness. And he gave the order. All forces, advance. We end this today. The fleet moved forward. The guardians surged ahead. And Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, led them into battle, carrying the hopes of two worlds on his shoulders. The storm they'd navigated was nothing compared to what was coming. But they were ready. They had to be. Chapter 14, Betrayal from Within. The first wave of the assault hit the enemy fortress like a tidal wave. Explosions lit the horizon as naval guns and hero quirks pounded the outer defenses. Guardians rose from the deep, their ancient power-shattering walls that had taken years to build. Aircraft streaked through the sky, dropping payloads and engaging enemy flyers in dogfights that looked like choreographed chaos. From the bridge of the flagship, Izuku coordinated it all. His mind, trained by years of analysis and honed by months in the deep, processed information faster than any computer. He saw the battle as a whole, every ship, every hero, every guardian, and adjusted tactics in real time. Left flank is weakening, Tanaka reported. Enemy counterattack is pushing them back. Send the 3rd Division to reinforce. And tell Blue Shift to extend her pressure sense. I want to know what they're planning before they do it. Aye, Captain. The battle raged for hours. The fortress held, but cracks were forming. Shigaraki's forces fought with desperate fury, but they were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. Victory was within reach. And then everything changed. The explosion came from inside the flagship. One moment Izuku was studying the tactical display, the next the world turned white and he was flying through the air, his body impacting against something hard. Alarms screamed. Smoke filled the bridge. Through the chaos, he heard screams, his crew, his friends, dying. He struggled to his feet, one for all blazing. The bridge was destroyed, shattered consoles, twisted metal, bodies everywhere. Tanaka lay motionless near his station, blood pooling beneath him. Ensign Mori was pinned beneath a fallen beam, her eyes wide with shock. And standing in the center of it all, calm and unharmed, was someone Izuku never expected to see. Nakamura. Rescue. The hero who had joined them from the surface, who had trained beside them, who had saved lives with his quirk. He stood with his hands raised, his expression cold, his eyes fixed on Izuku. You, Izuku breathed. You did this. I did. Nakamura's voice was calm, almost gentle. I'm sorry, Captain. Truly. But Shigaraki offered me something I couldn't refuse. What could possibly be worth this? Izuku gestured at the destruction, at the dying. These people trusted you. I trusted you. And that trust was valuable. More valuable than you know. Nakamura's eyes flickered with something that might have been regret. My sister was dying. Terminal illness, incurable. Shigaraki's people had the technology, Guardian-derived, that could save her. All I had to do was wait. And when the moment was right, strike. Izuku's hands clenched. You sold us out for one person. For your sister. For family. Yes. Nakamura's voice hardened. You would do the same. You have done the same, Captain. How many rules did you break to save your friends? How many orders did you ignore to protect your crew? That's different. I never. Is it? You chose your people over your mission. Over your duty. Over the lives of strangers. I chose my sister over all of you. The principle is the same. Izuku wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because Nakamura was right, he had broken rules, ignored orders, chosen his crew over everything. The only difference was that his choices hadn't led to mass murder. But they could have, if circumstances had been different, if the stakes had been higher. No, he couldn't think like that. Not now. The battle, he said, forcing himself to focus. Your betrayal, it's part of a larger plan, isn't it? You're not just here to kill me. Nakamura smiled, a sad, tired expression. Kill you? No, Captain. I'm here to deliver you. Shigaraki wants to meet you. Personally. And he's willing to let the rest of your forces live if you come quietly. And if I refuse, then I trigger the other explosives I've planted throughout the fleet. Hundreds of them. Thousands of deaths. Your choice. Izuku's blood ran cold. You're bluffing. Am I? Nakamura reached into his pocket and pulled out a detonator. One press, and, I don't want to do this, Captain. I genuinely like you. All of you. But my sister's life depends on Shigaraki's goodwill. And if you don't cooperate, she dies. They all die. The bridge was silent except for the crackle of flames and the moans of the wounded. Izuku looked at Tanaka, still unconscious. At Mori, trapped and terrified. At the bodies of crew members who had followed him into the deep and trusted him to bring them home. And he made his choice. All go. But you let them live. All of them. And you call off whatever other attacks you've planned. Nakamura nodded slowly. Agreed. Shigaraki only wants you. The rest, they can live with the memory of your sacrifice. The journey to Shigaraki's inner sanctum was surreal. Nakamura led him through the ruined fortress, past scenes of battle that would haunt Izuku forever. Dead heroes. Dead villains. Guardians lying motionless, their patterns faded, their ancient lives extinguished. The cost of this war was beyond calculation. They reached a chamber deep in the fortress's heart, a massive space lit by bioluminescent patterns, filled with the same organic-mechanical fusion Izuku had seen in the abyssal bases. And at its center, standing before a throne made of guardian remains, was Shigaraki. He looked different from their last encounter. Calmer. More centered. His white hair was longer, his red eyes softer, and his hands, those terrible hands that could decay anything, were folded peacefully before him. Deku. His voice was almost gentle. I'm glad you came. Izuku's fists clenched. Don't pretend this is a social call. What do you want? Shigaraki smiled, a thin, humorless expression. I want to talk. Really talk. Not fight, not scheme, not manipulate. Just, talk. Why would I believe you? Because you have no choice. Because your fleet is crippled, your allies are dying, and the only way any of them survive is if you hear me out. Shigaraki gestured to a chair opposite his throne. Sit, please. Izuku didn't sit, but he didn't leave either. Shigaraki sighed. You know, I used to hate you. Genuinely, deeply hate you. You were everything I wasn't, hopeful, loved, surrounded by people who cared. All Might chose you over me. The world chose you over me. And I wanted nothing more than to destroy you. But now, Shigaraki's eyes grew distant. Now I understand that my hatred was misplaced. You didn't take anything from me. All Might didn't abandon me. I was always broken, since the day my quirk manifested and destroyed my family. That was the moment my path was set. Everything after was just consequence. Izuku felt something shift in his chest. Not sympathy, never that, but understanding. Shigaraki was a monster, but monsters were made, not born. That doesn't excuse what you've done. The people you've killed. The lives you've destroyed. No, it doesn't. Shigaraki met his eyes. But it explains it. And explanation is the first step toward something else. Toward what? Toward ending this. Not with more death, not with more destruction, but with resolution. Shigaraki stood, moving closer. I'm tired, Deku. Tired of fighting, tired of hating, tired of being what All for One made me. I've spent years trying to become something new, Something worthy of the power I inherited. And I've realized that the only way to do that is to let go of the past. Izuku's mind raced. Was this real? Was Shigaraki actually offering peace? Or was it another manipulation, another trap? How do I know you mean it? Shigaraki held out his hands, those terrible hands, and for a moment, Izuku saw something flicker in his eyes. Pain. Loss. The ghost of the child he'd once been. You don't. You can't. Trust is earned, not given. But I'm offering you a chance, a real chance, to end this without more bloodshed. Take it or leave it. The choice hung in the air between them. In the end, Izuku chose to listen. Shigaraki talked for hours. About his childhood, about the manifestation of his quirk, about the years of wandering before All for One found him. About the conditioning, the manipulation, the gradual transformation from broken child to perfect weapon. About the war, his apparent death, and the years of recovery that followed. And about the Guardians. When I first found them, Shigaraki said quietly, I thought they were the answer. Power beyond anything I'd imagined, waiting to be claimed. I built the abyssals to study them, to control them, to use them. But the more I learned, the more I realized. He trailed off. Realized what? Realized they weren't tools. They were witnesses to everything we've done, everything we've become. They've watched humanity rise and fall for millions of years, and they've never judged us. Never interfered. They just waited, hoping we'd become something better. Izuku thought of the Guardians he'd met, the one they'd freed from the abyssal base, the ones who'd come to their aid during the escape. They hadn't fought with rage or hatred. They'd fought with purpose, with hope. They're not weapons, he said slowly. They're teachers. Yes. Shigaraki's voice was almost wistful. And I've spent years trying to turn them into something they're not. Trying to force them to serve my vision instead of learning from their wisdom. He shook his head. All for One made the same mistake. He thought power was the answer to everything. But power without wisdom is just destruction. Izuku studied him, really studied him. The Shigaraki he'd known would never have said these things. Would never have shown this vulnerability. Something had changed. Something real. What now? He asked. Shigaraki met his eyes. Now we end this. Together. I'll surrender to your forces, face whatever justice they decide. But first, he raised his hand, and the chamber's walls began to shift. I want to show you something. The chamber opened into a cavern beyond, massive, ancient, filled with guardians. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Their patterns blazed with light, their presence filling the space with a pressure that was almost physical. And at their center, larger than any Izuku had seen, was the first guardian. The oldest. The wisest. It spoke directly into his mind. We have watched you, Captain. Watched your struggle, your sacrifice, your hope. And we have decided. Izuku's heart hammered. Decided what? To help. Not as weapons, not as tools, but as allies. The time for waiting is over. The time for action has come. Behind him, Shigaraki smiled, not the cold smile of a villain, but something warmer. Something almost hopeful. I told you. They're teachers. And they've been teaching me, these past months. Showing me what I could become if I let go of the past. He stepped forward, joining Izuku before the Guardians. I can't undo what I've done. I can't bring back the people I've killed. But I can try to be better. To help. To make sure no one else becomes what I was. Izuku looked at him, at this man who had been his enemy for so long, who had caused so much pain, who was now offering redemption. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was a start. Okay, he said quietly. Let's end this. Together. The return to the surface was strange beyond words. Shigaraki walked beside him, unarmed, unresisting. The Guardians rose around them, their patterns blazing with ancient light. And when they emerged from the fortress's ruins, they found the remnants of the Allied fleet waiting, battle-scarred, exhausted, but victorious. Bakugo was the first to react. His explosions flared as he saw Shigaraki, his face twisting with rage. I'll kill you. But Izuku stepped between them. Kachan, wait. It's over. He's surrendering. After everything he's done. After Nakamura. Nakamura was his pawn, yes. But Shigaraki is the one who ended it. Who called off the attacks? Who's going to help us rebuild? Izuku met his friend's eyes. This is what victory looks like, Kachan. Not more death. Not more destruction. This. Bakugo's explosion sputtered and died. He stared at Shigaraki, at the Guardians, at Izuku. And slowly, reluctantly, he nodded. Fine. But if he so much as twitches wrong, I'm blowing his head off. Fair enough. Todoroki appeared beside them, his expression unreadable as he studied Shigaraki. You've changed. Yes. Shigaraki's voice was quiet. It took me a long time. Too long. But yes. Todoroki nodded slowly. Good. Then let's go home. The weeks that followed were filled with chaos and healing. Shigaraki's surrender was announced to the world, triggering shockwaves that would take years to settle. His testimony exposed the corruption that had infected the Hero Commission, the military, the government itself. Trials began. Reforms were enacted. The long process of rebuilding trust began. Nakamura was arrested, but Izuku visited him in his cell. They talked for hours, about family, about sacrifice, about the choices that define us. In the end, Izuku didn't forgive him. But he understood. And understanding, sometimes, was enough. The Guardians remained in the deep, but their presence was felt everywhere. They'd become symbols of hope, of ancient wisdom, of the possibility of change. Schools taught about them. Children drew pictures of them. And every night, somewhere in the world, someone would look at the ocean and wonder what mysteries still waited below. For Izuku, the months after the war were a time of transition. He stayed on as captain of the Ryujin, but the mission had changed. No more hunting villains, no more deep-sea battles. Instead, they explored. They mapped. They learned. The ocean was vast and full of secrets, and they had centuries of discovery ahead. Bakugo returned to the surface, his explosive personality finding new purpose in training the next generation of heroes. But he visited often, descending into the deep to stand beside his friend and stare at the darkness that had tested them both. Todoroki divided his time between surface and deep, his dual nature finally at peace. He'd become a bridge between worlds, translating the Guardians, wisdom for those who couldn't hear them directly. And Kai and her deep ones, they became family. Bound by shared struggle and shared hope, they welcomed the surface dwellers into their ancient community. One night, months after the war's end, Izuku stood on the Ryujin's observation deck, staring into the darkness. The Guardians were out there, their patterns faint but visible, watching as they always watched. Footsteps behind him. He didn't turn, couldn't sleep. Bakugo's voice, rough but warm. Never can. Too much to think about. Bakugo moved to stand beside him. Yeah, same. They stood in silence for a long moment. Then Bakugo spoke again. You did good, Deku. Not just winning the war, but after. The way you handled Shigaraki. The way you handled everything. You did good. Izuku felt a smile tug at his lips. Coming from you, Kachan, that means everything. Don't let it go to your head. But Bakugo was smiling too. They stood there, two heroes who had traveled from rivalry to friendship, watching the darkness and waiting for whatever came next. The betrayal was behind them. The war was over. And ahead, stretching into infinity, was the future. Izuku Midoriya, Captain Deku, was ready for it. The ocean was calling. And he would always answer. Chapter 15, The Depths of Despair. The months after Shigaraki's surrender should have been a time of peace. For the world, they were. But for Izuku, the quiet brought something far more dangerous than any villain, it brought reflection. He stood on the Ryujin's observation deck, staring into the darkness that had become his second home. The Guardians were there, their bioluminescent patterns flickering like distant stars. But tonight, their light brought no comfort. The memories wouldn't stop. Tanaka, lying motionless on the bridge, blood pooling beneath him. Ensign Mori, pinned beneath the beam, her eyes wide with shock. The bodies of crew members who had followed him into the deep and never returned. Nakamura's face as he triggered the explosion, his eyes filled with something that might have been regret. And Shigaraki. Always Shigaraki. The monster who had become something else, who now walked free, not unpunished, but free, while the dead could never walk again. You're doing it again. Todoroki's voice was gentle, but it cut through the memories like a blade. Izuku turned to find his friend standing in the doorway, his heterochromatic eyes filled with concern. Doing what? Blaming yourself. I can see it in your posture, your expression. You're carrying something that isn't yours to carry. Izuku shook his head. They died because of me. Because I trusted Nakamura. Because I didn't see what was right in front of me. You couldn't have known. None of us could have. That's not true. Izuku's voice was sharp, harder than he intended. I'm the captain. It's my job to know. My job to protect them. And I failed. Todoroki was silent for a moment. Then he moved to stand beside Izuku, his presence a steady warmth in the cold observation deck. Do you remember what you told me, after the war with my father? When I was drowning in guilt over things I couldn't control. Izuku blinked. Yes. I told you that you couldn't change the past, but you could shape the future. Exactly. Todoroki met his eyes. So why is that advice good enough for me, but not for you? The question hung in the air, impossible to answer. Because it was different. Because Izuku's failures had cost lives. Because the weight of command was heavier than anything he'd ever carried. I don't know how to let go, he admitted quietly. I don't know how to move forward when the past keeps pulling me back. Todoroki nodded slowly. Then don't let go. Carry them with you. But don't let them crush you. There's a difference between remembering and drowning. The days that followed were a blur of routine and emptiness. Izuku went through the motions of command, inspections, briefings, training exercises, but his heart wasn't in it. The Ryujin felt hollow without the crew members who had died. The observation deck, once a place of wonder, now felt like a mausoleum. Bakugo noticed. Of course he noticed. He'd always been able to see through Izuku's masks, even when they were children. You're spiraling, he said bluntly, cornering Izuku in his quarters. I've seen it before. After the war with All for One, when you thought you'd failed everyone. You're doing it again. I'm fine, Kachan. You're lying. And you're bad at it. Bakugo crossed his arms, his expression fierce. Look, I'm not good at the whole feelings thing. That's Shoto's job. But I know what it looks like when someone's giving up. And you're giving up. Izuku's jaw tightened. I'm not giving up. I'm just processing. Processing what? That bad things happen. That people die. That's life, Deku. It's been life since the beginning. The only difference is that now you're the one in charge, so you think everything is your fault. Because it is. The words exploded out of him, raw and uncontrolled. Bakugo didn't flinch. No, it's not. His voice was quiet, but it carried more weight than any shout. Nakamura made his choices. The Abyssals made their choices. Shigaraki made his choices. You didn't control any of them. You just did your best to respond. And your best saved more people than it lost. Izuku stared at him, tears prickling at his eyes. How do you know? How can you be sure? Because I was there. I saw you. When the explosion hit, you didn't freeze. You didn't run. You grabbed Mori and pulled her out before the beam could crush her. You carried Tanaka to the medical bay yourself. You kept fighting even when everything was falling apart. Bakugo's voice cracked, just slightly. That's not failure, Deku. That's heroism. The tears fell then, silent and unstoppable. Izuku didn't try to hide them. I miss them, he whispered. I miss them so much. I know. Bakugo moved closer, awkwardly placing a hand on his shoulder. I miss them too. But they're not gone. Not really. They're in here, he tapped Izuku's chest. And in here, he tapped his own. And in every person they saved. That's what legacy is. That's what you gave them. They stood there for a long time. Two heroes who had learned that strength wasn't about never falling, it was about getting back up. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Kai visited the Ryujin 3 weeks after the war's end, her ancient eyes filled with something Izuku couldn't read. She found him in the observation deck, as always, staring into the darkness. The Guardians are concerned about you, she said without preamble. They say your light is dimming. Izuku managed a weak smile. I didn't know Guardians cared about individual humans. They care about all life. But you are special to them. You freed their kin. You fought for their world. You carry a power that resonates with their own. Kai moved to stand beside him. They want to help you. If you'll let them. How? How can they possibly help? By showing you what they see. Kai extended her hand. Take it. Close your eyes. And let them in. Izuku hesitated. Then, slowly, he took her hand and closed his eyes. The vision came instantly. He was in the deep, not the deep he knew, but the deep as the Guardians experienced it. Pressure that would crush any human was like a gentle caress. Darkness that would blind was filled with light, bioluminescent patterns that conveyed meaning, emotion, memory. And the memories, they were endless. He saw the guardians, creators, the ancient civilization that had risen and fallen millions of years ago. He saw their cities, their art, their love. He saw their war, the conflict that had destroyed them, that had forced them to create the guardians as a last legacy. He saw their hope, their despair, their final moments. And he saw what came after. The guardians, alone in the deep, watching the ages pass. Civilizations rising and falling on the surface. Wars and peace, joy and sorrow, life and death. They watched it all, never interfering, never judging. Just witnessing. We have seen so much loss, asteriska. Voice whispered, the first guardian, the oldest. So much pain, so much beauty. And through it all, we have learned one truth. Asterisk. What truth? Izuku breathed. That loss is not the end. It is a transformation. Those who die do not vanish, they become part of everything that comes after. Their love, their hope, their sacrifice, it all flows into the future, shaping it, enriching it. Nothing is ever truly lost. Asterisk. The vision shifted. He saw his fallen crew members, Tanaka, Mori, the others. They weren't gone. They were part of him now, part of every life they'd touched, part of the ocean itself. You carry them, asterisk, the guardian continued. Not as a burden, but as a gift. Let them guide you. Let them strengthen you. Let them remind you why you fight. Asterisk. Izuku opened his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Kai nodded, her own eyes bright. The guardians are wise. They have seen more than we can imagine. And they see you, Captain. They see your worth. The next morning, Izuku called a meeting of his remaining crew. They gathered in the briefing room, Bakugo, Todoroki, Blue Shift, Onyx, and the others who had survived. Their faces were worn, their eyes shadowed, but they were there. They were together. I've been lost, Izuku began, his voice honest and unguarded. Since the war ended, since we lost our friends, I've been drowning in guilt and grief. I thought I was carrying them alone. I thought their deaths were my fault. No one spoke. They just listened. But I've realized something. I'm not carrying them alone. You're all carrying them too. And together, we can carry anything. He looked at each of them in turn. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I disappeared into my own pain. But I'm back now. And I'm ready to move forward, with all of you, with their memories, with the hope that they'd want us to keep fighting. Bakugo was the first to respond. Took you long enough. But his voice was gentle, and when Izuku looked, he saw the sheen of moisture in his friend's eyes. Todoroki nodded slowly. We're with you, Izuku. Always. Blue Shift stepped forward, her pressure sense extending to envelop them all. I can feel it, the change in you. The light is returning. Onyx's cannon arms shifted, a gesture that might have been a salute. You're our captain. You always will be. And the others echoed their agreement, their voices filling the room with warmth and hope. For the first time in months, Izuku felt like himself again. The days that followed were different. Izuku threw himself back into his duties, but with a new perspective. He still remembered the fallen, still grieved their loss, but the grief was no longer a weight, it was a foundation. Something to build on. He visited Tanaka's memorial, leaving a small token. He spoke to Mori's family, sharing stories of her bravery. He even visited Nakamura in his cell, not to forgive, but to understand. And through it all, he felt the guardians watching. Not judging, just present. A reminder that he was part of something larger than himself. One night, he stood on the observation deck with Bakugo and Todoroki, watching the guardians dance in the darkness. What's next? Todoroki asked quietly. Izuku considered the question. The ocean is vast. There's so much we haven't explored, haven't discovered. The guardians have offered to guide us, to teach us. I think we become explorers. Not warriors. Not soldiers. Just explorers. Bakugo snorted. Sounds boring. Probably. But also important. Izuku smiled. And who knows? Maybe we'll find something that changes everything. Again, they stood in comfortable silence, watching the light show beyond the hull. The guardians moved in. Patterns that seemed almost intentional, a dance of ancient joy, of hope renewed. You know, Bakugo said finally, for a guy who spent months drowning in despair, you're doing okay. Thanks, Kachan. That means a lot. Don't get used to it. Todoroki laughed, a rare sound, warm and genuine. You two are impossible. Takes one to know one. They stood there, three friends who had traveled to the depths of despair and found their way back. The ocean stretched before them, vast and full of mystery. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku felt ready to face it. The depths of despair were behind him. Ahead lay only light. Chapter 16, Into the Abyss. The call came at 0300 ship's time, dragging Izuku from a dreamless sleep. Captain. Blue Shift's voice was urgent, almost breathless. You need to see this. Now. He was on the bridge in minutes, still pulling on his uniform. The tactical display showed something that made his blood run cold, a massive energy signature, deep in the Mariana Trench, at a depth no human vessel had ever reached. What is it? Blue Shift's pressure sense was extended to its maximum, her face pale with effort and something else, fear. It's the Guardians, Captain. All of them. They're gathering. And at the center, she pointed to a location on the display. There's something else. Something older. Something that's been sleeping for millions of years. Kai appeared at Izuku's side, her ancient eyes wide. The first. The original Guardian. The one from whom all others were created. Her voice trembled. It's waking. The bridge fell silent. Everyone present knew what this meant. The first Guardian wasn't just powerful, it was the source. The template. If it woke, if it decided humanity was a threat. We need to go down there, Izuku said. Now. Bakugo's voice was sharp. Are you insane? That thing could destroy us without even noticing. Which is exactly why we need to go. If it wakes up angry, if it sees us as enemies, everyone on the surface dies. We need to communicate. To explain. To hope it understands. Todoroki moved to stand beside him. I'm coming. Me too. Bakugo's jaw was set. If we're going to die, we're dying together. Blue Shift nodded. Onyx rumbled agreement. And Kai, her expression grave, spoke for the deep ones. We will guide you. The Guardians trust us. They will help us reach the first. Izuku looked at his crew, his family. They were afraid. So was he. But they were together. Set course for the trench. Maximum speed. We're going into the abyss. The descent took 6 hours, but it felt like an eternity. The Ryujin plunged deeper than she'd ever gone, her hull groaning under pressure that would have crushed any other vessel. The Guardians surrounded them, their bioluminescent patterns blazing in the darkness, guiding them through currents and thermal layers that would have been deadly alone. On the bridge, the tension was palpable. No one spoke. No one needed to. They all knew what was at stake. Blue Shift's pressure sense painted a picture of the world outside, the Guardians gathering, their numbers growing with every kilometer. And at the center, the first. Massive beyond comprehension. Ancient beyond measure. And slowly, inexorably, waking. Captain, Tanaka's voice was barely a whisper. We're being watched. The first knows we're here. Izuku nodded slowly. Keep going. We don't stop now. The Ryujin pressed on, deeper and deeper, until the darkness outside was absolute. No light, no sound, no sign of life, except for the Guardians, their patterns now visible even without instruments, their presence overwhelming. And then they saw it. The first Guardian filled the abyss like a continent made flesh. Its body stretched for kilometers. Its patterns so bright they illuminated the entire trench. It was beautiful and terrible, ancient and newborn, sleeping and waking all at once. Come, asterisk, a voice echoed in Izuku's mind. Come closer. Let me see you. Asterisk. The Ryujin moved forward, entering the first's presence. Around them, the other Guardians formed a protective circle, their patterns flickering with what might have been hope. You are the one they speak of, asterisk, the first continued. The carrier of light. The bridge between worlds. Asterisk. Izuku stepped forward, placing his hand on the observation deck's transparent hull. I am Izuku Midoriya, captain of the Ryujin. I come in peace, on behalf of humanity. Peace. The first's voice was amused, but not unkind. Humanity has known little peace. You fight. You destroy. You consume. Why should I trust you? Asterisk. Because we're trying to be better. Because we've learned from our mistakes. Because, Izuku hesitated, then pressed on. Because the Guardians taught us. They showed us that there's more to existence than conflict. That hope matters. That change is possible. Silence. The first's patterns flickered, shifted, considered. You speak truly. I can feel it, the weight of your words, the sincerity in your heart. But sincerity alone is not enough. I must see for myself. Asterisk. The world dissolved. Izuku found himself in a place that wasn't a place, a void filled with memories, with possibilities, with the echoes of millions of years. The first's presence surrounded him, not hostile, but curious. Show me, asterisk, it commanded. Show me what humanity is. Asterisk. And Izuku did. He showed them his childhood, the quirkless boy who never gave up, who filled notebooks with hero analyses, who ran toward danger when everyone else ran away. He showed them UA, the trials and triumphs, the friends who became family. He showed them the wars, against All for One, against Shigaraki, against the Abyssals. He showed them the losses, the friends who had fallen, the sacrifices that had been made, the grief that still lingered. And he showed them the hope. The moments of joy, of connection, of love. The way people helped each other, even when it cost them everything. The way heroes fought, not for glory, but for protection. The way ordinary people found extraordinary courage in the face of impossible odds. You have suffered much, asterisk, the first observed. And yet you continue. Why? Asterisk. Because suffering isn't the end. It's just part of the journey. Because every loss carries with it the memory of love. Because as long as there's hope, there's a reason to keep going. The first was silent for a long moment. Then, I have watched humanity for millions of years. I have seen your wars, your cruelties, your capacity for destruction. But I have also seen your art, your music, your love. I have seen parents hold their children, friends comfort each other, strangers sacrifice for strangers. I have seen the best of you, and the worst. Asterisk. And I have decided. Asterisk. Izuku held his breath. You are worthy. Not perfect, never perfect. But worthy. Worthy of protection. Worthy of hope. Worthy of the future you are trying to build. Asterisk. The void dissolved. Izuku was back on the Ryujin's bridge, surrounded by his crew, all of them gasping as if they'd been holding their breath. The first's voice echoed one last time. Go, children of the surface. Live your lives. Build your world. And know that the deep will always watch over you. When you need us, call. We will answer. Asterisk. The patterns blazed one final time, a farewell, a blessing, a promise. And then the first began to sink, returning to the depths from which it had come, taking the other guardians with it. The abyss was quiet again. The ascent to the surface was silent, awestruck, and filled with a peace that none of them had words for. Izuku stood on the observation deck, watching the darkness lighten as they rose. Beside him, Bakugo and Todoroki shared the space, their expressions reflecting his own wonder. Did that really happen? Bakugo asked quietly. I think so. Izuku's voice was soft. I think we just met God. And God said we were okay. Todoroki's lips twitched. That's one way to put it. They laughed, not because anything was funny, but because the relief was too much to contain. They'd faced the oldest being in existence and been found worthy. It was absurd. It was beautiful. It was everything. Kai joined them, her ancient eyes bright with tears. The Guardians have waited millions of years for this moment. For proof that humanity could be something more than destroyers. You gave them that proof, Captain. Izuku shook his head. We all did. Every person who fought, who sacrificed, who hoped. This wasn't just me, it was all of us. Yes. But you were the one who spoke. You were the one who showed them the truth. Kai placed a hand on his shoulder. The Guardians will remember. Always. The surface, when they reached it, was blinding. The sun had never looked so beautiful. The sky had never seemed so vast. The world, ordinary, mundane, precious, had never meant so much. Admiral Sato was waiting for them, her expression a mixture of relief and curiosity. Captain Midoriya, your descent was detected by every sensor on the planet. Care to explain? Izuku smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. We had a conversation, Admiral. With something older than humanity. And it decided we're worth saving. Sato stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. I don't know what that means. But I trust you. Welcome home, Captain. Home. The word echoed in Izuku's mind as he stepped onto the dock, as his crew gathered around him, as the sun warmed his face for the first time in what felt like years. They had gone into the abyss and found not destruction, but acceptance. Not judgment, but hope. And as Izuku looked at his friends, his family, his crew, he knew that whatever came next, they would face it together. The abyss had tested them. And they had not been found wanting. Chapter 17, Showdown in the Deep. 3 days after their encounter with the first Guardian, the alarms blared. Izuku was in his quarters, reviewing the endless stream of data from their descent, when the ship's systems erupted into chaos. Red lights flashed, sirens screamed, and Tanaka's voice, usually so calm, was sharp with panic. "Captain, multiple contacts, hostile, they're coming from the trench." He was on the bridge in seconds. The tactical display showed a nightmare, dozens of vessels, all bearing the markings of the abyssal fleet, rising from the depths like a mechanical plague. And at their center, larger than any ship Izuku had ever seen, was a vessel that shouldn't exist. It was built from Guardian parts. The hull was composed of bioluminescent material, ripped from the bodies of fallen Guardians and reforged into weapons of war. The patterns, those beautiful, ancient patterns, flickered weakly, painfully, as if the ship itself was crying out. The first said the abyssals were finished, Bakugo growled. Said they'd lost their power. The first was wrong. Izuku's voice was grim. Or they found a way to hide. To rebuild. 2. The ship fired. A beam of concentrated energy, Guardian energy, twisted and corrupted, lanced from the vessel's bow, striking one of the allied warships in the fleet. The ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist. Vanished as if it had never been. Evasive. Izuku shouted. All ships, scatter. Don't let them get a clear shot. The battle erupted around them. The next hours were chaos and courage interwoven. The Ryujin twisted through the water, her hull groaning under the strain of maneuvers she was never designed to perform. Onyx's cannons fired constantly, picking off smaller vessels that came too close. Blue Shift's pressure sense extended to its absolute limit, warning of attacks before they came. Nakamura, paroled for the emergency, his quirk too valuable to leave unused, created emergency shelters for damaged ships, buying crews precious seconds to escape. And through it all, the abyssal flagship hunted them. It moved with terrible purpose, ignoring lesser targets, its attention fixed on the Ryujin. On Izuku. It knew who commanded the allied forces, and it wanted him dead. Why us? Todoroki demanded, his ice forming barriers that slowed pursuing vessels. Why are they so focused on us? Because I'm the one who spoke to the first, Izuku realized. I'm the one who proved humanity worthy. If they kill me, if they destroy that proof, they think it'll turn the Guardians against us, Bakugo finished. Make them see us as failures. Exactly. Which meant they couldn't run. Couldn't hide. Couldn't do anything except fight, and win. Take us toward the flagship, Izuku ordered. Direct approach. Maximum speed. Tanaka's face went pale. Captain, that's suicide. It's the only way. If we can board that ship, if we can reach whoever's controlling it, then we do it together. Bakugo was already moving toward the airlock. Shoto, you're with me. Blue Shift, guide us in. Onyx, cover our approach. Captain, he paused at the door. Try not to die. Izuku managed a smile. Wouldn't dream of it. The boarding action was the most insane thing Izuku had ever done. The Ryujin slammed into the flagship's hull, her reinforced bow piercing the Guardian material armor. Before the enemy could react, Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki were through the breach, their quirks blazing. The interior was a nightmare of twisted biology and corrupted technology. Guardian parts lined the walls, their patterns flickering with pain, their ancient voices crying out in minds that could still hear them. Help us, they whispered. Please, help us. Izuku's heart broke, but he kept moving. They couldn't stop. Not yet. The corridor led to a central chamber, massive, circular, filled with the same corrupted energy that powered the ship. And at its center, standing before a throne made of Guardian remains, was a figure Izuku recognized. The abyssal leader. The one who had surrendered, who had seemed so broken, who had promised to change. He was smiling. Captain Midoriya, I wondered when you'd arrive. His voice was calm, almost pleasant. You've caused me considerable trouble, you know. Freeing the Guardians. Speaking to the first. Proving humanity worthy. He laughed, a cold, terrible sound. But it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Because I have something you don't. And what's that? Izuku's voice was steady, but one for all blazed beneath his skin, ready. Patience. The leader spread his arms. I've been planning this for years. Decades. Since before you were born, Captain. I built the abyssals. I found the artifacts. I learned to control the guardians, or at least, to use their parts. And through it all, I waited. Waited for the moment when you'd be at your strongest, your most confident, your most vulnerable. You're insane. Perhaps. But insanity and genius are often confused. He raised his hand, and the chamber responded. The guardian parts on the walls began to pulse, to glow, to scream. Now, let me show you what true power looks like. The battle that followed was unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced. The leader's quirk, whatever it was, allowed him to control the guardian parts. Directly, to shape them into weapons and shields and monsters. Tendrils of bioluminescent material lashed out, forcing Bakugo to dodge and weave. Barriers of corrupted energy blocked Todoroki's ice and fire. And through it all, the leader stood calmly at the center, directing everything with casual ease. You can't win, he called over the chaos. I have the power of ages behind me. I have the Guardian's essence flowing through my veins. I am. You're a coward. Izuku's voice cut through the noise, sharp and clear. The leader's eyes narrowed. What did you say? A coward. You hide behind stolen power. You twist innocent beings into weapons. You pretend to be strong, but you're just a parasite. Feeding on the strength of others because you have none of your own. The leader's calm cracked. You know nothing. I know that the Guardians trusted you. Believed in you. And you betrayed them. Izuku stepped forward, one for all blazing brighter than ever. I know that the first saw humanity's potential, and you're proving it wrong. I know that you could have been something great, something worthy, and instead you chose this. The leader screamed, a raw, animal sound, and threw everything he had at Izuku. The attack was overwhelming. A wave of corrupted energy, of guardian pain, of ancient fury. It should have killed him. Would have killed anyone else. But Izuku didn't fight it. He opened himself to it. One for all surged, not as destruction, but as connection. The vestiges rose within him, All Might, Nana Shimura, the second, the third, all of them, and together, they reached out. Not to the leader, but to the guardians. The ones suffering in the walls. The ones whose pain was powering this madness. We're here, Izuku thought. We feel you. We won't let you suffer alone. The response was immediate. The guardian parts stopped fighting. Their patterns shifted, from pain to hope, from corruption to purity. The energy that had been powering the ship suddenly reversed, flowing back into the leader instead of out of him. He screamed. His body convulsed. And as the Guardian's power filled him, it showed him, truly showed him, what he'd done. The pain he'd caused. The lives he'd destroyed. The betrayal of something sacred. When it ended, he lay on the floor, weeping. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry. The ship shuddered around them. Without the leader's control, it was dying, the guardian parts returning to their original purpose, the corrupted systems failing. They had minutes, maybe seconds, to escape. Move, Izuku shouted. Back to the Ryujin. Now. They ran. The escape was chaos, explosions, collapsing corridors, the screams of dying systems. Bakugo blasted through obstacles, Todoroki created ice bridges over chasms, and Izuku carried the leader, who was too broken to move on his own. They reached the Ryujin just as the flagship began to implode. The small submarine tore free of the dying vessel, racing away at maximum speed. Behind them, the flagship crumpled, its guardian parts finally at peace, its twisted purpose ended. On the bridge, silence fell. Tanaka's voice was barely a whisper. It's over. It's really over. Izuku looked at the tactical display. The remaining abyssal vessels were fleeing, their leader captured, their purpose gone. The Allied fleet was regrouping, damaged but alive. And in the deep, the Guardians were singing, a song of thanks, of hope, of ancient joy. Yeah, Izuku breathed. It's over. The aftermath was quiet, exhausted, and filled with a peace that none of them had ever known. The leader was taken into custody, his fate to be decided by those he'd wronged. The guardian parts were returned to the deep, where they could finally rest. And the Ryujin, battered, scarred, but alive, began its slow ascent to the surface. Izuku stood on the observation deck, watching the darkness lighten. Bakugo and Todoroki joined him, as they always did. So, Bakugo said finally, that was insane. Pretty much, Todoroki agreed. Izuku laughed, a real laugh, warm and free. Yeah, it was. They stood there, three friends who had faced the abyss and won, watching the sun rise over a world that was finally, truly at peace. The showdown in the deep was over. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku Midoriya felt like he could rest. Chapter 18, Victory and Loss. The ascent to the surface took 8 hours, and Izuku spent every minute of it in the medical bay. Not for himself, his injuries were minor, already healing thanks to One for All's enhanced recovery. But for his crew, his family, the people who had followed him into the abyss and back, and who had paid the price for victory. Tanaka was the worst. The XO had taken shrapnel during the final battle, a piece of corrupted Guardian material lodged near his spine. The ship's doctor worked frantically, her quirk stabilizing him, but the damage was severe. He might never walk again. Ensign Hoshino had burns across half her body, sustained when she'd used her Naker to shield 3 other crew members from an explosion. She was conscious, alert, and insisting she was fine. But Izuku saw the pain in her eyes, the way her hands trembled when she thought no one was looking. Onyx had lost his left cannon arm, sacrificed to seal a breach that would have flooded the engineering section. He sat in his bunk, staring at the stump, his expression unreadable. When Izuku tried to thank him, he just shook his head. Did what I had to, Captain. No thanks needed. Blue Shift was unconscious, her pressure sense overwhelmed by the psychic screams of the dying Guardians. The doctor said she'd recover, but it would take time. Time they might not have. And Nakamura, rescue, was dead. He died in the final minutes of the battle, using his quirk to create a shelter for a group of wounded sailors when the abyssal flagship's final explosion sent debris flying toward them. The shelter held. The sailors survived. Nakamura didn't. Izuku found a moment alone in the observation deck, staring at the darkness that had claimed so much. The tears came without warning, without control, without end. He wept for Tanaka, who might never walk again. For Hoshino, whose scars would last a lifetime. For Onyx, who had given a piece of himself for strangers. For Blue Shift, whose gift had become a curse. For Nakamura, who had found redemption in death. And for all the others. The ones whose names he'd never know, whose faces he'd never see, whose sacrifices had made victory possible. Footsteps behind him. He didn't turn. You shouldn't be alone right now. Todoroki's voice was gentle, but firm. I need to be. Just for a moment. No, you don't. Todoroki moved to stand beside him. That's what we've learned, isn't it? That being alone doesn't help. That carrying everything by yourself just breaks you faster. Izuku wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because Todoroki was right. He always was. How do you do it? Izuku asked quietly. How do you carry the weight without collapsing? Todoroki was silent for a moment. Then, I don't. I let others help. I let them share the burden. It's not weakness, it's survival. They stood together, watching the darkness, sharing the weight. The surface, when they reached it, was blinding. Sunlight streamed through the observation deck's windows, so bright it hurt. Izuku squinted against it, his eyes adjusted to months of deep-sea darkness. But he didn't look away. He couldn't. The sun meant they were home. The sun meant the battle was over. The sun meant, for some, at least, survival. Admiral Sato was waiting at the dock, her expression a mixture of relief and grief. She'd lost ships too. People she'd known for years, decades. The cost of victory was written on her face. Captain Midoriya. Her voice was formal, but her eyes were soft. You're relieved. All of you. Get some rest. We'll handle the rest. Izuku shook his head. My crew will be taken care of. The best medical care, the best rehabilitation, the best everything. They're heroes, Captain. The world will know it. He wanted to argue, to stay with them, to make sure they were okay. But he was exhausted, bone deep, soul deep exhausted. And somewhere, in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered that it was okay to rest. Thank you, Admiral. Don't thank me. Thank them. She nodded toward the crew being helped off the Ryujin. They're the ones who made this possible. The The weeks that followed were a blur of hospitals, debriefings, and funerals. Izuku visited Tanaka every day, sitting beside his bed, reading to him when he was awake, holding his hand when he wasn't. The doctors were optimistic, the surgery had gone well, and there was a chance he might regain some mobility. But it would be months, maybe years, before they knew for sure. Hoshino's burns healed slowly, her nacre quirk helping to regenerate damaged tissue. She bore the scars with a quiet pride, showing them to anyone who asked, telling the story of how she'd saved 3 lives. Worth it, she said every time. Totally worth it. Onyx received a prosthetic cannon arm, state-of-the-art technology that replicated his original's functions. He tested it in the training facility, his expression gradually shifting from grief to something like acceptance. Different, he admitted, but it'll do. Blue Shift woke on the 3rd day, confused and disoriented, but alive. Her pressure sense was diminished, the doctor said it might never fully recover. But she could still feel the deep, still sense the guardians, still be the guide they needed. That's enough, she told Izuku. That's more than enough. And Nakamura, they buried him at sea, as he'd requested in the will he'd written before the final battle. His sister attended the ceremony, her illness cured by the very technology that had cost her brother everything. She wept on Izuku's shoulder, thanking him for giving Nakamura a chance at redemption. He talked about you, she said. In his letters. Said you were the best captain he'd ever served under. Said you gave him hope. Izuku didn't know what to say. So he just held her and let her cry. One night, alone in his quarters, Izuku pulled out his notebook, the 12th one since this journey began. He flipped through the pages, reading his own words, remembering the battles and the losses and the moments of impossible hope. And then he turned to a fresh page and began to write. Victory has a price. I've always known that, learned it early, from All Might, from the wars, from every friend I've lost along the way. But knowing and feeling are different things. I feel it now. Every loss, every sacrifice, every life that could have been saved if I'd been smarter, faster, stronger. The weight of it is almost more than I can bear. But I also feel something else. Gratitude. For Tanaka's courage, Hoshino's sacrifice, Onyx's strength, Blue Shift's gift. For Nakamura's redemption. For every person who gave everything so that others could live. They are why I fight. They are why I will keep fighting. Not for glory, not for recognition, but for them. For the chance to honor their sacrifice by building a world worthy of it. The war is over. But the work is just beginning. He closed the notebook and lay back. Staring at the ceiling. The weight was still there, it would always be there. But it was bearable now. Shared. Carried by everyone who had survived, everyone who remembered, everyone who refused to let the fallen be forgotten. The memorial service was held a month after the battle's end. Thousands gathered at the waterfront, heroes, civilians, world leaders, and ordinary people who just wanted to pay their respects. The guardians rose from the deep, their bioluminescent patterns blazing in tribute, their ancient voices singing a song of mourning and hope. Izuku stood at the podium, looking out at the sea of faces. His crew was there, Tanaka in a wheelchair, Hoshino with her scars visible, Onyx with his new arm, Blue Shift with her diminished but still present gift. Bakugo and Todoroki stood beside him, solid and steady. And in the water, the guardians waited, their patterns flickering with something that might have been tears. We gathered today to remember, Izuku began, his voice carrying across the silence. To remember those who gave everything so that we could be here. To remember their courage, their sacrifice, their love. To remember that victory is never free, and that the price is paid in the most precious currency there is, life. He paused, gathering himself. I knew many of those we lost today. Worked beside them, fought beside them, laughed with them. They were not just heroes, they were friends. Family. And their absence leaves a hole that can never be filled. The crowd was silent, hanging on every word. But we don't honor them by dwelling on that hole. We honor them by living fully. By loving deeply. By fighting for the world they believed in. By making sure their sacrifice meant something. He looked out at the faces, some tear-streaked, some stoic, all united in grief and hope. So live. Live for them. Love for them. Fight for them. And when you look at the ocean, remember, they're still there. In the deep, in the darkness, in the light of the guardians. They're still with us. They always will be. The guardians sang, a long, beautiful note that echoed across the water and into the hearts of everyone present. The crowd wept, but they also smiled. Because the song wasn't just mourning. It was celebration. Of lives lived fully, of sacrifices made willingly, of love that transcended death. Izuku stepped back from the podium, and Bakugo and Todoroki moved to flank him. Together, they watched as flowers were cast into the water, as tears fell, as the world began the long process of healing. It's beautiful, Todoroki said quietly. And terrible. All at once. That's grief, Bakugo replied, his voice rough. Always both. Izuku nodded slowly. But it's also hope. Because we're here. We're together. And we remember. The guardians sang on, their song carrying into the night, a promise that the fallen would never be forgotten. Victory had a price. But it also had a gift, the knowledge that love was stronger than death, that hope could survive any loss, that together, they could face anything. And as Izuku stood with his friends, watching the lights dance on the water, he knew that Nakamura, Tanaka, Hoshino, Onyx, Blue Shift, all of them, were watching too. Not from the deep, but from his heart. From all their hearts. Forever. Chapter 19, Return to the Surface. The months after the memorial service were a strange, hollow time. Izuku stayed on at the naval base, unable to leave, unable to move forward. The Ryujin was in dry dock, undergoing repairs that would take a year or more. His crew had scattered, some to recovery, some to new assignments, some to quiet lives far from the sea. He visited them when he could. Tanaka in his rehabilitation center, slowly learning to walk again with the help of advanced prosthetics. Hoshino at her family home, her scars fading but her spirit unchanged. Onyx at the training facility, mastering his new arm with the same determination he'd always shown. Blue Shift at the deep-sea observatory, her diminished pressure sense still valuable for research. And Nakamura's grave, marked not by stone, but by a simple plaque at the waterfront, where the guardians often gathered to sing. But the visits weren't enough. The days stretched endlessly, filled with paperwork and debriefings and the constant, nagging sense that he should be doing more. That he was wasting time that could be used to honor the fallen. That rest was a luxury he hadn't earned. Bakugo noticed, of course. He always did. You're doing it again, he said one afternoon, finding Izuku staring at the ocean from the base's observation deck. The brooding, the guilt, the, I don't deserve to be happy, routine. Izuku didn't turn. I'm not brooding, I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. Bakugo moved to stand beside him. Look, I get it. I really do. After the war with All for One, I spent months just, existing. Going through the motions. Waiting for something that never came. And how did you get past it? Didn't. Not really. But I learned to live with it. To carry it without letting it crush me. Bakugo's voice was quieter than usual. You helped with that, actually. All those times you reached out, even when I pushed you away. You never gave up on me. Izuku finally looked at him. Because you're my friend, Kachan. That's what friends do. Yeah, and that's what we're doing now. Bakugo met his eyes. I'm not giving up on you. None of us are. So stop pretending you're fine and start letting us help. The words hit harder than any explosion. Because they were true. Izuku had been pretending he was okay, pretending the weight was bearable, pretending he didn't need anyone. I don't know how, he admitted. I've always been the one helping. The one supporting. I don't know how to be on the other side. Then learn. Bakugo's voice was firm. Same way you learned everything else. One step at a time. The first step was small, a conversation with Todoroki over coffee, where Izuku actually talked about how he was feeling instead of deflecting with questions about the other person. It was awkward, halting, full of pauses and half-finished sentences. But Todoroki listened without judgment, without trying to fix anything, just being there. That was really hard, Izuku admitted when he'd finished. I know. Todoroki's smile was gentle. But you did it. That's what matters. The second step was accepting an invitation to dinner with the surviving crew members. They gathered at a small restaurant near the waterfront, the kind of place that served simple food and didn't ask questions. Tanaka was there in his wheelchair, his smile bright despite everything. Hoshino laughed at something Onyx said, her scars crinkling with the expression. Blue Shift sat close to the window, her eyes on the ocean, her pressure sense reaching out to the guardians who always seemed to know when she needed them. They talked about the past, the battles, the losses, the moments of impossible courage. But they also talked about the future. Tanaka's plans to become a rehabilitation counselor, helping other injured veterans. Hoshino's dream of opening a hero school for kids with unusual quirks. Onyx's quiet hope that he could train the next generation of weapons masters. Blue Shift's work with the Deep-Sea Observatory, building bridges between surface and sea. And when the evening ended, when they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways, Izuku felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. The third step was the hardest. He went to see Nakamura's sister. She lived in a small apartment near the waterfront, the same neighborhood where she'd grown up with her brother. When Izuku knocked, she opened the door with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Captain Midoriya, I was wondering when you'd come." They sat in her small living room, drinking tea and talking about nothing. The weather, the news, the guardians, who had been seen more frequently since the war's end. Ordinary things that filled the silence between heavier topics. Finally, Izuku set down his cup and met her eyes. "I wanted to apologize. For your brother. For what happened." She shook her head slowly. "You have nothing to apologize for. He made his choices. He paid for them. And in the end, he found a way to be the person he always wanted to be. But if I'd seen it earlier, if I'd realized what he was going through, then nothing would have changed. He was always going to make that deal with Shigaraki. Always going to betray you. And always going to find redemption in the end." Her voice was gentle, but firm. "My brother was many things, flawed, broken, desperate. But he was also brave. And in the end, that's what matters." Izuku felt tears prick at his eyes. "I miss him. I know. So do I." She reached across and took his hand. "But missing someone doesn't mean you failed them. It means you loved them. And love, real love, doesn't end with death. It just changes." They sat together for a long time, holding hands, remembering. And when Izuku finally left, the weight on his shoulders was a little lighter. The weeks that followed were filled with small steps. He visited Tanaka at the rehab center, watching with pride as his former XO took his first steps with the new prosthetics. He helped Hoshino plan her hero school, offering advice from his own experiences. He trained with Onyx, testing the new prosthetic in combat simulations, marveling at how quickly the old warrior adapted. He stood with Blue Shift at the Deep-Sea Observatory, watching the guardians dance in the darkness, feeling their ancient presence like a warm embrace. And slowly, gradually, he began to heal. One night, he stood on the waterfront where Nakamura's plaque stood, watching the guardians sing. Bakugo and Todoroki were there, as they always seemed to be when he needed them. "You're doing better," Todoroki observed. "The light's coming back to your eyes." Izuku nodded slowly. I think I'm finally learning to carry it. The weight, the loss, all of it. That's good." Bakugo's voice was rough. "Took you long enough." They laughed, a small sound, but real. "What's next?" Todoroki asked. "For you, I mean. The Ryujin won't be ready for another year. What will you do until then?" Izuku considered the question. He could stay at the base, continue the paperwork and the visits and the slow process of healing. He could travel, see the world he'd helped save, meet the people whose lives had been touched by the war. He could rest, truly rest, for the first time in years. But as he looked at the ocean, at the guardians, at the endless horizon, he knew what he wanted. "I'm going back down," he said quietly. "Not as captain, not as a hero, just as a visitor. The guardians invited me, remember? Said I could always come back." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. "You're going to visit ancient beings in the deepest part of the ocean. For fun, for peace." Izuku smiled. "There's a difference." Todoroki nodded slowly. "That makes sense. The deep is part of you now. It always will be." "Yeah." Izuku looked at his friends. "Will you come with me?" "Not all the way, just to the edge. To say goodbye before I descend." Bakugo snorted. "Goodbye? You think we're letting you go alone? Someone has to make sure you don't do anything stupid." "Kachan, shut up. We're coming." But his voice was gentle, and his eyes were warm. Todoroki nodded. "Together. Like always. The descent was different this time. No mission. No enemy. No desperate race against time. Just Izuku, in a small submersible loaned by the deep-sea observatory, descending slowly through layers of darkness that had once terrified him. Bakugo and Todoroki followed in a second vessel, keeping their distance but never quite out of sight. A safety measure, they said. An excuse to stay close. The Guardians greeted him halfway down, their patterns blazing with joy. They surrounded his vessel, guiding him deeper, their presence a comfort rather than a threat. "Welcome back," their song echoed. "We have missed you." Izuku smiled, tears streaming down his face. "I've missed you too." They descended together, human and guardians, surface and deep, past and future, into the abyss that had become a second home. And somewhere in the darkness, the first guardian stirred, its ancient patterns flickering with something that might have been happiness. "You returned," it observed. "Few do." "I promised I would." Izuku's voice was steady. "And I keep my promises." "Yes, you do." The first's presence enveloped him, warm and ancient and wise. "Rest now, child of the surface. You have earned it. And when you are ready, we have much to show you. Much to teach. Much to share." Izuku closed his eyes, letting the darkness hold him, letting the Guardians' song wash over him, letting the weight finally lift. He was home. The surface waited above, with its light and its noise and its endless demands. Bakugo and Todoroki waited at the edge, ready to welcome him back when he was ready. But for now, in this moment, Izuku Midoriya was exactly where he belonged. In the deep, with the Guardians, at peace. The return to the surface could wait. Tonight, he would rest. Chapter 20, A New Horizon. The light returned slowly, like dawn breaking over a long night. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself floating in the embrace of the deep, surrounded by guardians whose patterns pulsed with gentle warmth. He didn't know how long he'd been there, hours, days, weeks. Time moved differently in the abyss, measured in heartbeats rather than hours. "You are awake." The first guardian's voice was soft, almost amused. "We wondered when you would rejoin us." Izuku smiled, stretching muscles that felt strangely at peace. "How long was I resting?" "Long enough." Your friends grew worried. They have been waiting at the edge of the deep, sending messages, demanding your return. A pause. They care for you deeply. They're my family. Izuku's voice was warm. All of them. The ones on the surface, and the ones down here. Family. The first considered the word. We understand this concept. Our creators were family to us. We were family to each other. And now, you are family to us as well. The words settled into Izuku's heart like a blessing. He was part of something now, something ancient and vast and eternal. Not just a hero, not just a captain, but a bridge between worlds. "I should go back," he said reluctantly. "They're waiting." "Yes. But know this, Izuku Midoriya, you are always welcome here. The deep will always be your home. And when your time on the surface ends, we will be waiting to welcome you into the eternal darkness." It should have been frightening, that promise. But somehow, it was comforting. A guarantee that death wasn't an end, but a transition. A return to something older than life itself. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything. Go. Live. Love. Fight. And when you need us, call. We will answer." The ascent was slower than the descent had been. Izuku wanted to savor every moment, the gradual brightening of the water, the appearance of fish and other creatures, the first faint hint of sunlight filtering through the depths. Bakugo and Todoroki's vessel appeared when he was still kilometers down, its lights flashing with relief and impatience. Izuku laughed, waving through his viewport, watching as his friend's shoulders sagged with visible release. "You idiot," Bakugo's voice crackled through the calm. 3 weeks. You were down there for 3 weeks. Was I? It felt like days. That's because you have no sense of time. Get up here before we have to come down and get you." Izuku smiled. "On my way. The surface was blinding, as always. But this time, Izuku didn't squint against it. He opened himself to the light, to the warmth, to the world he'd fought so hard to protect. Bakugo and Todoroki were waiting on the deck of their vessel, their expressions a mixture of relief and exasperation. When Izuku climbed out of his submersible, they were on him in an instant, Bakugo's punch landing on his shoulder, Todoroki's hand gripping his arm. "Don't ever do that again," Bakugo growled. 3 weeks. No contact. Nothing. We thought you'd died. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. Too late. We were worried. We're always worried. But Bakugo's voice cracked, just slightly, and when Izuku looked, he saw the moisture in his friend's eyes. Todoroki was more restrained, but no less emotional. "The Guardians sent us messages. Assured us you were safe. But it wasn't the same as seeing you. I know. I'm sorry." Izuku pulled them both into a hug, awkward, unexpected, but necessary. "I'm here now. I'm okay." They stood there for a long moment, 3 friends reunited, the sun warming their faces and the ocean stretching endless before them. The return to the naval base was a celebration. Word had spread that Captain Midoriya was back, and the docks were crowded with well-wishers. Tanaka was there in his wheelchair, his smile bright. Hoshino waved from the crowd, her scars catching the light. Onyx stood tall, his new arm gleaming. Blue Shift pressed close to the water, her pressure sense reaching out to confirm what her eyes already saw. And Admiral Sato, stern, professional Sato, actually smiled when Izuku stepped onto the dock. "Welcome home, Captain. You've been missed." "Thank you, Admiral. It's good to be back." She nodded toward the crowd. "They've been planning this for weeks. A hero's welcome, they called it. I hope you're ready." Izuku looked at the faces, familiar and most Sheng, all united in relief and joy. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like he deserved it. The celebration lasted into the night. Food and music and laughter filled the base, spilling onto the docks where people danced under the stars. The Guardians rose from the deep to watch, their patterns flickering with what might have been joy. Children pointed and gasped, their faces filled with wonder. Izuku moved through the crowd, stopping to talk with everyone who wanted a moment. Tanaka, who was walking better than ever, his rehabilitation progressing faster than anyone had hoped. Hoshino, who had already enrolled her first students at the new hero school. Onyx, who had been asked to train the next generation of weapons masters. Blue Shift, whose pressure sense had begun to recover, allowing her to feel the Guardians' presence more clearly than ever. And Nakamura's sister, who stood at the edge of the crowd, her eyes on the water where her brother's plaque stood. Izuku joined her, saying nothing, just being present. He would have loved this, she said quietly. The music, the laughter, the people. He always said heroism wasn't about fighting, it was about moments like this. He was right. Izuku's voice was soft. He was right about a lot of things, in the end. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. But she was smiling. Later, when the crowd had thinned and the music had softened, Izuku found himself alone on the dock with Bakugo and Todoroki. The 3 of them sat at the edge, their feet dangling over the water, watching the Guardians dance in the distance. "So," Bakugo said finally, "what now? The Ryujin won't be ready for another year. You could go back to surface hero work. Teach at UA. Write your memoirs. Whatever boring thing old heroes do." Izuku laughed. "You think I'm old? Compared to me, ancient." Todoroki smiled. "I think he's asking what you want, Izuku. Not what you should do, not what's expected, what you actually want." The question hung in the air, heavy with possibility. What did he want? He'd spent so long fighting, for his dream, for his friends, for the world. He'd carried the weight of one for all, of command, of expectations. He'd lost people he loved and found new family in the darkness. He'd descended into the abyss and returned transformed. What did he want? "I want to keep exploring," he said slowly. "Not as a hero, not as a captain, just as me. The Guardians have so much to teach. The deep has so many secrets. I want to learn, to understand, to build bridges between our world and theirs." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. "So you're going to become an explorer? A scientist? A diplomat to ancient sea monsters?" "Something like that, yes." "Huh." Bakugo was quiet for a moment. Then, "Can I come?" "Not all the time, but sometimes. When the surface gets too much." Izuku felt warmth bloom in his chest. "Always, Kachan. You're always welcome." Todoroki nodded slowly. "I'd like to visit too. The Guardians have a perspective that we lack. A wisdom that could help us avoid the mistakes of the past. Then we'll do it together." Izuku looked at his friends, his brothers in everything but blood. The three of us. Exploring the deep, learning from the Guardians, building a future where surface and sea are connected, not divided. Bakugo snorted. Sounds like a terrible plan. I'm in. Todoroki smiled. Me too. They sat there, three heroes who had faced the abyss and found not destruction, but hope. The Guardians danced in the distance, their patterns bright against the darkness. The stars shone overhead, countless and eternal. And the ocean stretched before them, vast and full of mystery. A new horizon. The next morning, Izuku stood before the Ryujin in dry dock. She was a skeleton now, her hull stripped, her systems exposed, her soul waiting to be reborn. Workers swarmed over her, welding and testing and rebuilding. In a year, she would be ready to sail again, better than ever. But Izuku wouldn't be her captain. He'd made his decision during the long descent from the deep. The Ryujin needed someone fresh, someone unburdened by the weight of the past. Someone who could lead her crew into the future without the ghosts of old battles. Tanaka would take command. He'd earned it, through sacrifice, through courage, through the long months of rehabilitation that had rebuilt his body and his spirit. He would be a great captain. Maybe even greater than Izuku had been. As if summoned by the thought, Tanaka appeared beside him, his wheelchair replaced by a cane that tapped softly against the dock. "You're sure about this?" he asked quietly. "I've never been more sure of anything." Izuku turned to face him. "The Ryujin needs you, Tanaka. You understand her in ways I never could. You'll take care of her. Take care of the crew. And what will you do? Explore. Learn. Build bridges." Izuku smiled. "The Guardians have invited me to study with them. To understand their history, their culture, their wisdom. It's a lifetime's work. Maybe more." Tanaka nodded slowly. "Then I guess this is goodbye. For now. For now." They shook hands, then embraced, a rare moment of warmth between Captain and XO. "Take care of yourself, Tanaka. And take care of them. Always, Captain. Always. The farewells continued through the day. Hoshino wept when Izuku told her, then laughed at herself for weeping. Onyx shook his hand with a grip that could crush steel, his new arm whirring softly. Blue Shift embraced him, her pressure sense wrapping around them both like a hug. And Nakamura's sister, she simply nodded, understanding in a way that few could. "He would have wanted this for you," she said. "Peace. Purpose. A future bright with hope. I'll carry him with me," Izuku promised. "All of them. Always. The descent began at sunset. Izuku stood at the edge of the dock, watching the sky turn orange and pink and purple. Bakugo and Todoroki flanked him, their presence steady and warm. "You'll visit," Izuku said. It wasn't a question. "Every chance we get," Todoroki promised. "And if you don't, we'll come find you," Bakugo added. "Drag you back to the surface whether you like it or not." Izuku laughed. "I'd expect nothing less." He turned to face them, his friends, his brothers, his family. The words he wanted to say seemed too small, too inadequate. But he said them anyway. "Thank you. For everything. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. For standing beside me when the darkness was overwhelming. For being my friends." Bakugo looked away, Dantada voice was rough. "Shut up. You're going to make me cry, and I'll never forgive you." Todoroki smiled, his eyes bright. "We're the ones who should thank you, Izuku. You showed us what it means to be heroes. What it means to be human. What it means to hope." They embraced, all three of them, holding on like they might never let go. But eventually, they did. Izuku stepped back, then turned toward the water. The Guardians were waiting, their patterns blazing with welcome. The deep called to him, ancient and eternal and full of promise. He looked back one last time. "Until next time. Until next time," they echoed. And Izuku Midoriya, Deku, Captain, Hero, Explorer, stepped off the dock and into the arms of the deep. The water embraced him like an old friend. The Guardians surrounded him, their patterns bright with joy. The first Guardian's presence enveloped him, warm and wise and welcoming. "You came back. I promised I would." "Yes, you did." A pause. "Are you ready? Ready to learn, to grow, to become something new?" Izuku thought of everything he'd been through, the battles, the losses, the victories, the love. He thought of his friends on the surface, waiting for his return. He thought of the fallen, watching from wherever heroes go when their work is done. And he thought of the future, vast and unknown and full of possibility. "I'm ready," he said. "Let's begin." The Guardians sang, a song of ancient joy, of new beginnings, of hope eternal. And together, they descended into the deep, leaving the surface world behind. But not forever. Never forever. Because Izuku Midoriya had learned that endings were just beginnings in disguise. That loss was transformation. That love transcended death. That hope was the most powerful force in the universe. And somewhere, on the surface, his friends watched the Guardians dance and smiled. He would return. They knew it. The ocean knew it. The world knew it. But for now, in this moment, he was exactly where he belonged. In the deep, with the Guardians, at peace. A new horizon stretched before him, not an end, but a beginning. Not a goodbye, but a welcome. The journey continued, and it was only the beginning. The end.